Good to see you again on this morning. You found your way back. Welcome to the 6th day of an ever newly beginning and never-ending conference, a 6-day congress with 90 participants in 2 cities, organized by 2 institutions. It's a statement of magnitude together with the Federal Center for Political Education for Critique as the irrenounceable hinge of public. Kolja Reichert is the curator at the Bundeskunsthalle Bonn. Angela Lemmert, head of interdisciplinary special projects in the section of figurative arts in the Academy of Fine Arts. Since we have ended in the Akademie, once again, the entire program is loosened up by so many conversations with members of the Academy of the various sections and with invitees and experts. So it is important to notice this once again today. How has the role of critique changed after the final conclusion yesterday evening, the performative installation that there is a variety of language and that it is certainly opportune to make reference to this variety of voices? We have now come together to knuckle down to language, to move into further fragmenting the participative element with the panel that will follow, because critique is embedded in language. Language is critique's material, and it tries to reach out to other regions that cannot be reproduced with language. Just a few keywords that will pop up again during the program that have been mentioned first with the keynote presentation of new models. They was talking of hologram with relation to print media as opposed to hybrid media in the economies of critique. Magazine media was mentioned again and again. It's a typical creation, a newly coined word. Oh, I think it was magazine media, if I remember correctly. Yes, so to speak, the question of participation, to come back to the theater panel, where it is about the participatory piece of art. This accompanied us on the first evening of this Berlin conference. A colleague of Hanno Rauterberg's mentioned too little time. Hanno Rauterberg will appear on the panel of the participatory piece of art. And I am very curious to see what he can tell us about the fusion of critique and artistic production. Some technical remarks. We have toilets also here. You just pass through these doors. You do not have to go downstairs. There will also be a bowl of soup during lunch break. We still have some noticeable absences due to sickness. You could read, we will begin at 5:30 with new models feedback and at 6 o'clock with where is the new public? What does it mean? So this panel, what does it mean a critical public sphere, has been extended to 6 days. The last day in Bonn, well, the new audience was described as a hologram. What started out as erudite artistic judgments has now morphed into a hologram of homomorphic loops where the ever repetitive formulas are repeated. That's the thesis of new models. So we are curious to learn what new models will tell us about what has come out of this. The last panel, where is the public in the metaverse? If 3 economies allow for more participation and sharing, where is the beyond the public realm with Niklas Mack, Hito Steil and Matt Dryhurst, moderated by Joshua Citarella. Finally, a quick reminder, Yesterday it was mentioned we have a variety of conversational arrangements that we have tried to bring forward. First, a panel with an audience listening, but also workshops and also working discussions to enter into new forms. And you will say, oh, what have I missed out on? Well, hello to all viewers that join us via stream. Everything that happened during the last 5 days, you can watch it later on adk.de/critique and also bundeskunsthalle.de/critique. And you can also download it and view it right away. But now you find from now on everything on the websites of the two institutions. Before we hand over to Robert Kudielka, who will brief us on the language game, the Akademie journal that is on display outside, and where Friedrich Gars, the member, is here. So he has handed over a language game to us, but for health reasons he cannot be. Critique, like or unlike art, is a manifestation where art is questioned as art, but also its sheer existence is questioned. Is it by necessity that art needs to be art? So art, the critique, it owes its sheer existence to the existence and non-existence of art. So the purpose of art is the one to cherish what remains of the world without the world, before and after any evidence of art. I think this is a good motto for today's work. Now, as to Robert Kudielka, probably, well, very briefly, may it be mentioned, he's not only a philosopher, but also a critic. He really worked as a critic. Probably not everybody is aware of it. Like Wolfgang Schallbach, he studied classics and German studies and history of art. He has become very well known due to his writings about Richard Riley. He curated many exhibitions, Orte der Kunst in 2010. It's probably interesting with respect to the participatory approach, the desire for form on the neo-concretism and the contemporary art from Brazil, 2010. Among other things, it was about Licia Clark and Helia Otitzika. Form not as an end in itself, but also as origin of the desire, the turn to participation and the surpassing of the traditional genres are embedded in this. He wrote his doctoral thesis about Kant's critique of judgment. He got the chair for aesthetics and theory at the UDK. Since 1997, he has been a member of the Academy since 2003 to 2012. He was our director. We are looking forward to listening to your presentation. Please, Robert Kudielka, take the floor. I prefer this corner here. It is called, since the opening of the house, it is called the Heart of Darkness, because behind me we have the head of the Prince Elector who was beheaded. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, there are many good reasons to worry about the art, and the state of art criticism seems to be one of them, though not the most urgent. Certainly, the proliferation of information in TikTok mode is not conducive to the mediation of critical differentiation. The increased power of the art market seems to confirm Niklas Luhmann's assertion that art criticism is merely a parasite in the relationship between work and viewer. And the confrontation with non-Western artifacts brought about by the global market is giving the facultas judicandi a headache. But perhaps these irritations are also inconsequential or irrelevant in the end. Maybe the critique of art has simply outlived its usefulness due to the historical success of modern art. What is the point? What is the point of art criticism at all? Almost 100 years ago, when matter first became critical, Baudelaire directly addressed this question in the preface to the Salon of 1846. À quoi bon la critique? What is the point of criticism? After the rather witty remark that criticism can teach nothing to the bourgeois who does not want to paint or rhyme, he also applies this reasoning in all seriousness to art itself. Criticism can teach nothing to art. I quote, since it is its creation from which criticism has emerged, puisque c'est de ses entrailles que la critique est sortie. What a parade! Art as the origin of criticism. Well, the relationship has first of all a historical dimension. Of course, there have always been authors, cognoscenti, connoisseurs, who have argued for the primacy of local or regional traditions, schools, or even particular aesthetic qualities. Not to mention the hierarchy of eminent artistic personalities. But art criticism, with the public claim of a binding assessment of works of art, did not exist before the 18th century, for it was only with the emergence of a self-confident bourgeois public sphere that a socially unsecured field of activity emerged. Art, due to the disappearance of the traditional support functions of religion, political mission, recognized iconography, and supporting workshop tradition. Art as such. This bare singularity cannot be extrapolated from the old orders of the artes and the attempt of the academies of the type of the Akademie des Beaux-Arts to cushion the upheaval by establishing reasonable criteria finally failed at the latest in the middle of the 19th century. The reaction to this development is, of course, not the same everywhere in Europe. While in Germany, the founding of aesthetics as the philosophy of sensual knowledge and Kant's aesthetic ennoblement of the concept of spirit, the Geist, prepared the way for the romantic religion of art and the emergence of the humanities, in Paris, art criticism actually emerged from the entrailles, the womb, or the inner makings of art, namely from the exhibitions of the Académie royale des Beaux-Arts. Diderot's banishment curse, bouché hors du salon, from 1763 is, in a sense, the birth cry of art criticism, and the feigned indignation that it was the critics who had to discover the faux pas because no police, no commissioner barred the delinquent from taking part in the exhibition becomes one is happy to indulge the enlightened maturing exuberance. For Diderot's vehemence exposes a constitutional peculiarity of art judgment, which later comes through again in Meyer-Gräfe's verdict on the Böcklin case or Clement Greenberg's essay Avant-Garde and Kitsch. Those who judge so decisively only seem to distinguish between good and bad art, for this would require a binding yardstick for good art. Bad art is a non-starter, as Clement Greenberg discovered in the late 1980s, when he tried in vain to back up his ideas of high art with a definitive book on bad art. Art is per se good, albeit in highly varying manifestations and degrees, and everything else is simply not art in mostly depressing clarity.
The judgment of art is thus a rank on an unsecured terrain, overgrown with aspirations and ambitions. It is not simply a misfortunate to err, but rather the normal situation in which the danger of falling is greatest precisely at moments when encouragement seems irresistible. The same implacable Denis Diderot devoted himself 2 years later with inconceivable devotion to describing the confections of the sugar baker Jean-Baptiste Greuze. Such horrendous fluctuations of judgment are obviously incompatible with the claim of scientific knowledge. Art science therefore usually avoids the judgment of rank. The scientific observation of works of art, well-known Ernst Gombrich's offstage, was probably a kind of diversion of art. Founded as a historical discipline and, oddly enough, almost at the same time as the beginning of modern art, art history has long been able to treat the art of the part as a historical testimony, objectively. A lot of things that have been in the museum have been only fossil zeitgeist. In general, it cannot be ruled out that in matters of art, too, one occasionally arrives more safely by diversions than by direct route. But the bypassing of the question of rank ultimately led to the fact that until deep into the 20th century, art studies could not find access to an art that apparently could not come up with an identity and visual language specific to the time and society. So, if art criticism has not simply been the dissolute ancestor of art studies, and henceforth not merely its cheeky sister, does not only want to be its cheeky sister, what does it refer to? What is its incentive? What does it cling to? Baudelaire takes, at the end of his instruction to the Salon of 1946, a quotation from Stendhal as applicable to all art. La peinture n'est que la morale construite. Art is nothing but constructed morality. And the future author of Fleurs du Mal immediately adds that seulement ce mot de morale, this word moral, has to be understood in a greater sense, dans un sens plus ou moins libéral. So it is not to be understood as a code of conduct, rather in the meaning of spirit, but entirely without the speculative exaltation and abstraction by the philosophy of subjectivity. Works of art are moral constructs in the sense that they reflect the feelings, passions, and dreams of everyone. Le sentiment, la passion et la rêverie de chacun. And critique has, unlike philosophy, to do with this multiplicity, or as Baudelaire says, les faces divers de l'absolu. This is a task that rests at every moment on metaphysics, but it only rests, it only touche metaphysique. This means that the judgment of art generally applies to the individual case, albeit with a general intention that cannot claim any objective basis. In this respect, it is quite similar to the critical constitution of aesthetic judgment revealed by Kant. But unlike the free play of cognitive powers, the state of mind in front of works of art is not a suspended sensation, but the perception of a work of art whose morality consists in being good, that has nothing to do with merely being satisfied or for fulfilling a norm. Good or not good in art practice is the ongoing guide to artistic decision-making itself, and the confidence in the unjustifiable practicability of this distinction is the creative naivety that Baudelaire considered, along with temperament, to be the most important quality of the artist. Above all, however, the apparent effectiveness of the unexplained criteria of good makes one thing clear. Art critique has not only emerged historically from a changed understanding of art, but also receives its justification from the innermost of the matter itself. It is therefore not surprising that it was poets and writers who gave criticism, criticism decisive impulses until the early 20th century, after Diderot and Baudelaire and Émile Zola, Joris Karl Huysman, Félix Fénéon, Guillaume Apollinaire. Presumably, statistical research revealed that the majority of lesser-known critics also had open or secret literary ambitions. The art of wordplays have given voice to the visual arts. But what is the point of art critique instead of writing poems or novels? Certainly, the reassurance of one's own work ethic has sometimes played a role in this. With Baudelaire, for example, the clarification of the term romantic, with Zola, the project realism. But the real impetus, the current challenge, seems to have come from the public. The new system, especially in France, found an audience that wanted to know things, like the well-known how to treat art. In Baudelaire's gladly quoted search of the desirable essential characteristic of criticism is made clear whether the romantic flair of romanticism is often underestimated or misunderstood. Political here does not mean adhering to a party or conviction, but faire de la politique, to pursue politics, to make one's own point of view public. The art critique Thierry de Duve has produced a remarkable reflection on the question à quoi bon la critique following Kant's aesthetics. Apart from the well-known statements, Kant gave a kind of transcendental phenomenology of aesthetic experience. A tendency to communicate was inherent in it. Despite the lack of an objective basis, judgment was determined by the demand for everyone's consent, which is a subjective general opinion, which is by no means certain, is that it is to be presupposed. On this sidetrack of the critique of judgment, Thierry de Duve has come to the conclusion that aesthetic discourse is perhaps more than just a falsetto voice on the edge of the great social hub, namely a form of insertion into a casual, sometimes controversial exchange of views and points of views, undistorted by prepotent interests and attached uncertainties. Aesthetics as the transcendental ground of democracy is the title of one of his recent publications. A gentle and shamelessly exuberant thought. Art critique as a propaedeutics communication free of domination. You know the author of this quote. The utopian, however, to see the contrast of the present situation more clearly. The real critical problem of art critique today is the resounding success of its subject, which it has partly helped to bring about. Even the intervention of Duchamp, who explicitly defined his art as a form of denying the possibility of defining art, has not been able to change the fact that the fundamentally uncertain matter of art is now firmly established in modern society. The art of society, as the sociologist Luhmann explains in his book, is a reproducing, in other words, autopoetic system in which the judgment of art no longer plays a critical role. Art of what society? One is declined to ask. Considering the role that Saint-Simon, Kropotkin and Marxism have played in the background of art critique. More revealing, however, is a look at the information that justifies speaking of art as a system. For system theory, the main problem of modern societies consists in the increasing change, which urgently requires a reduction of complexity. In view of the rapidly growing quantity and diversity of art production, it seems that prominence, market value, and the result of auctions decide over the rank of artists and their art. Of course, there is a review and preface prose that suggests critical components with uncovered phrases like important, significant, influential, but such individual evaluations are merely a casual sidelight to the actual scientifically critical discourse that negotiates the style and techniques specific distinctions: abstract, figurative, constructive, expressive, space-based, time-based, etc. In order to arrive at conceptual orders such as minimal, concept, AI, EI, NFT art, which are more or less well represented by the artists who provide the material, are more or less well represented. One may lament about this development or may complain about it, as Barnett Newman did at the end of the 1960s with the Bravura Baudelaire homage for impassioned criticism. But with the appeal for passion, objectivity, and the courage to be wrong, the increasing speechlessness in the midst of the most heated debates about art critique cannot be overcome. In order for art judgment to regain the mode of a binding claim instead of coming up with the assertion of theories and convictions, there is a need for reflection on the elementary particularity of the thing, of the object, the interpretability of the individual case. Only in this way the first move of the language play can succeed. Je m'y perds is a repeated proclamation by Diderot. My mind stops there, Bassange translates. What art can be is not to be recognized in advance. Questions of essence are not the task of art critique. However, the irritation is always followed by this. For the first application, it is usually immediately followed by the great confusion, the evasion into the kaleidoscopic variety of horizons. With the question, what does this mean, comes a tangle of voices, influences, mutations that want to be heard, separated, and examined. But interpretation is not the main task of critique. An interpretation can only make sense after the turn that corrects the rash overarching concept. Not, what is it, art, but is there something? Is there something or is there nothing? That is the question that lightens the spark that can add the fire to the argument about art and make critique speak again. However, a certain humiliation should not be concealed at the end. The small volte-facing, alluding to metaphysics, once again emphasizes the initial thesis. No matter how serious and detailed art critique may be, it must accept that its future remains dependent on the progress of art itself. Also, if the lecturer may stick himself to this lectern, this may change nothing about the fact that the future of critique has to be read from the bowels of art. Thank you so much for your attention.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Robert Kudielka.
Thank you so much, Robert Kudielka. After this keynote of new models last week in Bonn with Kevin Bassman and Lil Internet Panic, we were in agreement that the prerequisite for developing anything meaningful is the critical judgment. So I'm more than happy that the potential of the public space has been highlighted, if not reactivated, by Robert Kudielka, with his insistence of the non-interpretability of the individual case. Any questions? Would you allow for any questions? Okay, let's take 10 minutes time. Let's let's postpone the following panel to 11:45. Provided that there are any questions emerging. Big question. Probably the one question that makes everything fall into place. No one dares to. Well, my question on your thesis that it is always a judgment of rank, that the judgment on a work of art is always a value judgment. I would say, well, let's state it is effectively a work of art, and then we can take the secondary decision whether it says anything to us. So this, so I wouldn't say that judging anything as art is a value judgment. Well, to put it flippantly, well, that's how it is being practiced nowadays. The wording of Luhmann says it all. It's an autopoietic system. Well, we can talk so many judgments about the unavailability of the essence, Unhintergehbarkeit. Well, you may always beg to differ, but a judgment on rank, and that's in this word in itself implied, that the piece of art is a moral construction, as Baudelaire said. It's not so much in principle about beauty. No, it's not about beauty. It's about something that cannot be explained otherwise and cannot be broken down in anything else, because the concept is so far from being good. What does it mean? Let go into any atelier, into any studio, and talk to artists and say, I don't think it's so good. And they would reply, okay, and so on. Well, you don't ask about beauty, let alone art. That's the decisive thing. No artist is really interested in what art is, after all. No, he or she does something following a certain criterion. Quite naively, he presupposes this. This is good or not good. It's not only a formal criterion. That would be ridiculous. No, it's a criterion of how to act, which implies that you may fail and that there are differences in how good something is. That is a question with which art criticism has to deal. but art criticism will never pass a judgment on what is good art. This belongs to academic seminars, where you can endlessly discuss the concept of art, because Marcel Duchamp foresaw it. Just because art cannot be defined, he triggered this boom to talk about it and to chat endlessly and to quabble about it. That's the basis. Well, the basis for this eternal quabble is its sheer impossibility, from seminar thesis back to even down to enormous, massive volumes. You can never, tongue-in-cheek, Duchamp foresaw this without any doubt. Sorry. Well, we have a sore throat, yeah, being artists ourselves. Well, you are spinning out a thought from the 19th century about poets and their participation or their share in literary production of the visual arts. You also spin out a thread, or you highlight a model, that seems to project a line. But the funny thing about this is, and it struck me, and I stumbled across this, well, that you stick to it. You insist on this origin of from the bowels of art, that criticism is born from the bowels of art. But my experience has been that ever since a certain period of the conceptual trends in art, the exact opposite is happening. In other words, that from the linguistic mode of criticism and this game of words and visualities, the piece of art or the work of art only is reborn. Let me mention just one example. An important artist, Marcel Brothas, who at the center of his initial activity in 1963 places a poem under the Qu'est-ce que la peinture? What is painting? What is literature? And what is literature? Yes, it's painting, and what is the rest? The rest is for the idiots that believe in the moon, in the black night of theory. So, his intentional gesture that has been so imperative for a whole generation of young artists generates the main pattern no longer from this line that you have spun out, but rather from the opposite. The entrenchment or the enjambement or the non-enjambement of these two forms of visuality and text, or a model of criticism that is the upside of what you have spun out, which gives birth to the work of art in the first place. A large portion of the concept art follows on these footsteps. Jochen Concept hinted at this. From the linguistic mode of criticism, a new character of the work of art is emerging that turns this relationship upside down, thus releasing an important productive form of criticism, bringing it up again. Yes, I would share your view, absolutely. However, the simple historical fact, well, I tried to highlight the simple historical fact that poets and writers developed this criterion or took it for granted, this criterion good, a good work of art, this ingenuity that Diderot, for example, shows derives from the fact that he simply considered this to be relevant and important. What he thinks is also relevant whenever describing a work of art by anybody else. That's why it slips through his fingers and again. And that's especially true for his description of the Greuze. Baudelaire himself wonders, why don't you just write poems on works of art? Why not? This is certainly linked to the fact, closer to the microphone. Okay, I think it's clearly linked to the fact that the early art of the 19th century cannot be understood from the perspective of genius, of artist as genius, and Flaubert, and this has been demonstrated amply by critics. It was the response to the reception. The response to reception has been a triggering moment for the production of books. And this is also true for the interrelation between literature and figurative arts. And the opposite thesis, that art criticism can become art itself or is close to the core of art. Well, I would share this view. But what matters most, and the most difficult element nowadays, is that we do not use only, run the risk of losing our language altogether in describing art, but as a society per se. Society runs the risk of losing an understandable language altogether. In our societies, the main concern would be, how can we reach a level where we do not simply take up any positions, but talk to each other? We need to release this cramp that keeps us prisoners. This theoretical rubbish or cramp is, well, we need to free ourselves. I think both art and criticism of art, or art critique, needs to embark on this journey so as to change things. I love this term out of the entrailles, the bowels. That I think this should also be an objective in this conference. From the inner workings of our belly, no matter whether it's literary or any other expression, we have a mountain of butter, we have an overdose of art in all fields. And on the other side, on the other hand, in art criticism, we have a verbal and visual incontinence. So that's my own language game with which I love to work. I am an art historian. I am active in a variety of minor associations. I have written a doctoral thesis on Proust. Well, I think we could end up with a recommendation, a wonderful expression, entrailles, the bowels of art. So quality does not mean qualis qualita, the characteristics. We always think quality is good. No, there is also bad quality. I think we should take a closer look at bad quality. What are the processes from which something is brought forth? And we should work with our critique to bring forth good things in hyphenated commas. Well, the bad thing. Read Luhmann. At times it's fascinating to see. Well, he describes a situation that we can perfectly recognize, in which we are right now. It's not that he cherishes the hobby of a sociologist and that he simply lunges into his letterbox. No, he describes a self-reproductive system. And one needs to say, to what degree can it go? And what is inconsistent in this whole conception? The whole problem of art criticism today is, well, you need to say it with even with an evil sideline. It's a problem also of the current situation of art. It's not that with all the high quantity of products that is abounding everywhere globally, that, well, that so many good and tenable things emerge, what Diderot would entitle with Je m'y perds. I get lost in it. Je m'y perds. I cannot make sense of it. Well, I have to reflect on this. This activates me. It's not always the case. Well, for myself, I prefer music criticism much over art criticism, because critics of musical performances need to listen before they can say anything, unlike other critics. Second, because music is not so open towards this strange way of cultural journalism to which art critique has degenerated in so many formats, or even on television. Well, I can walk into an exhibition and tell you, okay, well, I could say so many things, post-colonial, gender, you name it, and so forth. So you can sign it as if you signed off a report on an adventure, but you do not know what could be seen in this exhibit. So this situation reflects the current state of affairs. We always approach the individual work of art. Critique itself has started moving in theoretical commonplaces, which are not conducive to art itself. That's why I make an appeal to this Unhintergehbarkeit of the individual case, the non-availability and non-disposable character of the individual case.
Hello. I wrote down 2 questions, and before forgetting to ask them, please give me the name of this poem who talked about literature and art. What was his name? That was an artist? I'm sorry, the interpreter does not understand because the person is not using a microphone. It was a Belgian artist who was born in 1921, and in the year 1976 he died here. He was an artist from Belgium who started out as a poet, and in the 1960s I wanted to say it in some more detail. And he was a poet, which is important in this matter. I'm sorry. He started out as a poet and then changed in visual art and said, now I'm visual. And at this point of the production, there was the poem that I used in an exhibition, and his name was Marcel Portas. And when coming back to your presentation, I want to add something. Thank you so much in advance for your answer. If I can find my answer. A quote for Hugo: how can we philosophers and to enter into a discussion as a mode for our task. The churches that tell me in Berlin, we need to speak. Should we speak? In these critical times, we should support what links us together. And for me, it would be an honor to enter into to discussion with you. I think about Hugo. And the whole, all the poets of Victor Hugo that found its way into my library via Hamburg. There is a golden tower in the NRF, and I mentioned the initial quote. I should add something in this house where I'm also very familiar in the visual arts. The section of visual arts tried to open a meeting or to open an exchange about art with, but this didn't work because contemporary literature has a view of visual art that is so far from what the members actually do or what artists today do at all. Until maybe the first century of the 20th century, this was not present at all. There was a lot of cooperation between France and Germany than today, and I think that is very sad, and we also had this experience in this house. But when authors, as you may have seen in the actually book market, when they treat Cézanne and others from Provence that have no idea of contemporary art, not the slightest understanding about it. And that, for me, is also an interesting story that shows that there is a certain link between the arts, especially literature and the visual art. And this link is almost dead at the moment. There is no conversation between these sections. Maybe Eugen Gomorrah, who is also kind of a weird member of the literature section, who says, I am part of the visual art. I'm sorry, I could not hear the speaker. So we pass on to the next question before going into the next panel. Thank you so much for your presentation, but why are you irritated by Newman's system theory? You're not the only one. This process of explaining everything in a big view. There is a friendly irony behind this that says you can be happy that you live in free democratic countries where this is possible. You have this great idea that the individual case is important. Why does anybody do something like this or like that, good or bad? Why can I say something? Newman makes analogies. This is important when we enter into dictatorship. And I would say leave Newman out of the art critique. We do not want to analyze Newman here, but I think that this, when thinking about this little presentation, I read the interview of Luhmann with Wolf-Dieter Huber, and there was one part where Luhmann said, yes, this is the case, but I'm not interested in this. Of course, it's important, the question of rank. He says, yes, it is there, it is present. But for him, this essential question, which is also essential for the artists, because they also review themselves, they review each other, not only in their same style, but when you talk to artists, you notice that they talk about and also acknowledge artists from a different fields. Sometimes they're more critical to those who have close works. They critique each other. The critique does not only come from the outside, but with all this networking, there is still this openness towards those in your own network and to be able to critique those in your own network. And this is something that Luhmann does not talk about. He describes in a very explicit way the mechanisms that, how could you say, that are usus now in the current art public. That is correct. Thank you so much for the questions and the answers, Mr. Kudielka. And thank you also for giving us an impression for the difficulty of translation between the arts, also in the Academy of Arts. What I heard in the preparation of this Congress, on one point the two sections had the same opinion. The individual case lost its importance and something has gone lost. A perspective has been lost. Critique has been lost. And every section participated in to this Congress. Nele Harting, the director of the visual art, nominated 2 artists to create a panel and will present itself. But I would like to present the curators of this panel. Christine Wahl, an author and critic in the Tagesspiegel, Theater Heute. She worked with the Impulse Theater Festival from 2020 to 2022. She worked at Theater der Zeit when Lena Eilers was the editor there. She works on topics, the sound, for example, sound of algorithms, and that also is a bridge for the new topic of Mrs. Eilers. Helene Eilers currently is a professor at a university in Munich. She builds up a new field of studies. We are looking forward to this discussion.
Thank you very much, Kolja, for this nice introduction, and thank you also for the invitation to the Akademie der Künste. Before we start, have we 1.5 hours, or will we be limited to just 1 hour? 90 minutes. Okay, I see you nodding. So, okay, then we'll be. So we have cancelled the lunch break. Dear guests, it's nice to see you in such high numbers. Our topic today is the participatory work of art and the role of the critic. Before presenting our guests, we would like to highlight the matter with a paradigmatic example that we have experienced as critics of theatrical performances. It's just one example, and it unfolded in a theater. Now let's imagine we are sitting in a very small theater, a space that is roughly a third of this room. Here there are 3 chairs on which 3 men are sitting. Otherwise, the stage is empty. The men come from a country in which, politically speaking, there is a lot of problems, especially oppositional, and artists suffer from repression or are even threatened. That's what we were expecting. Actor A starts telling stories. The longer he speaks, the clearer it becomes that political large events will not play any role. On the contrary, private stories will be popping up. Moments in actors A life, something goes wrong. Actor B tells about his personal crisis, and the same is true for actor C. And when have you failed? When have you failed? Please tell us. Don't be afraid. Tell about yourself. After some seconds of shock and awe and embarrassment, some of the audience start reporting. Whoever went as a critic of theater was sitting in the audience would start asking, what is this? Is it just a circle in some esoteric cycle? What is it? Our job is to judge a theatrical performance under aesthetic criteria. The life crisis of the neighbor sitting next to my chair, the rather confusing absence of any form, the healing process that was announced. Is this performance unattainable for any judgment, or are we just unattainable for totally new categories? Well, I myself give it up. And I do not write any critique of this theatrical performance. This theater happening was enacted some years ago. In the meantime, the active participation of the audience has become a standard practice in digitization. They become prosumers. So in this field, so many things have changed. Apart from sharing personal stories, empathy and solidarity have become instrumental, instead representing dramatic conflicts about uncompetitive togetherness. This is not a break. An uncompetitive togetherness. You share your vulnerabilities, free of competition. It's about attentiveness, caring and loving. So if theater is considered a negotiating place for conflicts, this point can be debated once again. Well, it's an interesting event anyway. We critics, will we become pro-tics? Pro means, well, this is somehow telling something. Well, this case in point, well, led us to certain conclusions. Let me wrap it up in 2 minutes. Well, we want to highlight the themes of our panel. Very briefly, let me briefly touch upon it. One thing is clear, the participative piece of art in the theater comes in so many forms. This will be our first point. This variety of forms will be differentiated and will unfold here. We, as theater critics, see as a growing trend is a clear shift towards sharing of value ideas as a common societal practice, as Dorte, Lena, Eilers described a moment ago. As a viewer and also as a critic, you will no longer be called upon as a viewer of an aesthetic event, but more, or probably primarily, you are engulfed in a community of values. So our thesis. This changes the rules of the games for the critic as such, because this affirmative expectation by which art needs to confirm your own values is miles away from the paradigm with which we and all or large swathes of the current generation of critics have grown up, have been socialized. The old scheme, well, art is the otherness, something that provokes you, that irritates you, ideally will inspire you. I remember in the zero ans, in 1 out of 2 critiques, you could read that we were thrown out of our comfort zone by the theatrical performance. Today, however, today's theatrical arts, well, not all of them, but generally speaking, can be described in a nutshell by Bernhard Ulrichs, who was also sitting at this conference in Bonn. He laid it down in his book, Art After the End of Its Autonomy. Ulrich writes, the dialogical, hierarchical interrelation of work of art and recipient that was so typical for the traditional art in the modernity is replaced by a new idea that viewer and producer are on the same side. Ulrich refers to figurative arts, but his diagnosis or his assessment can be taken also as an apt description of the theatrical scene. He describes this shift from the aesthetic to the ethical, from the autonomous art to the post-autonomous art. First, the intellectual or the psychic or emotional provocation to raise your curiosity. That was typical of autonomous, post-autonomous forms of art aim at creating the desire of sharing or of participating. However, if you are invited into a community of values, then this call for interpretation, as it was laid down in tradition, by the way, also during this conference on various panels, well, this will be limited because you may say yes or no to values, but values are self-explanatory. So the question is, does this lead to a narrowing of the pluralism of interpretation that my or our generation of critics has interiorized to a dual, a binary, I agree, I don't agree? So those who don't agree will be ruled out. Will they simply no longer attend these performances while the consumers are merging with the producers, becoming prosumers, and they do not need also an outside, they do not need an audience. Would this mean the end of art criticism? These are, in a nutshell, the questions that motivated us to stage this panel and to discuss with a critic, Hanno Rauterberg, and an artist, Thorsten Michaelsen. Thorsten Michaelsen is part of the media collective Ligna, together with Ole Fram and Michael Hühners. And it is particularly interesting to have you with us because you have embarked on a way that is the other way around. You started with activism and then migrated into art in the Freie Senderkombinat, a radio broadcast, a free independent radio broadcast in Hamburg. You performed independent journalism, and then you set up this performance collective, IGNA. In 2003, you became noticeable with the Radio Ballet. It was a performative work in railway stations where listeners could call in and they had they had to perform certain gestures. You will tell us more about this. You might also mention 2018 Rausch und some studies on the authoritarian character. We are going to talk about this in a moment. 2022, the most recent one, the eggheads and the roundheads, inspired by Bertolt Brecht. Bertolt Brecht is a highly relevant keyword, and because you refer to participatory formats of theater. I'm going to present Hanno Rauterberg. He's an art historian. He's a critic of art and architecture. He, in 1994, was appointed at the University of Hamburg as a doctor. He also attended the Henry Nannen Journalistenschule. He then worked for the Spiegel editors and also as an editor inside. And since 2014, he has been deputy head of department in Die Zeit. He has been dealing with these questions for a long time in a very decided and outspoken manner with the questions of the relation between aesthetics and ethics in art. For example, in his book, The Art and Good Life, about ethics of aesthetics, which was published by Surkamp in 2015. Hanno Rauterberg also introduced the category of post-autonomy, a subject matter that he treated again in 2018. How free is art? Published by Surkamp in a new essay on today's document. Hanno Rauterberg collected so many observations, assumptions, and theses. Assessment Dorte, Lena, Eilers, and I myself would share his views when it comes to theatrical productions. We found this very inspiring when we prepared this panel. For example, the question, why criticism of participatory works of art is so difficult? Thorsten, now you said you are performing participatory art. Can you identify with what we described at the beginning in this strange mixture of things and problems? Or would you rather say it's something totally different, what we understand by participatory art? Well, one of the most important starting points was to create distance, not engulfing the viewers, not what we have seen here. What we do with the audience, we do not want to merge with the audience. So, you mentioned it briefly. We cannot deny it. We come from Brecht, but from the didactic theater of Brecht. They reacted to a historical experience through media interventions, the radio. Well, they concluded that the works of art become emotionally very close. There is a new proximity because you are listening in your living room. So this was a reaction. They reacted with aesthetic practices that then led to this model of the Lehrstück, didactical theatrical performance. They also included a swap of roles, which led to a new spark of hope by distancing, a new playing through. Distance and problematizing became possible once again. So this was a strong role model, a shining example. The audience that can become also an interacting partner. We never demand creativity. Well, we are close to Brecht again. We owe so much gratitude to Brecht. It's about playing through gestures and in combination with the hope that by seeing them reproduced by somebody else in another role, we can probably also gain a new distance. Rausch und Zorn, fury and wrath. It was the primordial scene of fascism with D'Annunzio's occupation of the city of Fiume, Rijeka and this heroic myth that was spun around this, but taking up also other Erich Fromm's study on the authoritarian character. But it's also a localization of our work. Well, you may question it. It's rather something like the idea of creating distance through a certain involvement. Well, it's certainly different from artists, male and female artists that insist on provocation, on immersion, full immersion, that also demand a full narration. We would then interrupt the flow, and we would then interrupt it and go back. So distance with reference to the position of male and female critics, something that needs to be preserved. Keep your distance to the event that is unfolding in front of your eyes. It's the analytical distance. One concept was very much to my liking in another context. Lindbergh's flight, according to Brecht, the absence of pleasure in sharing, even in distance. Genusslosigkeit, absence of pleasure. Mr. Rauterberg, well, listening to you, one could say probably our thesis, Dorte's and my thesis, is somewhat extreme. It's not about immersion based on Brecht's Lehrstück, participatory performances where you have a conscientious exercise of distance. How would you describe this? What's your view on this? You have dealt intensely with so many different forms of participation, and you have also differentiated it in your book of 2015.
Well, this field is very vast. I wanted to, first of all, thank you for being able to participate. And in the first discussions, we found that there are many points that we have in common, and I hope that this will also realize itself in this panel. For me, the notion of participation is a little bit overcome. I don't know if it's used at all. It has been used for 3 decades now, as it was formulated as a hope, the maybe passive, boring, and in order to enter the passive audience into art in their isolated and alienated pieces of art, to make them part of the communication. And this goes beyond collaboration, beyond talking about collaboration or inclusion or immersion. This maybe view on parts of the reception process that are very important, and we have to overcome them. The production of pieces of art has to be participatory, but also not only pieces of art, but also exhibitions. I want to refer to the documents 15, which is not really an exhibition, but a process of becoming. And here the critic will come about and say, is there something? But the correct question here would be, will there be something, and will I be something when looking at the piece of art? So here I am interested in the question, where does this impulse come from? What is the need that is articulated here? Is art here in the development of capitalism? And everybody has to form their own self, of course, in the interplay with others. Or what deficit is the base of this development? You said the notion of participation is not really part of the discourse anymore, but it comes back from the back through digitalization into the field of art. You were talking about the prosements. The thesis here is that the cultural practices have changed through social media and the modularization of offers, and everybody can be an artist, and the audience wants to participate. And if we do not feed the audience with this, the audience will just leave us. So we always have to work together with the dramaturgy department and also marketing. Art has to be participatory, and I would like to add here that even if the term is maybe old, through digitalization it came back. But we have to differentiate the term of participation from the 1990s, where it was a maybe lame, alienated audience that does not know what is good for themselves, and they have to be woken up. They have to be stirred. Art has to have an irritating sense on them. And here participation has to take the task on. And today this is just different. And I noticed that there is a certain topos for good reasons, and it has been overcome. We are talking about self-relying audience, and we are thinking of everybody at the same level. Art is not authoritarian, but without hierarchies, if possible. But what are the good reasons you were talking about? You talked about the good reasons why there was this change. And the second question for Thorsten Michaelsen would be if you see your piece of art as a hierarchical act. That would be the difference here. One of the big reasons is that society changed. Society changed when looking back 30, 40 years, it was different. Of course, that could be a whole other panel, but I just want to talk about Reichert and his singularity thesis. There is a difference between these societies. They have to learn what subjectivity is, maybe still have to, but there is a pluralization of the society. You can take part in society, there are no more gatekeepers, etc., etc. But where does the need for harmonization come from? That is in the back of a lot of movements, and that also is linked to the need of a society that sees itself as maybe at war, and this leads to an art that wants to bring peace, and the question, what links us together? At the Documenta, the motto was "Make art, not war." And we talked about what our shared values are, and not only where the differences are. And this leads to two authors at the beginning of this year. They came up with the idea that there has to be a poet in parliament, literature and art as a tool of power, not only criticism in the distance, but embedding art into society. There we can also notice that separating art from everything else has to be overcome. And the participatory art has a chance, as you already said in the introduction, to get people out of their comfort zone. When thinking back to early participatory art by Frostel, for example, this was in an post-war landscape. It was about distracting and taking yourself out of the everyday life. So participatory, the element was not 100% in this development of harmonization, but let's think about performances by Signa, for example, or groups that try to challenge up until just leaving the performance. Our piece, Rausch and Zorn, also bases on the thought, what am I doing on a content basis? And we also think about our critique here. I have to be the subject in this performance. And for us, it is first and foremost not about a subject play. I do not take the part as an authentic subject, but just play the piece of art. In this play, we have a chamber where you can go back to, and then there you can reflect on literature or be confronted with it, and these are the things that where we want to say that you can treat them in different ways, but they're always a challenge. We are not starting from the idea that we have shared values, and I would like to say that we have to look at different aesthetical strategies and see how they work out. The question, if you took the decision to go in the participatory direction, was this an argument that we do not want to put the piece of art at the stage and preach from above but activate the audience? Or was it the theory of Brecht that said developing the Lehrstück on the stage, going back from distance? And I wanted to go back to the notion of power and hierarchy. We also wanted to always show structures of power with the body or with the situation. We would never, and this would also be naive, we would never use the radio, as in the radio ballet that you already mentioned, as a power-free zone, but it is about looking at how through rooms or orders, how can we put power into bodies. If we had a performance with negative gestures and we had 200, 300 persons who listened to this performance and who put this system of power out of work. We always want to transport this question, but this only works with alternative organizations and communication, and it's only viable for a certain amount of time. We have to ask ourselves the question of power, and this is a political question, and it cannot. And we cannot say that we will have a power-free zone of communication. What I think is a question is, why is the question that art has to be constructive so important? For good reasons. But for me, it seems that this is getting stronger and stronger, and I would be interested in your opinion on this, because you were always talking about the media of radio. Does this have something to do with the new media, the social media, where there are these polemics and this craziness and these new theories there is such a big echo from these social medias, and maybe you get the feelings that we have a lot of this in society and art, and does art have to set a new register here? And we have to see where does a reason play into this. Where can we be reasonable? And if I understand correctly, if I understood the new models correctly, they called it dark forest. When I listened to this presentation, I felt I had to go back to my media practical origins, because of these feedback loops of the social media. These dark forests say that we have to organize ourselves again. In the media movement of the 80s, the 90s, we wanted to build up the free radio, which was a legacy media. We came from the old media, but we wanted to build a political organization that makes new situation possible. But that does not mean that everybody can just do whatever they want. Of course, more freedom is always possible, and do we not need a hierarchy-free organization? And this also played into the social media and fulfilled itself. But on the background that these platforms are capitalist and that these effective media are a model of a market model. And we have to come back from this. At least that is what I understood from the new model. We need an organization that has the production in their hands, because of course this is also about production. Capitalism took away this platform. It is about posting as much as possible. I would like to add to a question that you, Mr. Rauterberg, asked. This longing for harmonization, participation came from another direction. But Mr. Michaelsen, you said that this was a reaction to the polarization of society, going back to harmonization, making friends, not art. This is the buzzword of the documenta. I would be interested in seeing where is the space of a critique of this need for harmonization. Where can we criticize, and what can be criticized? Or do we need criticism? Where would be the space for this? I think that for criticism, this is a good development. I can give another example for this harmonization. We want to heal, we want to repair. There you can notice it in a very constructive way what we want to think art is. If we say part of the critique could be being destructive, there we can achieve more. Where are the needs of society? How can we fulfill these needs? And does this make it possible for a critic like me? What are my criteria? Do I want to follow this movement? Do I want to maybe be the one that is negative in this? Of course, there are new fields of conflict that open up here.
May I turn the question back to you? Yes, I share your experience. What about you, Dorte, as a critic? Well, you try to classify phenomena as you did, for example, by the example of documented in your conclusive texts, where you stated once again what the spirit was from which this came. Why was this form of documenta until those events happened? Why was it accepted in a positive manner? Well, because they have tried to undermine the power of the art market, to think about non-Western forms of art, which would be a reference to our initial description. Well, you may discuss things like Augusto Boal, the theater of the oppressed. There are more and more theatrical forms that interfere with social practices. You may also mention this as a female or a male critic. So I would say idealization of theatrical practices. We are still in a position that we still can write on it. Your argument, Christina, that you mentioned, when it is about communalities of values or value communities, Mr. Rauterberg, you stated this. What is being practiced there is closely interwoven with an existential practice of the artists themselves. Do I criticize the political stance of those artists? When I criticize them, well, I find this difficult in the critical assessment. I do not know whether you share this view. Well, I myself have a rather ambiguous stance towards it. On the one hand, I admire, or I am somehow taken by awe, how many questions have resurfaced that have been quelled for years and years. Who is allowed to speak? Quite obviously, who needs acknowledgement? Why are there so few women in the art market? Why are so few women successful? What is it that the Western world, despite this self-praise, refers only to itself, or has been doing so for a long time? Why have these questions of provenance popped up so late? Where do the objects come from that we admire in the museums? We need to ask ourselves. Yes, of course we have. Well, I feel a sort of embarrassment or shame because I myself and we, being part of this community of artists and critics, believe quite often that we are the avant-garde, we are on the right side of things. Quite often this turned out to be a fallacy. So in so many respects, it appears that art criticism has been much more conservative than one might suppose. The preserving forces are much stronger than you might think. So I welcome this questioning of so many firmly entrenched positions. Whether this leads to the encapsulating of value communities, well, we might run the risk. I think it's rather a transitional phenomenon. Apart from the fact that even in the past we had value communities, for example, the value community of the abstract painters, because you felt a closer link to abstract painters than to figurative painters. So we did see in the past such value communities, but as of now, effectively, we have a new situation, and this is a difficult situation for both male and female critics, that certain critical positions have taken the foreground, that any criticism of artistic forms of expressions is considered to be also a criticism of the values that are expressed in those works of art. So you cannot separate the two things. At times, it is down to the fact the works of art or artists tend to immunize themselves against any criticism, because any criticism leveled against them is considered to be an outrageous attempt or to violate human rights or so. Or let's take climate policies. Anybody criticizing climate politics, well, is criticized as being against fighting the climate change. Any ambiguities are ruled out. Or is it just propaganda? Art degenerating into propaganda? It would be better suited for Instagram accounts or as a poster art on the street. Where are the differences? Well, I think it's interesting because so many things are interwoven, so many different forms of public are interwoven. That's right. But following up on your idea that art may be committed to a certain societal or political purpose in a rather activist or social practice, may be emerged, may be part of a social practice. The toolbox that we have been using so far is no longer relevant. Quite simply. For example, you are committed to justice as a social practice. Then it does not matter whether the way to this end is a good one or an artistic one or a complex one, because the success is the measure of the quality of the work of art. So that would be my assumption. I think this is a rather strange idea to write yeah, purpose fulfilled, but the way towards it didn't look so good all the time. Well, coming back to the documenta, it was not just about well or good intentions that somehow failed as a work of art. No. In the work that Taring Pati, it was about anti-Semite descriptions or depictions. So you might ask, is this art after all, when it's just propaganda for human rights or things like that? You might also criticize individual artistic methods, and you might also criticize them by necessity. This would be certainly one of the remaining tasks of art criticism. You cannot just rest on your laurels and stop working by just saying it's political practice. Because it's not just that, because political practice may use dangerous and risky images. Let me counter this. The trends towards harmonization might come also from digitization. I would say on the internet you find conflicts and war all the time. But another thesis is the bubble formation, algorithmization, the physics of the internet. Lottmann called it like this. When I wander around on the internet, big question for journalists, both female and male. We quite often we talk about playful playing around. Communities are shaped as bubbles. So this forming of value communities is affected on the internet, while the theatrical performance as such is just affirmative. Well, yes, this risk exists in so many respects here, that you confirm or affirm just yourselves distance as a mode of art criticism or assessment of art. No longer is art a way of distancing oneself from oneself as a sort of alienating or art as a mechanism to reaffirm each other mutually. I think the two forms need not exclude each other. Well, autonomy, it's a Western, well, this is the Western ideology of old men. Well, with reference to Taring Padi, well, I would say if the curators, both male and female, had gotten the idea, well, it's not just one-to-one a poster, but look at this not as a poster, political statement, but as a work of art. If they had changed the framing, look at this, that's how we thought back then. It's part of the history of our thought. We not always took a second look. Quite often we were not held accountable for what our picture showed. If you had historicized these pieces of art, then the scandal would have been muted very soon. It would not have led to the scandal and to the removal of this piece of art, something that has not really been digested. It has been a highly traumatizing event for the entire audience and the art community. Taren Party. This example is just an example where one work is confronted in a very classical sense. It's not an immersive social practice. This, well, just to clarify the conceptual frame, it was a fairly traditional work of art. It was very traditional, and therefore, this criticism that was leveled against it, that you may criticize this piece of art with regard to aesthetic criteria. That's clear. But in my approach, it's rather about analyzing art that becomes totally immersed in social practice. But I do not know whether this is right, because the entire project of Taripading was cherishing a participative approach. For example, with school classes should create certain figures. You should learn how can we become active for our works, how can we activate others for our ideas. It was also seen as a teaching lesson, yes, activating, yeah, absolutely, but this specific work of art, well, Mr. Michaelsen's idea was, well, as a critic, you cannot just rest your hands in your lap. What's my job? What else is left to do? No, with your toolbox, you can criticize this work of art. It's a totally different starting point from this totally immersive work of art. To put it rather poignantly as a thesis, we found the following wording: art criticism becomes much more difficult or even impossible. Just to clarify this with greater precision, well, Mr. Rauterberg, you asked the question, how free is art? And you wrote that a formation of consensus should be achieved by eliminating deviating views. This book dates back to some years ago. Well, looking at the more recent developments, it is an effect that has increased, or do we need a more differentiated perspective? You need to differentiate once again. Which part of the art scene are we talking about? Well, there are certain forms of homogenization and certain ideas of what should never occur. Well, I think you can this out there in the open in certain areas. It has to do with a certain Geistfeindlichkeit, animosity to anything spiritual, certain ways of abstraction that we are called upon to perform. Art asks us not to relate everything to oneself. I think this is also a mode of the reception of art which is not totally unthinkable. And in as much as I refer everything to myself and want to be confirmed, well, one thing becomes clear: certain things are considered to be untenable or unbearable. Museums and galleries have started contextualizing everything. Well, contextualizing, that's the big new movement. Well, this hate of spirituality has to do with anti-intellectualism, which has been very strong. Think of the surrealists and their idea that the proper event was happening in dreams, and we should switch off reason. So I hope I do not bore anybody with my continuous reference to the this barn of rice, the agricultural metaphors, the ideas of soil and the compost as the guiding idea. They reactivate such ideas of distancing oneself from anything intellectual. We have huge areas of misunderstanding. For example, this metaphor of soil and the origins. Look at the 20th century. And even the anti-intellectualism of so many reactionaries, reactionary philosophers have promoted this. When we talk about participation and sharing, and when we say, okay, let's get away from this insistence of autonomous artists and art, we want to get rid of hierarchies. Well, you need to take a second look. What's the tradition? What are the footsteps that I'm walking on? Footsteps of anti-intellectualism. What is it? Equality or homogeneity? And as a critic, will we start homogenizing everything? And for me, as a critic, this is quite inspiring. Or let's say it is a valuable question. Mr. Michaelsen, you do work a lot with negative role models. You exercise negative role models in a more or less distancing form. My impression is that this has become a rarer phenomenon. The positive role model, the positive society, has become a more dominant theme in the theater. So people say, we do not want negative events being represented, no conflicts, please, nor do we want to see all the time the problems of society in the applications or even in the publishing or the issuing of grants, let's say. Please submit a draft of a desirable society. What's your take on this? Are you rather a lone runner here? Well, whether I'm a lone runner, well, I dare not pass a judgment on this. I mentioned a few cases of participatory art. They were rather aiming at irritation or alienation. Well, they do exist or uppress. What you mentioned is certainly important. The genesis of what you are doing is quite often based upon certain public funds that are up for grabs and that for which you can submit. So it's a certain attitude of expectations, and you have probably people have probably interiorized this more intimately than you might think. So more societal relevance, positive role models. So this would be a conformity pressure exercised by the government. Yes, yeah, but for example, by state-funded academies or awards. Well, this is one of the facets that invites me to exercise a certain self-reflexivity of the artistic, of the performative area, because not necessarily do you have to legitimize your own action. Not necessarily do you have to use the buzzwords. And there is a certain relevance. You can affirm this, but it's not necessary to do so. So I think it's not impossible to exercise such a practice. In this piece that you mentioned, the round heads and the pointed heads. It's about dealing with Brecht. It's a highly problematic parable about anti-Semitism. But on the other hand, we find it rather exciting to create things that are probably a challenge to the viewer, and you can clarify it afterwards. For us, this is always an important element of the discussion after the performances and after the pieces. And to bring this into the fray. What was the challenge? May I ask you once again? I find this utterly interesting, what you are telling us. It is almost an administrative action. Do you think it's a limitation of your spaces, your artistic spaces?
What I described as the need for applications, this is, of course, limiting us because of the constitutions. We exist, we as groups exist because there is a broad amount of funding that makes it possible to realize projects also over a longer period of time. And we live on the basis of this, and the alternative would be artistic income. This works differently in Germany, and the rhythm in which we live is presumed by the necessity of new societal trends and to see them and to change something here. So insofar, I would say that this is a form of conformity. Also, we also have to take ourselves out of this sometimes, and we have to find a way through this, the streams that we have to follow. I don't know if other people can work differently in this, but the traditional theater maybe gives more room to play, but maybe they are dependent on abonnements. So this is more a art of offers. But does this go along with a different understanding of art, the question of autonomy? This was the incentive here. Of course, one would say for oneself that we would work autonomously on what we were offered, but only in the form of a compromise. This is only possible in the form of a compromise. We can also maybe talk about the work of us as jurors. There is this program, there are these buzzwords, and the work of jurors is in the sense to see there is an application that is very exciting and has no buzzwords, but we still try to fund this application. But of course, this is at least an ambivalent situation. Politics are always talking about the freedom of art, but then are starting these programs. But this brings me to a point where I want to say, as journalists, when working with big media houses, we are also, this also touches upon us, the relevance, the situation of relevance that the classical review, as it was described in the introductory statement, has to give a reason why it is happening at all. The theater critique has to give a reason why they are talking about this and this performance. It's about gender, it's about climate, it's about Ukraine, and this is a reality in media houses that is increasing, which also leads to which is one of the reasons why reviews are declining. Of course, this is always a question of relevance. We try to be very diverse, but still there are still twice as much, thrice as much text that we can publish. So we have to decide which texts to publish. Of course, this plays a role. Of course, there's a definition that relevant should be what is relevant for the public today, and we have to see what art says to this. Of course, in Ukraine we have a war, but we ask the representatives of the Akademie der Künste what they say to this, because we presume that art has a new perspective on this. If this is really relevant, I don't know, but coming back to participation, this has something to do, in my opinion, that a lot of hierarchies, for good reason, are not existent anymore. Not only in visual arts or theater, the time of the great zampanos, the great stars, is over. And this is not a problem for me, but of course, for a long time, we were waiting for the new work of Peter Stein or Basel. We knew these people also beyond our field of work. People knew these artists, and I have the experience, only I'm touching upon one example. There was a big congress and a discussion in Cologne. Every year we had this congress. Every year they wanted to talk about the topic of art. And I said, invite Vito Steil. This could be a great idea. Never heard of him. This was 5 years ago, but maybe you know her today. And this is the other side of the medal of these of this sort of hierarchy. The discussion beyond your own field is getting increasingly difficult. Maybe we should come to an end, because we also want to make it possible for the audience to ask questions. When we are on the institutional layer, there is one last thing we would like to discuss with you: treating critics and critique from the view of institutions or artists. And here we had the impression that there are two trends at the moment: the participation of critic in institution, which means critiques are ordered to write programs or partake in the writing of magazines. This opens up the question to the independence of the press. And the second movement that might be happening at the moment is excluding art from the immersive setting. So we don't need critique from the outside, because we are in an immersive setting and everybody is part of it, and we don't really need a critical distance position, so we can simply get rid of it. Christina, you had an interview at the Berliner Theatertreffen where they thought about getting rid of the critical jury because they are not as independent as they define themselves. These are the two movements. Mr. Rauterberg, you already said, you talked about the embedded journalist who is part of the institution, or the excluded journalist. And I would like to add that with the getting rid of the hierarchies, which I welcome very much. But this also brings up the questioning of classification and criticism. For example, artists they say that with these, for example, dramatic awards, why should it be awarded by a jury of experts? Why are we setting these hierarchies? Why are we hierarchizing our pieces of arts? Why do we not just split these awards between all the artists? And the other question would be, why do we need experts? These questions may redefine the space of critique, but this also goes along with a feeling that the job that we do on these panels to try to define and classify, and this also includes hierarchies. What is new? We have to ask ourselves, what is new? What is innovative? What is innovation? What sets the examples for developments, and what do we have to take into account here? Okay, coming to the first point you mentioned, this is on the basis of an economic basis. New models already showed this last week. We would have to write a lot of articles for The Guardian to have an income to live from. And when I talked about the applications, it is possible to include 2,000 euros for someone who is responsible for correspondence for the work of art. And of course, this is an embedded person that receives something that would be not possible in this precarious style of life. And in the second point, I don't really see the danger, because I think we could just create a new vocabulary to treat participatory art in order to treat them critically. And I can see this happening. The work that we do, we can see that there are night critiques that are neither good nor bad. I also think, I don't have the impression that the critics have the impression that they are not able to say anything. Lambert talked about the participation break that he also hopes for when he is working with art, that he is not forced, and that he can just lean back and look at the art without being a producer. He does not have to produce art. He has so many other tasks. So I can imagine that this development also has a counter development. And with this, the role of critique might also change. Maybe this outsider position will become more important again. And tonight we will talk about the metaverse, and maybe they will also touch upon this topic. I don't know what the metaverse is at all, because it has also been present for a long time. We have to describe the non-binary, where everything in Hamburg, there is a digital museum that is built up, and also another collective that will fill it with the images of their dreams. Everybody should be able to participate and also immerse into this art. And this is funded in Hamburg by Lars Hinrichs, the founder of Xing. So you can see that there are these alliances to try to make the technical word more aesthetic and to work together with art to link the technical word and art, and the individual is the person that flows into the system. And here I think that we try to look at the differences in the end. Where are the differences? Where does something start, and where can I maybe put an end to it again? Maybe the need to just finalize things. And maybe this is also the task of critics, maybe to just to just finalize things. Critics they have to see the differences. And maybe we should start again to see the difference, and also in discussing them with others. And now we are taking a participatory break and ask if there are any questions from the audience. Thank you so much. My name is Klaus Steidl. Yesterday I tried to host the panel to form and context, and I was so impressed how intellectual and orderly this panel was, and I learned a lot. But the strength of the panel showed on the other side a weakness, the intellectualization and the focusing on context and absence of form. You mentioned an example that you also lived through, but I am also a art critique, and in Vienna I visited a participatory artwork. Its name was Us Dogs. It was very plausible, and I have to describe my experience here in order to make my point. It was an immersive artwork in an old building, and the fiction that was developed was that for a long time people have lived there that feel like they are dogs. So a trans-species fiction, which might correspond to a transgender reality. So this is the description, but that doesn't even start to describe what I experienced there. There was a young woman who was a mix of human and dog, and where you have to take the decision if you want to take part and pet her as a dog. But what does that mean for me as Klaus Speidel, who is not only a viewer but a participant? And at another in another room you can you go into an apartment, and one of the persons shits himself, and the owner of the dog does not know how to treat the situation and asks you if you want to maybe wash the dog. And for me this was a weird experience, and also I saw a quality in this immersive theater. This experience I had was in 2016, and it was a very important art experience for me, and one of the most important. And I am a art critique. And the next day I went to the university with my bike, and I asked myself, what are they doing? Of course it was fiction. I had the experience, and I took my decisions, but for me it was important that it was participatory, because I took these decisions, not only the concept. One question would be, what role does experience play in the end?
Beyond the function of commentary, what does it tell you about Germany today? Well, I like talking about the Sigma, it's a group of artists. It has been in existence for a long time. They belong to those groups of participatory artists. It's a sort of participation that involves you, that challenges you. With Sigma, it's normally they construct entire parallel worlds, biotopes, cities most of the times, where you have a secret that you have to explore. You enter into this installation, you are left on your own, you can do whatever you want to. You can take a drink at the bar, but you become the co-author of this work or the author of this work. Because interacting with people, you need to find out what's going on there. For example, why somebody is defecating, or why somebody rests their head in your lap, things like that. It's a type of immersion about which we probably have talked through Ligna. Signa is very much zooming on emotions or experiences and less on intellectual reflection. But I think experience does play a major role in this type of immersive installations. Even with Signa installations, there are people that I find extremely interesting, to which I react very emotionally, and from which I withdraw. Yes, it's an interesting category of performances where you can learn something about yourself in the best of all hypotheses. Immersion, isn't it also something good? Yes, of course, there is something good about immersion. You can become forgetful of the world. This installation by Arne Imhofer impressed me, and also the Faust production in Venice impressed, because it was not aiming at the totality, because it was clear, okay, there are the performing people, actors, and there are the viewers on the other hand, but always as viewers. Yes, they can go along with it and they experience themselves, just for the simple reason because it was so crammed full that you had to interact with the other viewers. I'm part of this crowd. So this being on the fringe in a half immersive experience, I'm looking at myself, this moment of reflection that is always built into this experience. It's not this totality that sucks you into a totality and merges you into something which you are. But you are challenged. And this is the case in so many of these projects of participation and immersion. I'm totally d'accord. This is again a plea for Brecht. Nikita Davan, quite interestingly, she mentioned him and she quoted him as the worst artist, because the paradoxal is not played out to the extreme. Even with Signa, you remain always yourself. It's not necessary to, but please, by the way, I'm an actor by profession. This fiction does not work out. The fiction is always the fiction of a full immersion. Yes, there is something like a quest. You have to find out something, but living in this story world, not to follow the story, but you become immersed in a story world, something that so many people appreciate when they watch these TV series. It's not, well, I don't like it if this aesthetics of, watch out, this is just theater. Don't take it seriously. I think I find this more attractive than just creating this community of Hundchen, so a strange creature, mixture between dog and man. First, I need to present myself so that you know from which part. Alina Reiter. I'm a film critic. I live in Germany. I come from Latvia, but I work for both countries in both languages. It was my pleasure to participate also in the section of film criticism. What I wanted to point out, what I, from my viewpoint, are observing increasingly. You mentioned this about the inner contradictions, the paradoxical nature to which you are exposed as a critic, especially at times of post-autonomous art. Well, this is not only a matter of the history of art, the perception of a work of art, or how you perceive it, but also geographically. In a situation, it's always a geographical situation, although it is quite often said that value judgments are immanent. There is a certain contradiction. What I see this day in, day out, very much to the liking of Ms. Wahl. I may report on what I have been seeing, Theresa. From Hermannstadt in Latvia, there was a piece produced. It is called Postscriptum, a solo production, a solo show by Czoplana Kormatova. You know her in Germany as the love interest in character Goodbye Lenin by Daniel Brühl. She was one of the most famous Russian actresses. On the 24th of February, she escaped, or they moved to Latvia. Aus Hermanns was registered in her theater in summertime. This piece premiered where she is on stage 2 hours. I haven't seen it, but on Monday, Czoplana Kormatova received the Latvian Theatre Award as the best Latvian actress of the year. And the judgment of the jury was unanimous. But it triggered an enormous outcry amidst the young generation of theater critics. And 3 years ago, there was a review of Postscriptum that was very positive. Hermannstadt, what Chaplova does on the page, it is shared dynamically on Facebook. Look, the true German film critics have recognized that this is such a great piece of theater, and what Choplanova carries out is grandiose. But the interesting thing is that the author of the review is a very famous Russian film critic who has moved to Berlin. So you see how contradictory these trends are. Even a geographical situation in certain geographical contexts. So, as Mr. Rauterberg put it, there are so many questions where I am loath to give a black and or white or yes or no answer. May I now interfere? There are 2 questions and about 3 minutes. Please be brief. I saw Mr. Gard. Thank you. I found this conversation extremely inspiring. This correspondence, the review, is it the type of art criticism. There is a notorious reproach to the language of art criticism. Mr. Kudielka resonated with this, of a certain vagueness, obscurantism, and difficulty, unattainability. Will I say something about gender and postcolonialism? Important, relevant. You said also exciting. These are commonplaces. This is art speak, as they say in English. It's bound to contemporary art, but today we have also descriptions of exhibitions about Dutch painting in the 17th, 18th century. Never would they level this reproach against this. It's always against documenta-like art. This allegation, why is it? We have two forms of text. Is it the art that requires such a strange wording, or are there social reasons? Well, the allegation is always it's dark, it's not understandable, it's pretentious, it's like participatory. Any participative art, this Lumbung concept at the documenta, this open, let's talk to each other, we are sitting together. Wouldn't that not require also a more open language, a more communicative language? Am I right? Or am I not right? So it's about the interrelation between the language of art and the language in which you describe art. Why is it that again and again this allegation is leveled against the discourse of contemporary art? Or wouldn't it be something like a new language that would be required for participatory works of art? That's my question. Thank you so much for your discussion. I find it inspiring in many reasons. Well, saying no is the beginning of speech. Just participating, just become smooth and cozy. It's the fear of losing identity. Your example of Ligna, I would say it's a violation of the inviolability of the arts. I prefer the plural, the arts, rather than art. What would, for example, caregivers say about this, or caring personnel or nurses, or also animal guardians? Or you fall back into the outdated friend, enemy, antagonism. Let's take documenta rice barn and a bowl of rice. However, the field of rice is not the soil on which our conflicts are fought out, but it's the asphalt of the streets. It's our generation. Who does it belong to, asphalt? Is it correct that for 30 or 40 years, why is it always the right of the car drivers? Why don't we allocate streets primarily to pedestrians? Why don't we run a higher risk? That's democracy. It becomes more difficult with the caricatures, Tangalua. 50 years ago, I went to Bangladesh, Thailand. There were comics in Hindi, Bengali, all over the place. Who was depicted? The fat British capitalist, the Prussian military, the greedy Jew, the fat missionary, and all those caricatural figures are very popular in all of Asia. These are ancient things that they bring. People should have treated. These are the old enemies. Things become only exciting with the caricatures of Muhammad. One statement on the correspondence. This was rather a statement, thank you. It was not a question. But there were also concrete questions on the language of criticism and also the language of the work of art. Well, I would suggest, well, you may add something on with one statement or so. It's always also linked to the fact that in contemporary art and in talking about contemporary art, that the reporting
for economical reasons and for vested interests. Figurative art and theater is quite often hinged upon questions of relevance. It's no longer taken for granted in all media. In my view, this is closely linked to the fact that you use this language to legitimize yourself, and also with the development of the arts. The arts themselves are not exempt from societal general questions. This is a movement that has taken place for decades. The interesting thing is, do you need a different language? In our preparatory talk, we considered, well, you would end up with participative formats with a report on experiences, what I have experienced, reports, things that I have witnessed. So you are miles away from a true criticism. You somehow need to close this gap. Like in Signa, well, I need to describe my experiences. But what is the implication? What comes out of it? I would share this view. We have rather seen a secularization of art criticism and the mystical eulogy of art that dates back to the Renaissance. Well, it does still exist when it comes to selling art, but I can talk about myself this aspiration to a common language, understandable language, living texts, well, is a common purpose. Things that have been brought up again and again. I wouldn't say that this holds true. I would say there has been something like a progress. Is it safe to say? Okay, but you must never lose negativity. You must never let go of political discussions. You must continue them. Thank you so much to our panelists and the great discussion. We have agreed with the moderator. We will be back 2:15. Please be back at 2:15. You may grab a bowl of soup or something like it. May do so.
So, wir können starten. Ich freue mich sehr.
Okay, let us begin again. I'm so happy to welcome you all to our next panel, Snackability, Deep Reading End. We have a little change because we have to find a new vocabulary. This is one of the questions that this panel will talk about. In this changed world of critique, where are the new expectations to easy consumability and language as in language play? Ulrike Draesner is a polyglottal person between all the different genres. She is an author, as in a review has read. She poeticizes the world. She is very humorous and has a broad spectrum of topics. I want to talk about her book published in 2021. Since 2019, she is a member and she brought this panel into life. Mara Delius, she wanted to be here today, but her child unfortunately fell sick and she cannot be here. She is poet, critic, and we have here Berit Glanz. She is a poet and a translator, and she is also active on 55books.de, a blog on the internet. It is an alternative to the feuilleton. Linn Penelope Micklitz is author and also director of the German Literature Institute in Leipzig, and she works for the city magazine Kreuzer, also with a podcast. And we also have here with us Jutta-Müller Tamm. She is a literature scientist at the Free University of Berlin. She didn't only study German, but also philosophy and film media science. For 5 years now, she has been working in a research laboratory, working on treating art beyond criticism. We are looking forward to your discussion. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so happy that we are here together today, and we will be talking about the possibilities of criticism in the treating language. Criticism itself is language and is also written in language. I think that criticism builds up rooms. It doesn't only open them, it builds them by talking about literature and criticism. And I want to start by building up a little room. I will lose a few words before the panelists will speak. The old Greek word of criticism has two meanings. Criticism is giving your criticism, finding something good or bad, but you can also understand it as interpreting, explaining, contextualizing. And that this is the first tension that is inherent to the word criticism. And there is a second one. In 1995, I published my first book, and the world of literary critique was very simple. I publish a book, and afterwards I shut up. Then the others talk. So there was a clear direction. I can't really talk back. I can't defend myself. The worst case I can remember, a critique reviewed my novel. She liked the first part of the novel and then didn't understand why in the second half the people are, all the characters are all in South America, and I said I don't understand either because they are not. So the critic paired my first half of the novel with another one, with the second half of another novel. Today, the position for the authors and the critics and also the audience changed. And my first thesis would be criticism in crisis. I don't know, critique. Authors talk back on all different kinds of channels. They have the possibility, and in the middle we have criticism, and it was split up in different channels and formats. And in the third position we have the audience. The audience also takes their part in criticism, and they can read in the public. Of course, the authors and the public can enter into discussion on different levels. This is the second tension, I would say. And the third one, I would say, is the language of criticism. We have talked about a lot of different forms of criticism, but there is a change in the media between the art form and its criticism. But in literature, this is different. But I am not sure if this is positive. Today, we want to talk about changes in function of the public, institution, society, different changed roles and hospitality and reading, and also the possible future possibilities for criticism. When entering into contact as a human with a book, if this also includes to reflect on your own standpoint, I think this is a great opportunity to ask the panelists to present themselves with a short statement. We will start with Berit Glanz, then Linn Penelope, and then Jutta Tamm. Thank you so much, and a warm welcome to the three of you. Okay, I will start speaking now. I have the light here is very bright and I can't really read, so I will speak freely. I found out something peculiar about myself. When I read books and they describe facial features, I mimic these features. This is a problem when you're reading on public transport because you look funny. But what I like about it is that I found out that I'm not the only person. Because on TikTok, this is a kind of trend. If you were on TikTok and if you look at a lot of videos that are about literature, you will probably come about you will find a genre of videos who do this. I will describe one video. One woman sits there, reads a book, and then mimics these facial features. For example, if somebody smiles, she also smiles. And while doing this, you see that these are tropes that are weird and they don't really work in the real world, because a lot of these facial features described in literature don't work in the real world. So you can see language here is a cliché. So this is a sort of critique. And this is this happens a lot on TikTok with genre literature, so science fiction or youth literature. But why am I telling you this when this panel is about the future of critique? Well, more than 80% of Germans use the internet for almost 3 hours per day. And the younger the generation gets, we have very high numbers of users of social media. Between the 15 and 20-year-olds, they look at a lot of, they watch a lot of videos, not only Amazon Prime or Disney Plus, but Instagram and TikTok. So for those who are younger than 30, we have the social media in their daily life. The older the people get, the less important social media gets. They are also, when criticizing texts, we have to look into social media because they are also looking at these literature texts. And these platforms have a very productive environment for this literature criticism. On TikTok, one genre of videos that are treating romance tropes have 115 million views. So this is a very lively discourse, very international, and they work a lot with parodies. For example, mimicking the facial features of the characters in the novels. So the public figure changed, and in the social media we have active consummation. So we already heard the term prosumers taking part in what you consume. Of course, I look a lot at literature and a lot of novels or texts, but also authors are being developed into memes. There are a lot of memes about the bug from Kafka. So we analyze art in a lot of different forms that are also critical, and we have different groups with their own values and their own criteria, and these criteria are treated on social media. Okay, this is what I will start with. I look at social media and how social media treats literature and texts. And now I will say what, in my opinion, professional critique could be for people who are on social media. And I think it is contextualization. By contextualizing you can be an intermediate between the different genres. But in order to do so, critique has to get social media involved, but also get used to the codes on social media. They are parodies, they are memes, they are content analysis in images. So you have to work with these codes and then maybe use them as critique. And this is my viewpoint. A warm welcome also from my side. I will tell you the truth. I am 30, female, have always been reading novels, but no classics. I'm more melancholic than intelligent, but I know the right codes. I didn't study literature. There is nothing that I love more than reading. I have always the fear not to confirm with the texts. Without the post-criticism, one like me could not be considered a literature critique. The best thing that could happen to a text is criticism, but text is not criticism. But if I say that criticism is the best that could happen for a text, I do not mean it's the best for the author, but or maybe it's the other way around. The text is the best thing that could happen to the critique, or at least that's what it feels like when reading. So putting the text into question is treating the text. I would rather think that the stories have always been there and that they have always been in language and that they're just cut out of the material of the language. In the end, there is always the question of the Abraum. Where did it go? How was it removed? I cannot give the answer to this in 280 words or memes. I do not have social media. I talk about literature, not by myself, but this, the swarm intelligence can give the answer. Reading books more than once over the years shows me how they changed me. Literature criticism is in crisis. This does not mean anything else but that it is still alive. Something that is alive changes and is changed. And a tweet can also include a deep reading. Virginia Woolf said, "It is not about changing others."
You feel overwhelmed as a reader, listening, being silent when the text speaks to you. And I'm leaning out of my comfort zone. The text is a gift, and the classical form of literary criticism is saying thank you to this. In the Zeit, Isabelle, who never subjected themselves to the writing process, who never knuckled down to sharpen his or her words, should not act as a critic. Or in other words, you need to write about things that others have written. Distrust and dejection is something different from hate comments. What can you do? Losing your fear of the judgment and leaving the literature as untouched as the judgment. Hello, everybody. Also from my part, I represent the part of literary studies. I have never written any review of any book, nor have I published anything apart from academic writing. But I think this is not the point here. And I'm doing what literary studies do, because in cases of doubt, we take a tertiary position. So we bend over texts that others have written over other texts. So I bend over others bending over text. What I heard just from Glanz was very surprising for me. I know this is a reaction video. I also know this in the way that somebody is recording themselves while they are watching another rather loathsome video. We have a number of such reaction videos where people try to capture their reaction of repugnance or shock. If you bring this together with the question, is that literary criticism, or what would it be? Would it be something like criticism of the work of art? Well, this is a first starting point for this huge topic. What's the effect of social media on criticism? Your statement. I think this was an Ines Rink quote. No, that was coined by myself. being silent when the text speaks to you. I think this is a counter model to the previous attitude to be able to react directly from a gut feeling, filming oneself all the time without further processing, dumping it anywhere. That would be, in cases of doubt, the model of social media. Well, of course, what's opening up here is the entire field of the serious criticism, so to speak. I would be interested to learn from you. How do you localize yourselves in this field, which is an enormous range of phenomena? Let me please interfere before moderate weiter. I would like Jutta. Okay. Literary studies in view of literary criticism. Well, you can disentangle this in various ways. One thing is in the realm of researching literary criticism and researching canons. What are the standards or the yardsticks by which literary products are judged, how a canon is generated, how it is given down, handed down, and how is it changed? This is one part. What is the relationship of literary studies towards literary criticism? Well, here we have a relatively small, while still increasing field of literary studies. Literary studies is still dominantly informed by historical perspectives, but to what degree is literary studies an active participant in a literary field? To what degree has it a determining role or co-determining role in what is in and out? What is the discursive power of literary studies? What is the discursive power of the cultural pages of newspapers? Well, when it is about contemporary literary studies, these two fields are very close to each other. Leaving apart the question, what is the stance of literary studies towards literary judgments or ranking? Well, I do so by selecting the subject matters. But what is the ranking or the position of this? And without falling prey to the illusion that literary studies are free of values, we would still say there are different roles. The direct judgment is not a thing envisaged in literary studies. While in criticism, this is certainly a standard practice. I try to combine this and to play it back to Berit. You mentioned a very important point that has also reverberated in your statements. Selection is always an implicit ranking. Not necessarily will I have to reveal my criteria, but I will start here. I react to something that appeals to me or seems relevant to me under certain aspects. Now, what I'm driving at is denoted by a term used by Berit, professional criticism. There is a variety of criticism that have shown through these statements, these reaction, smiling on TikTok. Is that professional criticism or is it prosuming? It's just fun. I'm doing this for fun. I'm producing a parody. I'm talking to somebody else. Yeah. Here we see the formation of your genres. What would be my proper question is, where do you take your authority from? What belongs to the current understanding? If I take the entire huge area of talking and discourse about literature, well, I would drop this. Well, these are not reaction videos because they do not happen during the act of reading. They are quite diligently curated. These are not, although I find reaction videos utterly interesting because you can learn so much about affect or instantaneous emotions, but I feel tempted to say professional criticism happens wherever you are paid for it, because money gives you the freedom to delve into the inner workings of any subject matter. But here it becomes interesting, because this form of social media criticism is quite successful through Patreons and crowdfunding, because people receive money for the way in which they deal with these subjects. So I would say this is professional criticism too. Anything that gives you an economic reward, and it becomes professional because they earn their living. But then this division would no longer hold, because professional criticism would not only happen in print media but also in social media. Interesting. So you are saying professional criticism requires time. Do you share this view, Linn? What this so Water and Bread, a podcast for critical, for literary basic needs. Do you earn money with it? No, I don't. I find this a very exciting aspect. I thought of the fees for literary criticism. Somebody who has a good run through Patreon, would earn more. Nonetheless, it's the thing I do to earn a living. I find this interesting. When we talk about government funding, this podcast eats up much time to prepare it, to read it, because although it is a discussion, it is prepared, it is made up, it is scripted, what's going to happen. And we do have funding for such projects, even good funding. You need to submit an application. I think this belongs to this factor of time. You also need a certain expertise. If you do not know where the public funds are available that do exist in literary promotion schemes, and at times they are not even depleted. So these are barriers. These barriers may be opened, but only under certain quid pro quos, know-how or expertise. Where do I get money from to buy time? What about the know-how concerning the subject matter, literature, or contextualization that you mentioned? Where does it come from? This would also be a part of professionalism? Well, let me state this clearly. It has always happened as a sort of autonomously autodidactic. I did not study literature, I studied philosophy. Anybody who does not know what to do on earth studies philosophy. It does not mean anything. I studied literary writing or creative writing at the Literaturinstitut. My feeling was always I have too little knowledge to become a professional critic. So I had to catch up. I had to become acquainted with all this to make up the lost time. Yes, of course, you may specialize right away from the start according to what you are considering as a literary critic. And this is certainly the expulsion from paradise. You can never... There is such a plethora of literature, you can never read everything. With a certain specialization, you can reach a degree of expertise on a small field or on a large field, although you do not have a classical formation or training. Berit, how did you call it? Romance fiction. Romance tropes. Tropes that happen in certain romantic stories. Romance is a genre, but also intermediate, the new adult and all those things. There are people who simply do not have any background in literary studies, but they have read all those books very diligently. So it's a sort of expertise that can be gained through various channels. We have touched upon huge forces: economics, finance, the economics of time, the various sources of knowledgeability. After this discussion about the way in which books are read, how can I approach such a book or such a text? Let's take the book. So I'm in front of the book. I remember very well when I started out as an author, well, there was a culture of suspicion. This is also an allegation of post-criticism against criticism. As author, you were always unable, and you always had to be taught the right thing. You were subjected to lessons. I saw it with colleagues. The critics always accuse you of doing anything but writing. I talked with a critic talking to Antje Ravitsch. You had here a grant for America. Of course, you have written a novel about America. And she replied, yes, I had this project. I wanted to write a novel that is set in America. That's why I applied for this grant in the first place. So, but the critic had not even come by this idea. So it's a general lingering doubt and suspicion, a culture of enthusiasm, of reading from a different attitude opposed to it. Post-criticism, I'm looking over to Jutta because I have detected something in the philological laboratory that you are running at the Freie Universität, the idea of a poetic critique or criticism, a poetic critic, because I've been told on behalf of the literature and some poets do reflect on this. Poetry contains also elements of its own criticism. That's the genuinely romantic idea. During the birth of literary studies or literary criticism, that the idea was that poetry can be criticized only by other poetry and poetry. What is called poetic criticism? Well, I cannot tell you consistently what it is. I can only tell you what the idea of this project has been or is. So to collect voices that lead to an undoing of all the routines that we have fallen prey to in literary studies, certain reflexes. Yes, of course, having been trained as a scholar of literary studies, yes, you become acquainted with a number of concepts and terminology. But you want to look behind this mirror, behind this screen or frame of those terms and the terminology that you have painstakingly acquired. This is catching up or picking up on something that has been debated, what you call post-criticism, or a certain animosity against those cultures of doubt, so that you always want to unveil the truth. You need to break down the facade. And these are the misogynist, the racist authors, the politically incorrect positions that are always unveiled behind the literary facade. But it can also be a final farewell to criticism altogether. So we have seen a new awareness in dealing with the toolbox of criticism and also with the approach of literary studies. Whether you would then also propagate enthusiasm, Well, it's not possible to end up with what Emil Steiger called said, to understand or to encompass what we are encompassed by. We are collecting, we are tottering along our way, we observe things, and the claim is to unravel certain mechanisms. I like this de-routinization, elimination, and Emil Steiger, a reference to this scholar of German literature. We have this pendulum swinging back and forth, oscillating between the various speakers' positions. I want to go back to that what Berit stated very graphically in her statement, because this type of reaction to literature, be it criticism or whatever, or no matter how you call it, but dealing with literature. The special thing about the network or the internet is that you have a translation of linguistic terms, so images or memes or icons, whatever I want. The reduplication of language by language can be eliminated. That can be also a liberatory moment. That would be my question to you. Let me prop it up by one example. What is the language that criticism can speak? What do you notice in the field in which you work professionally? Because I think one thing has become clear: the media that are used and the format, a long or short story or whatever, can be also a co-determining factor. From my life as an author, the reception of my roman Spiele, that was published in 2005, and it deals with the backgrounds of the terroristic attack on the Olympic Games in 1972. There was a strong reception in the language-bound reviews, and also on television. If you compare the two forms, you wouldn't think that it is the same book that they are talking about, because on television it was also always about the televised aspect. We had discussions, talks, days in, days out. I had brought up this subject as one of the forerunners. It was about the accompanying characters, a love story that ended in failure, that triggered the research, if you wish to say so. I met with one of the critics and I asked him why he had eliminated the entire historic dimension of the book, and he looked at me with surprise, as if I had asked an idiotic question. He said, "Ulrike, you know how much I earn for this review, 125 euros. I cannot read your 500-page novel and then research into what you have been writing about." So the media and the economic conditions were determining factors for which work could be classified and could be assessed under what formats, forms and content. My question to you is, how do you deal with that conundrum? What type of language are you looking for? What language can you use if you do not want to remain silent where the book is talking to you?
My answer is short, so I will start maybe, and then Berit can maybe talk about it a little more. For me, the podcast that I am doing since April is, and I felt very modern with this until I noticed that I have no idea what is possible. And writing about literature and speaking about literature, they are tasks that I am able to do. I am able to do this, while I notice that translation I cannot translate, and I think that is very personal. I am not spontaneous, so when I am on social media, that doesn't work. We don't believe it when we see you here. This is why the people are laughing in the audience. But I think that if I am well prepared, I can talk about certain contents. But being on point and being funny, I mean, I don't have a problem with this, but that is just not my cup of tea, and that is why I don't really know how this translation process that I think is very exciting and very important. Um, I I just cannot do it. I'm not capable of it. So I I like doing where I can doing something where I can show what I can do. So this was very quick-witted and fast and funny. So, but I am an author actually. The pixel tensor, and I think it is very interesting what I experience because I have been a literary scholar before. A lot of authors recite their books during readings like a non-fiction novel, and you are then questioned according to a certain topic. I think this has changed in the last 1 or 2 decades. There were more and more questions concerning language and also how to write a book. This is a tendency also in literature criticism to put books in bigger contexts and also to see them in the times they are written in. That is not a critique, but more of a tendency. And I think that on the one hand, the reason is that style criticism is very difficult and it's also a tool of power because it can be intransparent. I noticed that when I read books, people don't show the styles on examples because there is not a lot of good criticism of style, and I feel like the critique of sentences is very good for the discussions on social media, but this is a good space to maybe think about one sentence. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it a cliche? Does the image work? Because it's very short and interactive and you can discuss it. And I don't see a lot of that in literature criticism. I don't know if I think that's bad or just a statement. The old close reading style criticism is something else, is not the same as deep reading. And I developed new feelings, deep readings. What can you say about this? The same phenomenon that I can see, I would maybe frame it a little differently and say that there is a strong tendency towards topics. And in the end, this is a tendency to content or genres. They are more and more important, not only as genres and their fans, but also because people are looking for a certain topic and books are sold by saying this book is about migration or gender questions. So this type of labeling becomes more and more important, and also in the conventional, traditional literature critique. But I would say that this is an effect of social media critique and also the lay reviews that are labeled by concentrating on content, and also they are more emotional and more strict. They are conducted by also reading communities, for example, and they put more importance on the topic of a book, and books are read in a more referential way. The books are seen in the reality that they are in. There are different criteria, the realistic criteria and the aesthetic criteria, but the pendulum at the moment goes in the direction of the value of the book. What can I find out about reality in the book? So I would find a link here, and I think this is a common tendency, but in my opinion, comes from a pluralization of critique. But I think we can also find this in professional literary criticism. I would like to add another aspect that you have already been talking about from the perspective of an author. You become an expert of a topic, and this expert is also, you are an expert of the topic and then asked about the topic in the real world. I think that social media is not the only explanation here, but the bigger media construction where fake news play a huge role, and also the source of news or elements of texts, images are not always very well traceable. So here we have the tendency to the defictionalization and a politicization. The debate puts a lot of value on what is said. What would be my position if I would critique a book that that a person with a migration background wrote? I think it is important to look at this situation in order to talk about this. I want to ask a last question because we don't have a lot of time. I would like to ask you for a short but visionary answer, and then we would like to ask the audience to partake in our discussion. In your eyes, how does the literature critique of your dreams look like in 5-10 years? What would you like to work on more? How would it look like? I know what I want to say, and I think the best opportunity are discussions like these, but also hosting, because as a person who is writing, I think it is incredible to talk to other authors about what they are writing about. And the second thing that I'm thinking about, if I could wish for something, it would be to network everything what has been said about a book, so I can see everything, every tweet, every meme, every review that has been published about a book, that I can see them. Perlentaucher tries to do this, but I mean a real interactive map where every forms of literature review, maybe even a video of a reading where they have been discussing the book. You have to look at everything when you're dealing with literature critique. Thank you so much. This is a great idea that I will keep in my head. The map, there has been the map of poetics. But there was a project like this. Jutta, can you maybe give your answer? What do I wish for? Doing what I do, talking about literature with my students, but also when looking at literature, my wish would be not only wanting to consume what you know, but also the things you do not know, something new. That is what I wish for. And I think that at the moment, this is maybe lacking. Berit, at the moment, I would wish for a tradition in Germany, the culture writing, like as you can find it in the USA, maybe technical feuilletons. But here in Germany, or in the German-speaking countries, we do not have this. And there aren't a lot of formats where you can talk excessively about a topic. I like reading review essays because I think it is interesting if a book is contextualized on a bigger spectrum, going beyond what the print media can offer. But the problem here is this costs a lot of time to write these reviews, and the time to write these reviews has been devalued. Okay, thank you so much to you all. At the moment, I will open up the panel to questions, comments, visions from the audience. You don't have to have visions, but I mean, if you have them. There is a question in the audience. Thank you so much for this great talk. My name is Miriam C. I am a literary critique, but I fired up some tweets about this discussion, so I am in between of Linn and Berit. I would like to talk about the question from the beginning. Berit, you talked about the style communities on the internet that have their own value criteria for their type of literature. My question would be, how do you deal with this criticism? Linn, you said somebody has to read everything. No, you said you can't read everything. And my question is for criticism. If I know I am in a style community, do I read everything, or do I stay in my own community? I don't have the answer to the question. What would be the reaction to the fact that there are other communities that have different values than I do? Berit, I think it is very interesting because on Goodreads I follow the lay reviews, so what readers write about young adult fiction, and I didn't even read these books, but they are very emotional, and there is a lot of potential for conflict, and I think it's funny how they fight in a passionate way that I would hope for in different areas. So I read these criteria in a community that is not mine, and I think it is very helpful if you do that as a professional critic. Just look at your own way of criticizing and then compare it to other communities, and maybe you can see that your standard is not the gold standard. And at the moment on Goodreads, there are heated discussions that maybe split the internet. I would like to add that there has to be a room for the room to make criticism transparent for readers. If I don't know how much criticism there is, I might ask myself why in one medium this is discussed and in the other one another thing is discussed. There are so many descriptions of facial features, and I have to know what is the goal. And on your map, I would like to know how the people, what the relationships between the people are, because that is the dark secret behind reviews. How often have you had a coffee or a beer with the person that wrote this book, or are you maybe dependent on each other? And that's also questions that have to be answered. And here we are talking about the implicit power structures in literature criticism. But there was another question. You earlier said that maybe an author says, why didn't you research the historic dimension? I only have 150 euros for this. I don't have time for this. But there is a science on this, pronolecture. That has been researched, but for natural sciences. There is a phenomenon that I want to look at, and he goes into his laboratory and he won't leave his laboratory until he found the answer to the problem. But what machines, what devices did he have? What is the research landscape around him? How many personnel does he have? How much time? But if you take these factors into account, take these into account, it is very important what the prestige is of the research project. I don't want to show the dirty side, which massively decides the outcome. If the author says, why didn't you do the research? We don't really think about it. Thank you for your comment. I think there is another question. It's a very short question, please, because the coffee break will get shorter and shorter. I will say something positive for the side of literature. If I get only 150 euros, I will not do the work in a good way. But we also have to talk about ethics. We sometimes stay in the theater for 6 to 8 hours and only get this and that amount for it. But we have a professional ethics standard. I would be embarrassed to write a text and publish it where I couldn't do my research. But these are very difficult. This is a difficult relationship. But I think we have to find a different solution here. The fault, of course, is here in part from the critic. The critic has a fault, but also the situation is at fault here. The media houses, the institutions have to play a role, and I would like to have had a representative from the media. That would have been interesting. But they do not like to to take part in these panels. But I want to agree, this is not about the fault of the critics, but what Berit already said twice, the devaluation of the work of human sciences. What do we want to pay for this, and how much time do we want to put into this? You said it, and we said it on the panel. We are we put so much time into this, but we get not paid for it. But I think it is very nice that we talked about this again. I would like to thank the three of you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your questions. And I would like to start the coffee break with this.
Und dann bitte möglichst wieder pünktlich.
And I would like to ask you to come back on time at 3:30. We will start at 3:30 with the next panel.
So, willkommen zurück an Tag 6 von
Welcome back
Die
to
Zukunft
the
der
6th day of the future of critique. And everyone who is still outside getting a cup of coffee, I would please like to come back. And I would also like to say hello to everyone watching us in the live stream. And especially for you, I would like to tell you that we've got some changed times. As updated on the website, the feedback for the entire Congress of New Models will start at 5:30, and the panel, Where is the Public Sphere in the Metaverse, will start at 6 p.m., not as initially said at 8. The panel just now had the title Poetry, Deep Reading, Snackability. And we had both poetry and deep reading, and it was also very snackable and very specific. And it shared a lot of topics with other panels that dealt with theatre and literature and visual arts. And they saw a loss of distance and common ground, and also the politicization and use of artistic forms that are more and more boiled down to their discursive use, which is why I would now like to announce a panel dealing with historical ways of writing, so that is looking back to history, and we'll look at which models of writing about art must not be forgotten. The panel was instigated by Professor for Art History at the University of La Fama in Nuremberg, where she's leading the Graduate College for Literature Critique. Beate Söntgen, that is. She worked also with Angela Lammert and the department at the university, the Humboldt University, and they worked on the archive that you can see outside, the archive of different critiques of the Akademie der Künste. And Beate Söntgen, together with Ms. Voss, who was a host yesterday, also published a reader which is trying to do something similar to this panel, which is trying to gather different ways of writing about the arts from different generations and centuries or decades. And I'm very much looking forward to this panel. Hello. I would like to welcome you to this panel, and I'm delighted to be able to talk to you today. And the four of us would like to read our statement from the lectern, so just do not surprise. Unfortunately, we also have to announce a loss, which was also a bit of a win. Isabelle Graff, unfortunately, wasn't able to join us today. But I'm happy that we were able to get Isabelle Mehl, and thank you very much for joining us so spontaneously. Before I'll introduce the participants for our panel, or at our panel, I would like to give some introductory remarks to give you some background information on this topic. Very often it seems to be clear what people mean when they talk about critique, but even on this Congress alone, there has been a lot of rejection with regard to definition of critique marked by the Enlightenment, so a form of critique that is based on rational argumentation and generalization in order to end up at just a partial part. So it is also sometimes used as a hegemonial practice, especially from the side of feminism and decolonization. There are different kinds of proposals with regard to how critique can be understood differently, but how it can also be articulated differently through different types of presenting and writing. This understanding, critique means less judging, and it means more differentiating and trying to take into consideration different perspectives. Or it can also be a room of resonance and amplifying the artistic space through language. And in the previous panel, we've already heard a lot about that. Dorte has also mentioned or highlighted another aspect, and that is the creative potential of the critical act. Now, that doesn't mean that you forget get suffering and injustice and pain. So basically situations that led to criticism. Bernadotte, however, highlights positive models of a way of living in critique. The arts have been doing that for a long time, but also critical ways of writing also have this kind of potential. Ways of writing that are very different from the traditional forms of critique. Now, my question of the ways of writing is based on debates with the Graduate College of Cultures of Critique. And I would like to thank all of the members of that college for the enlightening discussions that are the basis for this panel. This panel is the continuation of a workshop on art criticism, which Julia Voss and I led at the University of Leuphana in Lüneburg. And the results were published in a reader called Why Art Criticism. Kolja already mentioned that reader. It's very green, so I'm sure that you'll be able to see it in the bookshop if you want to have a look. We have representatives of different geographic and cultural and intellectual and professional backgrounds. One in order to present one specific tradition of art criticism, and the participants are supposed to say why it was so important at the time, why it's still interesting to read it today, and what is so special about this way of writing, because the way something is written also forms or marks critique. If I do it differently, then I imagine something differently as well. The many different ways of writing of authors was not just astounding, but it also highlighted how important the location and the situation of the writers are for their form of criticism or critique, be it colonization, wars that have ended or are still ongoing, or other kinds of situations related to, or factors related to life. All of these are factors that are often forgotten, but especially in hiding and disclosing an irony and fictionalization, the meaning of the shape of writing for critical writing becomes obvious. And this is where what the panel wants to talk about. The title is based on something Ines Geipel was saying, and I changed it a little bit, and it talks about the interaction of the participatory involvement in the subject of critique and the attention on the linguistic form on the other hand, because that makes sure, or that shows how an object occurs or emerges and is being perceived. The writers on this panel in their text show that writing comes from both the body and the mind, which is why I didn't use the word or the term author, because it does not include the bodily nature of writing. Critique and writing has grown in the panelists in their bodily experiences, and all of that also becomes obvious in their texts as a basis for their evaluation of sociocultural correlations. Isabelle was a cultural correspondent for many years in New York, and just these days she was talking about the legacy of John Didion. Verena has long dealt with the history of people of color in the US. She is, amongst others, writes texts about new editions of works by Maya Angelou and James Baldwin. Apart from works about New York, she's also written 2 novels, one in 2015 and one in 2018. She's received several prizes, and she lives in Berlin and Frankfurt. Next to her, we have Ines Geipel, who is a writer, publicist, and lecturer, and she lives in Germany and Poland, and it is kind of divided in the middle, meaning that she is living in 2 political situations. And actually not Poland, in Poles, excuse me. She also was an athlete in the GDR, but she also studied German studies. She is dealing with the aftermaths of National Socialism in Eastern Germany, doping in athletics and the military, as well as forgotten literature from Eastern Germany with a special focus on female authors. In 2009, she published a book on female authors in Eastern Germany. She's written many other books, for instance, Generation Wahl, a portrait from 2014, a book on her brother and hatred in the East, and a study called Beautiful New Sky from the Military Laboratory of the East. She has received many awards and prizes. What I'm especially delighted about is that today we will be able to deal with topics in Eastern and Western Germany, a topic that is very apt here at the German Academy of Arts. Isabelle received her PhD on a work on doubt, Madame Realism, or the Function of Fiction in Art Criticism. The book has just been published. Together with Ona Lochner and Laura Kowaleski, she is founding member of Where I Stand, which deals with possibilities and forms of feminist and collective ways of writing. She is currently researching at the Ruhr University in Bochum on writing practices of women, apart from that emerged aside from art criticism, and she works as free author, for instance, for Deutschlandfunk Kultur and the magazine Fries. When I asked the panelists whether they wanted to participate, I asked them to characterize their own writing in a statement with regard to object genres and their style. I especially wanted to know how object and ways of writing, what kind of interrelationship they have, and where they see the potential in their text, especially with regard to their specific way of writing and their role in the critical act. I also wanted to know what current and historical authors were very important for their own writing, because the question of how critique can look like in the future isn't just based on the view on the diversity of writing practices, but also on the depths of previous forms of writing and genres. Thank you very much. Hello. Now it's my turn. I would like to talk about my way of writing, and let me go back. As Beate just mentioned, I write about literature and film, recently much more about literature, but today I would like to speak as a film critic. Because we've already said a lot about literature critique, especially in the beginning, during the keynote by Santoran Varadaraja, he really said the most important aspects, and I couldn't add anything, and I couldn't even say it better. So I would like to talk about film critique. And the object of film criticism or film critique has changed over the last years or decades, and quite dramatically. That is why I think we can look at it more closely, and that doesn't really have anything to do with writing, but with the way things are in general. But I think that these fundamental changes of the objects have an effect on my own writing. So let me go back to the beginning, and it has always been a multitude of issues, and the critique has always reflected that. The film is an industrial product in contrast to many other forms of art, and especially in contrast to literature. And, in the public sphere, the films were usually shown in a cinema. The first two pillars are still there, but the first is kind of unstable, but film production is still possible without the industry, as you can see on Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. Also, it's not just been since yesterday that those who are film critics don't need to go to the cinema. Most live a life outside of cinema and independent of cinema. Cinema and film and other kinds of images can be found everywhere, and not all of them are made for the cinema. And I think only few of them actually need a critic. But the cinema, in its threefoldedness, used to be a specific cultural practice that was part of film, and film was the visible expression of cinema. That's how Lars Gass once called it. He is now director of the Kunstfilmtage in Oberhausen, and he was really trying to champion the fact that we shouldn't give up cinema. I don't know if his fight or his battle is lost, but he wrote a very good book on this topic. So, that once used to be the basis, the foundation of film critic, as well as for the environment where it took place. Now, the cinema as cultural practice is kind of dwindling, but there have never been as many films as today. So the question is, what does film critique do with that fact, or how does it deal with that fact? That is so it is important and decisive to try and figure out, or try to understand, that the viewer is no longer the private person, which it now is on their own couch, because now a lot is being consumed at home in the couch, and previously it used to be alone in this public sphere, but together with other people, so in the cinema. Now the reception of film usually, if we're talking about cultural products and not advertisements in a shopping mall, is an individual practice. So in the current environment, what is the object of film criticism? And what is the object of film critics? Michaelsen, an American sci-fi writer who I like a lot, and in 2018 he died, and he published his criticism on his YouTube channel, or his reviews on his YouTube channel, and he said, in view of the situation that we were facing even at the time, without critic we are doomed to die a strangulating death of mediocrity. We, so society, that is us, the viewers, that deserve the best. And in order to understand what the best possible would be, he is of the opinion, and I agree with him, for that we need criticism, we need critique. But now, as critics, how can we achieve time and time again to ask for more than mediocrity? And what does mediocrity mean? Who is setting the benchmarks? What are the criteria? And how can we avoid to go back to this auto-iterative gesture, meaning that I, as a critic, know what is good and what is not. So these three different pillars that I talked about, so industry, art, and public sphere, and thinking all of these things together when it comes to film was the main target and the criterion for a good film review. So it wasn't really to judge whether something was good or bad, but to find out in what relationship these different elements were and what it meant with regard to the decisive question, in my opinion, and that is, what was the experience between film and viewers in the sphere of the cinema? Was there at all the possibility to have an experience, or was the aesthetic principle of film being overwhelmed, indoctrination, sensitization? These are the questions that still remain, but we need to ask ourselves whether it is important that films are mutating to installations or series and migrate to museums and to the internet. I'm especially concerned about the form. It is about a process and an expression, and all of that constitutes the object which I'm trying to talk about here. I feel faced with it's about trying to translate a visual form into a linguistic form and trying to rescue something that is specific to the media. Reviewing films needs to be part of the discourse on issues that are important for society based on the analysis of artistic questions, and that hasn't changed. I think that is still its task. So, that was more or less the preamble for the characterization of my own writing. I've been observing myself for a long time now when I write, and the more I do that, the more I get a sense or a feeling that I invent my subject when I write, that when I think about a film, I generate a text which might be different from what other people see when they watch the same film. Now, how can that be true? How can that be the case? Writing about films is a translation process from one medium to the other. Now, it seems to be straightforward that the structure of the task, to use the narrative element of a film. So that's how film reviews kind of, talk about the content of films, which we called contentism in a previous panel. It is interesting when a text tries to answer to a film in its form, so it doesn't really focus on the kind of story that is being told, but what kind of questions a film is asking. Not to give answers, but to answer these questions in the process of writing. What kind of own experiences flow into this type of reflection, and how closely they keep being tied to the work, and how they can be mediated, and how they are integrated into your own critical sentences. That is the personal element of writing, or at least that's how I would characterize my own writing. Is that still critique? If it's not really a judgment, if it doesn't contain a judgment? I believe it is, at least in the sense of an essayistic writing and not really in the sense of a review. So the review of a film in the English-speaking world is defined very differently than in Germany, because in Germany there are a lot of kind of mixed forms, but the reviewing itself is a very formalized process. And for a long time, I haven't actually been doing that. Now, I would go so far as to say that where it is about a artwork well done, art kind of forms an alliance with critique, and Jimmy Robert mentioned it in the beginning when he talked about caring during a previous panel. I think that the critique, the mysterious nature of it, so I think the critique protects the mysterious nature of a work, that it is not trying to disclose it, to take it out of the artwork, but to protect it in the process of writing. So on the one hand, critique is based on trying to understand the context, which I think is the expertise, without which critique doesn't make any sense. If we define critique in a way that has to do with insights, but critical writing on this basis generates a text which, in the best case scenario, is similar to the work that starts a process in the readers that goes beyond the process that the work itself creates. So on the one hand, mimetically, but also on the other hand, adding something. Now, I was also asked what my role models and influences were. One big role model of mine is still Frida Graafe, the legendary critic who worked for the Süddeutsche Zeitung. but as I learned very late, she wasn't actually employed by the Süddeutsche Zeitung, but she was an independent or freelancer, and she did really crazy things. So, for instance, sometimes the editors came. She said that she wanted to have specific photos or images that were supposed to go with her text. It's completely unimaginable today to be able to do that. And that's quite fantastic that she did that. And, Frida Graf really wrote the subject in her critics or in her reviews, even in the very short ones. Another critic that I really admire from very different reasons, Pauline Kael, and both of them have actually passed away a while ago. And Pauline Kael wrote her reviews in such a way that she actually invented the film that she wrote about, but usually she was less nice about the films than Frida Graf, but she was very sarcastic and also was courageous enough to sometimes have a completely wrong judgment, and I think that's a very important character trait that a critic should have. So both had their very own profile as critic that was formed by this way of writing, and Alan Hellesen, I already mentioned that name, and they have all passed away, but someone who is still alive and someone who I increasingly read is Hilton Oz from The New Yorker. He is writing a lot about literature, but when he writes about films, I always like it a lot because it's very insightful, because he's very clear with regard to the positions that he writes about, also his bodily position that he writes from. So for all of them, one thing is true, and that is that they all were adamant that it needs to be part of the discourse of social questions based on the decision made in artistic processes. So in the time that Frida Graf was active and Pauline Kael, both of them, this question was the increasing violence between different social groups, the gender question, and the question of political corruption. These are all issues that are not very far from the ones that we are grappling with today. But let me mention some examples from the history of film. In the 1960s, that was the time of the Vietnam War and the protest movement. Violence came to the cinema, in a completely new format, as did the hippie movement, and from that emerged a new form of critique and a new form of films. New Hollywood, and later in the 1970s and 1980s, when the relationship between the genders was renegotiated and new formats came into the cinema that were also new formats or were related to new forms of criticism. And in both cases, for New German Cinema and New Hollywood, it was really this type of caring critique. So these were critics that felt like they were in the same boat as the film critics. And of course, now we can say, well, was there enough distance in order to actually write a useful or a critique that makes sense? But, we might also say that, maybe today we would use the word scene, maybe. There was a kind of discourse room or space that was filled with both the filmmakers and the film critics, and they both talked about this space. And today, I think the situation isn't the same anymore, and that has to do with everything that we've already mentioned. But that is not just because of film, partially, yes, but if you wanted to go to the cinema tonight, for instance, to watch David Cronenberg's Crimes of the Future, you would be confronted aesthetically, but also with regard to content, with questions of body horror and the relationship of flesh and technology. That is something that we also deal with in other environments. So the critiques on or about this film, or Julia Ducournau last year, Titan, for instance, that was also dealing with the relationship between technology and body, that it doesn't actually start a debate in the public sphere has to do with the different locations of critique. Now, if I don't remember wrong, I think the last time that a film actually started a debate which went beyond the film-specific sphere, that was really a social debate, was maybe 1995, maybe, with Schindler's List. But of course, you know, on the on the basis of a film, there was a debate on whether it's possible to show images from Auschwitz and bring or just talk about the camps in a fictional relationship. Maybe I've forgotten something, maybe something else happened in the meantime. But you know, that was a point in time where we were able to see there used to be this strength and this power and going out of this very specific world of the film and the cinema.
In a broader societal context. Thank you. So, may I follow up immediately and thank you for the invitation, but also my thank you goes to Beate Söntgen, who invited me to reflect on what we are doing in the end. Normally, you don't think about what you are doing, you are just doing what you are doing. So the difficulty lies always in the fact that you slide all too easily into self-appraisal. Therefore, at the beginning, I refer to an Italian poetess, Cristina Campo, probably you know, and on to her volume, The Unforgivable. Justice and criticism have two things in common. They are different forms of mediation. Art as well as criticism are for De Campo forms of mediation. So, and I quote, it is the capability which is totally open for attention. Attention is essential for the works of De Campo, for a multi-layered reading of the reality that surrounds us, a stratigraphy of the surrounding world. And I quote once again, the dissolution and reshaping of the world in two different moments that are equally real. What does De Campo mean by that? For her, there is a first vertical reality that becomes, through this heightened attention, a second reality. What is created is just like a second nature that is driven to the extreme of responsibility, or a feeling that you are responsible for something. You stand up for something or for someone. I think that's a wonderful wording. In De Campo's universe, there are some concepts appearing that I find relevant when we talk about joint reflection on a possible role model of artistic intervention. For one thing, it is the possibility to read the stratigraphy of reality, the vertical and horizontal, and then also the disarticulation and the reshaping of reality and the capacity mentioned already to stand up for something or for somebody. In this sense, the concept of responsibility is implied. What is relevant here is, beside all those concepts, especially also the genesis, during this search for the right concept, I would call it the collision sections and the sorting out of reality. Decomposes not for its own sake, but in order to be able to reconstruct, well, I would say, with a view to my own writing, well, I feel unease about this term of the critical writing. I would rather term it a search, a quest, a representation, or a categorical opening. When it comes to vertical reality, well, what matters to me is the various layers of the subject matter during time and in the historical landscape. The vertical axis demands an excessive amount of research. It archives. Let me be explicit about this. I think this is not irrelevant here. Intense reading and possibly also eyewitnesses of those times. Vertical research means to look precisely at the material, decomposing it, try to interpret it in a first reading for a first draft of the text, reinterpreting it, skinning the material, slimming it down and thinking it slim, then applying the section and recomposing the material. Attention, well, yesterday and today it played an important role. It presupposes time, valid fields of discourse, and also a reference frame due to certain amplifiers, and for other reasons, however, we see it as an implosion. Nonetheless, is it possible? What else is possible? Despite all this, being a genuine part and parcel of the textual landscape, not in the sense of I myself, but making oneself present and felt in the material. What does it mean? The self is also subject to the decomposition. It must not know. The self becomes a matter. Is it more than just self-acclaim? If you go through the shelves if you want to publish a book with a publisher, you need an exposé, a first draft, and a sample text. But how can you illustrate the decomposition and recomposition of world with decampo in two separate moments when reality is ready before you write it? What else is writing? Why on earth do we write? The second reality that decampo drafts should provide a textual space where words can find their proper places. If I take it seriously, that cannot be realistic narratives. It's not about thinking it over and over and closing it by thinking it over. You need a very low number of words, but just these words at just these places, if you recompose them, if you take away or if you add something, it's like dimming the light and nothing is right again. These words need to be able to take the readers to those very spots that are the only possible ones. We do also have a sort of timidity and shame in writing and a sense of unnecessary things, which means I need to say something about the matter and about the things. The construction of pain is not voyeuristic. It's about the collisional sections of intimate and historic space and also an attempt to break through the sanctity. But what is still there as layers of myths? Well, in this sense, I want to write myself into this political internal space. And by necessity, I am approaching this very German wall, running the risk of not getting through this wall. Maybe I'm writing constantly about silence to end up with silence. But that's also something that I bet on. Violence leaves behind so much disorder. And I think I must be willing to let this go, that there is no conclusio, that my initial thesis will not come true. In the end, you do nothing else but design a square, which means I try to claim a place in the textual landscape that it never had. That's where I need the fiction. Fiction that tries to write itself out of the eye of the hurricane. Nonetheless, this text must reflect and must protect the experience. I think it's the swaying of a pendulum. It's a very strong amplitude between reality and fiction, which is based more than on anything else on experience. To create such a textual tissue, it's like mending very old shoes. You cannot discard the shoes, they are an image. They are also part of your identity. So I have to examine them. I have to repair them, to mend them somehow so that they can still hold together. Writing means for me, even though it has been said already, means for more than anything else, asking questions, embarking on a quest. Last point, the horizontal reality. What on earth had De Campo in mind when I talk about the trias of text writing, audience, readership? Then, well, it's about the question how the readers can be let into the text. How can they become co-workers in my text and co-searchers? At the beginning, they know as little as the textual me. But then gradually they will develop their readiness to let go of the usual reading habit. It's not bending to the knees in front of the audience. It's the acknowledgement of a horizontal reality, a coercive expressiveness with a categorical look at the readers. It's like on a theatrical stage, as if you opened up your arms. It's not a simple thing, although it looks so easy, it hurts. And it's got to hurt. Thank you very much. May I now present my type of writing? And the book that has been mentioned by Beate. Let me start out in a rather audacious way, how I see my voice. I understand my writing as a tentative movement on the search where I never know where I will end up with. I would describe my voice as associative and full of leaps and surprises and dialogical, geared up towards the reader. I see the correspondence as the knowledge of all phenomena. The dialogue, the interview, a written dialogue, I try to open up my thoughts. To what degree I succeed remains to be judged by others. I want to be entertaining. Well, to be entertaining, I love being read with pleasure. I don't want my writing being seen as a sort of coercive duty. The experience of expositions. What is the behavior of the other visitors who might travel to and from the journey, but also my daily routine? With Bernally, I would argue my experience and also the writing down of my text are influenced by it. It's a process of mutual constitution. I unearth aspects in the objects of art, and I discover things, or the art makes me discover possibilities of seeing that I can experience only with that object. It's a situated writing. Thanks to its situatedness, it doesn't want to get rid of the situation. On the contrary, it wants to address this. My writing is informed rather by literary than academic practices. These are quite often texts by writing Amos Siemens, Considerations of Astrology from Jutta-Müller, Mrs. Benaway from Specs. Sense of humor and also the anchoring of my considerations in one or my present plays a huge role in my present time. I see also the critical enterprise. Where is the art situated in terms of criticism? Well, to hammer it out in more concrete terms, I come to my book. That is my doctoral thesis. For years, since 2016, I dealt with the material of the Neo-Org author Linn, especially in the fictitious art critic Madame Realism is at the time. 17 art realism stories have been published for diary entry, travel report, short story, or depiction of a dream reacts to the artistic Linn or mannerisms. Art is always the starting point of the stories, but not always in a direct and immediate way. Madame Realism's function in the publishing context of the art magazine consists also in the localization of the art consideration in a societal place. She also translates it into a rather plausible way. This general interest is a parallel to my enterprise and that of Tillman. Imitation of Life, this story from 1987. She attends the inauguration of Fake and Meditation on Authenticity in U Museum. On the unisex toilet, she meets up with two women. I think this is Madame Realism. But do you think fictional statements can ever be true? The story ends with her way home. Repeatedly, she is asked for money by needy persons. Finally, she hands money to the last person. Then she thinks about the homeless and how this design suggests a homogeneous group. The word homeless itself mainly categorizing and dismissing in one blow. Tillman conjures the concrete social conditions into the text. The critical potential of critical fictions of Linn Tillman is already struck. The situation of Madame Realism in the concrete situation shifts the focus on the implications, her interests, her privileges. She can give money to another person, she can reflect it, and also her shortcomings in her perception are different from the biographical interpretation that normally hits at female writing. Madame Realism reverts this. A critical subject without any biographical anchoring. It's not Linn Tillman as Linn Tillman is speaking on the occasion of art, but Madame Realism is interposed. This interposition of a character makes it clear how deeply the object of the description is formed by the writing subject. Quite often we forget that art needs not be experienced as it is depicted in the history or in this. Madame Realism from 2001 shows that brilliant Madame Realism in her dreams encounters various sculptures by Jeff Koons. They start talking to her. Among them the sculpture Michael Jackson Bubbles. Crying Jackson finally addresses her in her Commie tames this. It doesn't matter what you expect to see. It's just as taste. What is taste? Through this fictitious framing of the art experience, there is a moment of distancing. The rejection that I, as an observer, feel normally towards works of art is postponed. Madame Realism, anchoring in the imagination of the readers, opens the possibility up to them to reflect themselves in this projection. We represent them. We imagine her. How old is she? What is her background? It is more than likely that Madame Realism, in a way, is drafted as our own mirror image. Our Madame Realism tells us so much about our own situatedness, our references, our imagination, its limitations. Madame Realism's hyperrealism, due to her obviously fictitious character, it conjures up a doubt about the reality experience that we had anyway. The ambiguity that questions the reality of just one reality refers to the central idea of Madame Realism, doubt. Tillman, by using Madame Realism, contributes to a feminist emancipatory practice. It uses the potential of imagination to highlight the positive and productive force of doubt and making it available to criticism. Madame Realism does not give any answers. On the contrary, she formulates further questions. When it comes to her specific way of questioning, she believes that she does not know everything. She wants to learn from others. Therefore, she is ready to listen. But what is the critical potential in the academic study of these stories? Well, at the beginning, many questions arose to me. For example, how can I experiment with a mode of academic writing? How can an experimental writing practice that does not keep the writing self invisible, but on the contrary exposes it, how can I give way to my spontaneous feelings in both as an art historian and as an academic? Looking for a mode of writing that reacts to the I ended up with Flektorcryptum, going to John Randolph, Canadian art critic. What on earth it is? Well, this would go beyond the time limits, but under the aspect of critical writing, questioning the objectivity ideal in academic studies, questioning the discursive power and solidarization with marginalized knowledge. For example, a feminine knowledge. Fictor criticism concentrates on the two areas: things said, the representation of things said, and the difference what the thing said about a thing means for the thing. It's not about rendering more appealing any subject matter, but this can be a positive side effect. In my book, I depict, for example, my first encounter with Linn Tillman and my realization that access to her text is a completely different one than mine own. I'm looking for answers to certain deficits in the sources in a way that you've quite often the addressees find confusing. The relationship between myself and Madame Realism must be livable. The personal encounter with Linn Tillman have a side effect on my readers and on my writing. Another question that arose to me was that I declined and how to avoid the definitive answer to this complex of Madame Realism. I decided to set the stage for a multi-vocal choir by my selection of tests and by the anecdotal encounters with her and associative reactions, for example, from interrupted by literature that I was reading. So it was about destabilizing my own voice and to see my own voice as one possible interpretation. Although academic writing is a tentative procedure, the end product is quite often invisible. However, this quest should be exposed, and finally on the authors that are important. Beate asked us about them. The London Collective, the White Cube, Gabriele de la Pointe, Sarina Mohammed. I found they started their project in 2015 as a counterpoint to the official Anuti summary. You can also listen to their reports as a podcast. Their situatedness in everyday life and their criticism of the situation determine their style of writing. More than anything else, they are fantastically good. Well written for the text. Carla Alonso's Autoritratto of 1969. Lonzi experiments with another form of criticism of art by observing the productive process and an encounter with the artist. So she ended up with a fictitious dialogue that was composed of different meetings with different artists in the 60s. I'm guessed by the gallery dies Bernard Lee, who in the years 1901 to 1904, in her notes, Lee works out the conditionality of art criticism on the daily state of mind, the body, the steps, but also tunes that we have in the air are influences on the writing of art. We become also part of those reviews.
Thank you very much to the three of you for your statements. One aspect that seemed important for all three of you, and that's also the reason why I invited you, is that on the one hand you presented the writing, the subject as something that needs to be written, and on the other hand bringing this subject into a political, cultural or social context. Now, who do the readers meet in such a coalition between the writing and the social realm? Verena, would you like to begin? I'm kind of overwhelmed by everything that the two people who came after me said. Now I kind of need to sort my thoughts. Now, who do the readers meet? She meets a text. That seems obvious, but it's maybe not as banal as it sounds. In my case, I'm speaking about a film, but the reader is meeting something completely different. The same holds true for visual art, for instance. Now, what does that mean? It means that the other kinds of she is supposed to follow certain mediation strategies and is allowed to do so. That are part of something that is also part of the work, and if that is achieved, then a space opens in which a reader meets the text as well as the work that is being described in the text in the ideal scenario. That's how I would want it to be. Now, what is a good text? And I would answer that question by saying it's a good text if that is achieved. Ines, this meeting between the I and the representable reality was something you described by collision, or maybe I misunderstood you, but that would be a softer description. You could say that there's a meeting between the world and the reading eye. Could you maybe speak more about these collision points that you mentioned? Well, for the last books that I wrote, the reviews didn't always, but sometimes mention that something is being mixed, so fiction and source. And every time I would actually answer that I don't mix these things, but I confront them with each other. So the source is being confronted with the fictional space. And it can, that has a lot to do with the content. The last book, Beautiful Blue Sky, Schöner Neuer Himmel. So the person that the book is about, through its way through the archive and this process of finding can't be found because this person only exists as a code in the historical realm. And so I need literature. I need literature in order to find something that has disappeared or was brought or made to disappear, and I need that in order to get it out of the depths of history. And that's also what I meant when I was talking about the pendulum. So I need to look at the material very closely, and only then can I decide which or what I want to do with that material. So where I make my cuts, as I've mentioned them, and what I need, what is essential for showing what I want to say, or maybe also uncovering or covering even. Now, covering or uncovering, that brings us back to Madame Realism. Now, Isabelle, who do we meet when we read Madame Realism? You meet a very unstable subject that reinvents itself in every single story. So an art critic is maybe also a confusing term for that person because it only emerges in the exchange with the work. There's also a story where she is in an exhibition catalog. She's trying to figure out what kind of function she is supposed to fulfill. Can she be a source or not? So the question is, what kind of subject position can we speak from, and what does it do with the process of reading if I have a subject that keeps pulling itself out of it? And I think that the question of the subject position is very central, and that's what we meet in these stories. Now, my next question is maybe first for you, Isabelle, because you mentioned it very explicitly in your talk. What role plays the genre? You three are in very different genres when you write, but what kind of role does the genre play when it comes to choosing the way you write? Well, the genre of Linn Tillman's fiction is what I call critical fiction because she has a very critical goal in these fictions, and so I use it as a kind of collective term for her writings. I don't think that genre is very helpful, so I personally don't find it helpful to choose one or try and allocate it to one because, it can also be very unhelpful because sometimes you think, okay, that's what it is, but I think it's important that you need to look at every single case and try and figure out what happens in that case. Is a traditional art critic, for instance, when she thinks about Renoir, and another text has more a tendency towards critical fiction. And so, I think that what I would prefer to keep it open, even if that's the trend that the genre tends towards, I would think. I think Jutta-Müller Tamm mentioned it during the previous panel. She mentioned that the genre has gained a new importance, and I thought that was very interesting because the way I understood it was that over the last 10 to 20 years, the crossing genres and not sticking to the limits of genre have been very decisive. Now, Ines, you write for newspapers, you write your own books that are somewhere between autofiction, such as My Brother, The Hatred and the East, which connects your personal experience with experience of history. Now, how would you call your own writing with regard to genre? Now, I can only say that I have a very blind spot in this regard. I only exist once, and this is the material and the topics that I work with, and it's a text. That's a fantastic answer. Verena, you also wrote novels, apart from your work as a publicist. Now, how do these two different ways of writing, how do they approach each other? Are they very separate ways of writing? Or are there also similarities? They have very different forms of writing. And for me, that is due to the fact that the fictional or the auto-fictional writing, for me, and I only started very late doing that, is a kind of, freeing yourself from trying to make reference to a subject. And that's, what we have in journalism and publicism. You always write about a subject and you have a certain responsibility, in my understanding. And I would like to mention a term, and that is truthfulness. And I think that term is extremely important. And as a journalist, that is an extremely important term, because you try and be responsible or assume responsibility with regard to the truth. Also, when it comes, it's of course difficult when you talk about art, but it's still not something fictional, right? But the fictional writing, the fictional writer can say, well, I can do whatever I want, so they don't really have a subject with regard to whom I need to behave responsibly. So as the title says of this panel, I move in a linguistic realm, and that's what I'm interested in. And I'm not interested in what comes out of what is out or beyond this realm or this room or this space. Of course, then there's the whole operation outside of that. But, I think the most important difference is that in journalistic writing, there's a subject that I'm dealing with. Now, I would be interested in the following question. How does the subject of the writing correspond to the I? So how does the writing change the perception of the writer? Ines, would you like to go first? I was thinking about what Verena just said, but how about historical subjects? Because you say, well, that there is absolute freedom. I only meant it for my own writing, because that's how I understood your question. So how my way of writing changes between journalism and fictional writing. So that was only for my writing, right? Of course, what happens in your books or in other books, that brings us back to genre, that aren't so limited to their certain genre. And of course, especially that happens when it's about history and real existing persons, then yes, there is this kind of responsibility as well. But the question that you asked was about the I that emerges. Oh, but I think that aspect is very interesting. Maybe we'll answer the other question later and look a little bit more closely at the role of fictionalization, because once I start telling a story, once I start telling something, it's something fictional. It's not banal. Language doesn't mirror something, it describes something, and that means that it kind of moves the subject. Now, especially with regard to your writing, Ines, because out of the four of us, you're the one who is mostly dealing with historic material. Now, what is your role in the reconstitution of the subject? You choose certain scenes, you put it in a certain frame, you might also show it in a different light. So what kind of role does the fictional have in your description of historical phenomena or situations? Well, indeed, that really depends on the subject. For Schöner neuer Himmel, one of my novels, for instance, there was hardly any research on that subject. So the book is not really just an attempt to create an order for a history of sciences or for a historical space. But it was a very much a tightrope walk, because I'm not really I don't want to be a scientist for cosmology, or I'm not a pharmacist or a doctor or a biologist, but I was an author or maybe professor of verses, and that's how I came to military research. So just that needed 5 years of research until I actually dared to speak about that. And that has a lot to do with the history of the East, and I just felt like it was time for this very large room, for this large space. And of course, it also means that you, in a way, open a door and trying to hope that the door that you opened is then being used by a lot of others, because, the kind of possibility of the kind of research you could do on that is impossible. It is unlimited, because a lot of questions I didn't even mention that, of course, I was trying to grapple with. At the same time, I also I would like to use another term that plays a role in your writing as well, is you wish for a kind of conditionless space or room, but it's impossible, which is why I use the term experience before. A conditionless gaze or view, that is impossible. People who say they do that's kind of preposterous. People who say I'm approaching this subject without any kind of preconceived ideas, I don't think that's ever possible. But when, there is a certain degree of experience, we need to have a different kind of caution, because you then also might have a certain negative stance with regard to a subject, and all of that then also has an effect on the text. And I'm trying to write all of that into the text as well, saying I'm that and that exists, which is why there could be an operation with the historical blind spot. So, this categorical courage that you enter into when you enter the realm of a text, that exists. And that's the risk of writing as well. And it can also go completely pear-shaped. Now, and the term risk might bring us back to the question that I asked earlier, and that is how your presence in the realm of language affects your eye, and how it then changes the writing that comes after, and what this relationship between writing a subject and rewriting yourself can also occur in the text. Verena, would you like to say something to that question? Well, my answer might be a little bit risky, but of course, dealing with aesthetic subjects changes a person. Of course it does. And if that person expresses him or herself in a text, then this person is also changed when dealing with these aesthetic phenomena. Now, how this kind of looks like in detail in individual cases, I wouldn't really be able to say, but I think that experience is extremely important here, the term of experience. You know, so these days, so not today, but these days, I don't know, I've been watching films for 40 years. Now, when I go to a film festival these days and I meet these films as the person I am today, then I have to say I've seen all of it. I have seen all of it in a different form. Now, if I sit next to a critic who has only watched films for 20 years, she might say, it kind of seems familiar, but there's also that and that and that. And you can't make up for this experience by saying, okay, I'm watching all of these things on YouTube. And it's the same for someone who starts today, and sometimes they're very astounded by certain phenomena. And then as an older critic, you have to kind of shut up and listen to the personal views that can be constituted today by a completely different generation and their experience with regard to a product that seems very outdated to me with the experience that I have. But you know, that a generation with a very different socialization also when it comes to media and the way they look at the same product with a lot of astonishment and a lot of excitement. And of course, that also expresses itself in our writing. And so that's why I say I don't write about it, because I think, you know, in most cases, you know, the development of my own view of films has kind of been completed, unless something entirely new will happen in the world of film. It doesn't currently look like it will, but then I read with a lot of interest what someone is telling me, with someone who is coming from a very different background with regard to his or her generation and also geographical background. I think that young critics today have a very similar volume as I do, you know, because at the time when I didn't watch any films, you know, they now have the same kind of volume because they started earlier. I don't know if that answers your question, but I do think that the eye, of course, changes in an experience that it makes with the subjects that it writes about. I mean, of course, that would entail a text exegesis, but I don't know if that's possible. But did I understand you correctly? So you're saying that so kind of critique doesn't no longer deal with subject? Is that what you said? No, I just said that I'm turning towards other subjects, or have done that. That's what I said. Not, no, dear God, no. Because I've understood you correctly, then you said, I don't see a lot of new things happening in film. In the films that I watch, I don't see a lot of new things, but I'm only speaking for myself, and I don't write it anyway. I don't write, there's nothing new to see. That's not, I didn't say that, and I won't say it, but I'm just saying a lot of things are being repeated, and in theater as well. Which is why I'm rather interested in others, in the view of others, than my own view. That would have been, yeah, that would have been quite interesting, you know, if you had said that the subjects have kind of disappeared, but that the critic is still there. No, it's the other way around, actually. The critic disappears and the subjects are still there. That's fantastic material for a novel. Okay, that brings me to my last question, which I would like to ask to all three of you, and you know, you can talk about your own writing experience, but also with regard to the writing of others. Maybe you can talk about the future of critique, especially with regard to the ways of writing and the design or the shape of writing. Do you see changes? Do you see a potential that has now only started to unfold? Isabelle, would you like to begin? I believe that the question that was also asked by Isabelle Graw in the text critique of art critique with regard to methods, and where you realize more and more as an art critic how many different kinds of ways of discrimination you are entangled in, and value creation also, and how you can deal with that methodically, but not in a simple way. And trying to look for these methods or methodologies is something that I think we will have to deal with for a long time. And I think it's also good because it's a time where you can really experiment a lot. I think that art critic has been in a crisis for such a long time, and it's a good sign, I think, because it also stands for change. And the fact that it has only come into crisis at such a late point is only due to the fact that for a long time we didn't realize how discriminating it was. So I think it's a very interesting process that has begun. Now, what kinds of ways of writing are fit for the future? I think that ways of writing that destabilize the writing subject, that find possibilities, that make sure that I don't have to set the eye, but that I can question positions with regard to what position do I write from, but that you also allow for ambivalences. And that's maybe what I wanted to say when I talked about Kunz. It's also about not just making judgments right away, but opening spaces in which you can deal with something. I think art criticism or art critique needs to open spaces, open language spaces in which you can deal or approach something and without having the answer before you enter that space. Verena, would that be the critique that will come? Destabilization of the speaker? Yes, that's a very important aspect. Now, well, not just for this panel, but also previous panels, I heard and I had to think of a quote, which I don't really know where it comes from, but I think it was Laurie Anderson who said it. But it could have also been Susan Sontag. I don't really know. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. But because it just occurred to me, I couldn't really verify. And the quote is more or less the follows. It was for sure a woman, and she said, writing on film is like dancing on architecture. And that's what I would hope for, dancing on architecture. For me, that would be the ideal new way of writing. Ines, what would be your suggestion? I was really listening to you very closely, and a lot of things felt very close to me with regard to the procedural now. But with regard to critique, I think I would love to read something where someone is writing about the kind of overview that we've lost, and if someone really pinpoints that. Because I realize that I am a bit ambivalent. A lot of processes, I think, are fantastic. And there's also, and also the polyphony, I think, is also fantastic. But at the same time, I also realize I also want to know what our criteria are, what are we aligning ourselves with, and what is the political space in which we formulate into as authors, and will we be able to create this kind of discourse? When you talked about films, you said the last film that was relevant for society, you probably formulated it differently. You said maybe that kind of stirred up society or led to a huge debate was Schindler's List. I thought maybe The Life of Others, But maybe that's just my perspective coming from Eastern Germany. That's of course possible. But you know, it's a kind of, in me, I don't know, I kind of go back and forth between the pixeling of critique, so this really the fragmentation of voices and a desire for a type of critique that is relevant for society. Now, of course, then we have to ask the question, what is actually relevant for society, but I have the feeling that the critical space is a bit overcrowded.
Well, I didn't mean it that way. Well, one thing matters to me. It was just a historical description of the way in which we have reached this level where we are now. Not I feel longing for those feelings. I wouldn't even be able to tell you in what space criticism could take up this role when it comes to film criticism. Well, it would have to be a suitable film. Then there should be and would be places of criticism that have such a radiation that practically everybody would feel attracted to this media. I just wanted to say it would be great if a thing like that happened again. So several proposals are lingering in the room here to all the writing people. The destabilization of the subject, the concrete hammering of the subject, and the concrete dancing on architecture. Thank you very much. Do we have time to take questions from the audience? 3 minutes left. So anybody wants to ask a question? Thank you very much for this wonderful panel. I must say, being a film critic myself, having been active in this industry for 20 years, whether a film critic has a best before date printed on her back, well, I think this is possible. My question goes to Verena. What's your experience? We, as film critics, well, to function even in future in this wonderful trade, can we learn how to forget what we have seen? I don't want to forget everything. Well, I do want to forget certain things, and actually I do forget them. But I need an escape route. The escape route have always been the documentaries, and it is obvious why that is the case. This is also the huge fascination that the documentaries are getting better and better in documentary. Well, new forms are being developed and genres are blasted open, while in the feature film certain formulas have stayed the same for the last 2 decades. Thank you. Is there yet another question, a last question? Well, I contradict myself, but before I try to wrap it up in a nutshell, I would like to take the opportunity, because there are certain set points for breaking up this conference. We talked not only about losses and difficulties, but what you, Ms. Geipel, just stated, you have the feeling that the space of criticism is overcrowded. Well, this somehow reverberated in me. Can you elaborate on this? because we've got to deal with, even if we summarize the various panels with the breaking up of speaker positions, loss of common ground was mentioned repeatedly, loss of perspective, and that's exactly for you, that sway back and forth between fiction, historiography, and reporting on the status of society. Could you elaborate on that? Yes. Well, I use the term overrun. That sounds very sharp. Well, we have now an exacerbation in the social relations and criticism. Verena Lüken mentioned it too. Criticism needs the counterpart as a subject, a topic. My feeling is that our current societal condition makes it more and more difficult to put oneself in a position facing a well-defined subject. Well, I do not need to conjure up the permanent crises. What criticism right in the midst of a catastrophe? That would be my question. Well, I don't know. Somehow, well, a bit, I have a bad gut feeling when it comes to the current condition. Probably this is also the triggering moment for this research group. We have the feeling something has broken down, has imploded, something that must not break down because it debilitates our breathing space. We are hunkering behind a certain condition before having developed the tools needed to analyze this situation. Well, this is certainly not a very entertaining or edifying image. I think, well, it has, film criticism has something of immersive. It's also a distancing moment. Just because I can select frame and I have to shed light on certain things, writing reviews is probably one escape route from this feeling of being overrun and to instill courage. Thank you very much for your presentations and the discussion, and I wish you a nice evening. Thank you very much for this arrival on time. Beate, thank you, Verena, Ines, Geipel, and Isabelle. What remains to me, the last break of this 6-day conference. On the floor, ground floor, you have the coffee bar. We will meet up again at 5:30, the keynote new models. I would have quoted it again because what was described on day one, the implosion of the critical positions, has been reverberating here once again. 5:30, the summary of by new models, and then at 6 o'clock, where is the public in the metaverse? Thank you.
26.
Ja, jetzt ist eine halbe Stunde und dann ist nochmal 1,5 Stunden und dann ist Schluss.
Okay.
3 Minuten noch.
3 Minuten. Kleine.
Ja, genau. Am Ende würde ich es offen halten.
Ja, würde ich total sagen, weil die sind jetzt so angekündigt und so verschwärmt worden.
Möchtest du das abbrechen?
Sehr gerne, ehrlich gesagt.
Nimm die Hälfte.
Dankeschön.
Ich hätte dir eigentlich extra eingekauft, aber dann hatte Kali gerade
Oh
auch
ja,
Hunger.
ich kann einfach nicht nach unten gehen. Mal irgendwas ist hier. Ich habe erst schon ehrlich gesagt jetzt ständig erstmal mein Privatbargeld gegeben, dass er nicht die Nacht alleine bezahlen muss. Ja. Das habe ich jetzt erledigt. Gut. Ich lag mir am Herzen.
Jetzt kommen die Vollweile unserer Stars.
Ihr seid theoretisch startklar?
Ja, so startklar.
Wollt ihr pünktlich anfangen? Soll ich schon mal eine Tür drohend zumachen, dann rennen sie meistens rein.
Ja, vielleicht gute Idee. Nee, danke. Das ist ein schlechter Magen. Ich habe tatsächlich heute nichts weiter als einen Apfel gegessen. Aber ich konnte nicht. Das war immer irgendwas. Ich esse sehr, sehr gerne.
Ich habe mich auch so schlecht erfahren.
Aber
Die letzten 3 Tage.
war einfach too much. Aber kam jetzt auch nochmal gutes Feedback. Also ich glaube, letztendlich. Also auch meine Kollegin, die Conny, die mag ich ja sehr. Die hast du ja noch gar nicht richtig kennengelernt vom Film. Die hat auch gesagt, denk für den Abend, gestern Abend, man wird es in Erinnerung behalten. Ich sag nochmal an wegen der Übersetzung, falls Sie manche brauchen.
Ja, super. This was the last break. The last break of maybe 20 breaks. We didn't count.
Maybe.
But we're looking back on a 6-day program in 2 cities, 2 institutions. A possibly unique assembly of different forms of art, literature, music, film, visual art, all assembling through the hollowed out public sphere, as New Models described it last week on the 18th in Bonn, in Bundeskunsthalle, in their opening keynote. Do you know where you live? Critical survival.
Und jetzt switche ich noch einmal in Deutsch und sage,
I will switch once again into German to all those who have not yet had to. We are going to talk exclusively in English. You may get such a headset. I would, New Models Carolina Buster is the former editor-in-chief of Texte zur Kunst, Music and Internet. They operate this postcard on culture critique and internet phenomena, supported by Daniel Keller. We have heard so much about them. I will be very brief. I would say the interesting thing is it's one of those much acclaimed self-organizations, a spin-off of an existing organization, which has an enormous radiation. We are looking forward to listening to you.
Resuming 6 days
Also
of
6
discussions.
Tage.
Thank you, Julian and Carly.
Okay, cool. Okay, and I think we also, not yet, we also have a slide that we'll put up, not yet. Okay, cool. Okay, hi, and first of all, hi, Julian.
Hi. Carly. Hi, Caroline Busta. We're so thrilled to be now in the final reaches of this conference. And thank you, Kolja and Angela, for not only putting on this massive conference, but also for trusting us with this roundup that we're going to try to facilitate and give you right now. If anyone's coming for the first time, know that this conference is massive. It's encompassed 90-some participants in 2 cities across 6 days. So a special congratulations to Kolja and to Angela and to the many, many other people who made this possible. Not least the translators whose technical skill and endurance is, at least from our perspective, Olympic. So maybe we could just have a round of applause for our translators, which are just... So vielen Dank for unsiloing these 2 languages. Okay, so when we first addressed this conference last week in Bonn, it was our aim to speak about the media infrastructure in which our work, all of our work, exists. The subsequent keynotes and conversations went on to fill in that space with the content and terms of critical engagement. We've been asked to take a few minutes now before the final talk, which is Matt Dryhurst and Hito Styrel in conversation with Joshua Citarella, to offer a kind of heat map of what the Congress has addressed, right? So this is like the, the cliff notes to the conference. The way we want to do this is we want to spend about 10 minutes pulling out some highlights from the past 3 days and maybe also from the previous week. And then about another 10, asking you all, the critics in residence here, to respond to some questions that we have and that we've gathered over the conference, we've heard from people during the conference. So we're gonna preview these questions so you can turn them over in your mind as we babble on for 10 minutes. And hopefully you'll all have really great answers by then. Do you want to just say them back and forth? Might as well.
Sure.
Okay. So for one big question is just what is our collective definition of critique? This is the future of critique. What do we mean by that, right? So maybe somebody could provide a succinct definition of what we think of when we think of critique.
What were the criteria for a meaningful debate in this conference? As well as critics, do we consider the conversations that we've had over the past 2 weekends actually critical, as in urgent and necessary? If so, in what way, and what was the most valuable takeaway for you all?
Yeah, and we say this in the context of there's an energy crisis, there's obviously major geopolitical concerns, there's inflation. There are a lot of real world issues that kind of went to the edges during this conference. And so how do we make a case for what we do actually matters in that wider scope? What was the most valuable thing that you're taking from this conference in that big world scope? So for what future is this Future of Critique conference for? Could you animate it? Could someone paint a picture of what the landscape will look like, say, in 2050 or 2030 or even 2023? What do you imagine an audience for any kind of criticality to be on a longer timeline in that future? What is that future? So maybe someone can have an idea of that.
What audience has this Congress aimed to produce? A Carly favorite is that publications don't produce content as much as they produce audiences.
Exactly.
We always think of magazines as producing an audience, and that's the most important thing they do, rather than...
Yeah, they also sell that audience then to advertisers, and there's a relationship there, but what audience does this Congress set out to produce? And what is the archive for thought in a time of increasing decentralization? So we can talk about practicing criticism, but where does that criticism go? How is it archived in a way that can be meaningfully accessed in the future?
And finally, there's a question of the instrumentalization of critique, which can happen in the hands of political parties, but even by the critic themselves, especially in an era of an all-encompassing attention economy. Sometimes the critic has something to gain from making a certain critique. And how should that, and if it should affect our assessment of the value of a critique, the way it's been instrumentalized?
So hold on to those questions. We're going to do it as like a speed round at the end of this, so only like 1 or 2 answers per question, depending on our time. But just think those over for a second. In the meantime, you can just look at this map, which we know the German's not perfect, but you know, it's a big compromise, all of this, like translation's never perfect, but hopefully there's enough information in both languages to make this viable. In our perception, these were some of the major issues that came to the fore during this conference. We can unpack this further. Maybe you can also critique it, but let this just animate what we're about to say. Okay.
I think you have a small observation.
Oh, it was interesting. Like, we think about how now in Twitch and YouTube, we're so used to comments in real time and like deciding, you know, if you're watching a sporting match or you're watching a political debate, you're probably with your friends chatting in real time on DM or in Discord. And it was interesting being in a physical conference and not having the ability to feedback in real time. Like, you know, sometimes it's catty stuff or snarky, but sometimes it's like done with love, right? Or you sort of pull out language and you collectively identify it. It was interesting not having, you could do that on YouTube, but it was interesting not having that in real time. So, which is a thought.
And also there's some crowd dynamics that might affect the critique or the result of what you took away, depending if it's strangers or your peers. I mean, swarm critique might be a whole new field of study.
That's true. Yeah, definitely. Well, anyway, without further ado, let's recap.
Over the course of this conference, there were some questions raised that have sort of always been questions raised when discussing criticism. What stuck out to me, namely, was the concerns over the elitism or the hierarchical nature of criticism. Of course, there's worries about gatekeeping, a thought that flat hierarchies when it comes to critical authority leads to a more democratic assessment. I'm of the opinion that the future of critique can leave hand-wringing over elitism in the past. Social media has given a voice to everyone, but it is, of course, a voice bound by physics that sort of warps everything within it. And we know the results of this. It's polarization and a tendency towards essentializing identity and political positions, and a method of valuation that has little to do with deeper thinking, historical precedents, or a necessary complexity.
On the other hand, this turn towards populism has also widened the gap between the critics and the market. While, let's be honest, the art market has never truly been tempered by criticism, at least the regions, criticism and commerce, knew each other. They even needed each other, or at least understood how each other worked. But now, the market and criticism exist in entirely different solar systems. But we're thinking, rather than lamenting this, maybe we can acknowledge that our ultimate job as critics is not to keep tabs on the market, but rather on other systems of valuation that govern what we make and say and do. To take the aggregate responses from these past days of discussion, we think the answer might be twofold. To at once retain the technical craft of thinking theoretically about the aesthetic world, as was laid out this morning by Robert Kudielka and on Thursday evening by Centauran Vera Taraja, but to do so always with a mind for the terrain in which it circulates. So it is really important, this craft of criticism. It's not something we should jettison, but we have to be aware of how that thinking then transmits through a system. Oh, that's me again. So before speaking more about the practical, a note on German critical art discourse. The particular philosophical terms and intellectual canon familiar to Germans can be a barrier for non-Germans who wish to participate with confidence in German-led discussion. I know this is not a popular take, but this is our experience. So, this can often create frustration or limit the reach of the ideas offered here. Yet, maybe the way to think about this, rather than railing against a kind of closed club or elitism, is to see it as a local form of critique, a prized local discourse, As Americans exposed to the German canon, it reminds us that there are many possible forms of discourse. There's like MTV discourse, and there's also like, you know, a return to thinking deeply about Kant. They're both valuable, and they're both possible. By better understanding German critique, we can better understand how valuation of aesthetic material works in a German context. So there is a place for it, for sure. We should just think about it as maybe a local kind of discourse.
This kind of art criticism also was the subject of a question asked at least 2 times over the course of this conference, once after our lecture in Bonn and once yesterday here in Berlin. What about this legacy or true art criticism specifically? What is its future? We imagine those who value it will continue to practice it for a particular community. And we might then ask a question we ask of our own community as new models. Isn't it okay if it doesn't scale? If, on the other hand, it were to aim for a conventional success narrative, or if it were to abandon its form and language, it would become something else altogether. Perhaps asking what is the future of this particular kind of art criticism is more a question of preservation and archive, legacy criticism in the future, rather than the future of critique. Also, Alex Scrimger, in the panel he was on, mentioned a specter of a frictionless art world, one without criticism. Frictionlessness is a word you hear a lot in tech or UX when designing apps, or the way the internet and particularly shopping works more broadly. And frictionless, of course, is sort of this aspirational state for capitalism. And it's also become a sort of expectation for those of us who grew up online. But friction, while friction slows things down and makes things require more effort, friction also makes heat and energy. So criticism is a generative friction, and any plea to frictionlessness should raise a few eyebrows.
I particularly appreciated Kate Brown yesterday in that same conversation. She noted how difficult it is to find something that you disagree with online. I mean, in broad strokes, the algorithm tries really hard. Algorithms try, you know, your feed tries really hard to serve you information that you want to click on, that you want to linger on. So the challenge is actually finding something that you disagree with, right? Or that you can engage critically with.
Yeah, I think it's this kind of sweet spot between something like you don't so vehemently disagree with that you just like skip right over it.
Exactly.
But something that actually challenges you, that actually, I don't know, makes you want to engage in a sort of a real discourse.
Yeah.
Actual effortful discourse.
Right. True criticism is rare and desirable.
You're going to have to read this first sentence.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I have to freestyle this. I think what you were going to say, and I miswrote this, was that one thing that you really stuck with you this past week were some of the interestingly paradoxical quotes that Nikita Devan offered.
Right.
Yeah.
So Nikita Devan, she quoted Derrida, every time I open my mouth, I say too much, and I don't say enough. And she also quoted Pat Parker, who was talking about if you're a white person and you want to be friends with a black person. And the quote is, the first thing you do is to forget that I'm black. The next thing is to never forget that I'm black. Nikita also noted that critique is not just about an act of superiority, of showing the other person is wrong, but recognizing the limits of one's own thought. So this all made me think about these paradoxical quotes, and the last quote about critique not just being an act of showing the other person is wrong, is that sometimes the most effective critique takes us from a place of knowing to a place of not knowing, rather than the other way around. And I was thinking how in such a polarized time of so many different competing truths, perhaps we're more likely to find a broad shared space, a shared baseline reality, which is rather fraught these days. Perhaps we could find it through a collective not knowing, rather than any attempt to assert one truth over the other.
Right, and again, these platforms, I know we're probably overly focused on platforms, but they do nudge you to take a stance, to have an opinion. Silence is violence has been, twisted to now mean that you must say something even if you haven't had time to reflect.
Also, you're used to asking a question and then frictionlessly being provided with an answer.
Yeah.
Some things don't really have friction.
Clear answers, yeah.
Frictionlessly
Exactly.
obtainable answers. Again,
Yeah.
Holger Liebs mentioned a poster campaign by the Nigerian artist Emeka Ogba in the city of Dresden. 200 posters, I believe, were displayed as public advertisements, with each showing the measurements and an image of one of the bronze sculptures taken from Benin in the colonial era and held in the Dresden's Museum for Volkerkunde, along with the word vermisst, which is missing. This artwork did not assert a position or use a slogan to claim a truth or even make a demand. It was a critique that allowed the viewers themselves to find their own position, to think about and perhaps discover a truth on their own. It's a critique that does not start from a place of knowing, but it does lead to one. Nobody likes being told that they're wrong, but people will change their mind when they do so under their own agency. Something else about this form of critique, it's more difficult to instrumentalize. Holger Liebs also mentioned the opportunistic use of so-called critique by the AfD party here in Germany. But today we see the critical, what did you do there, Carl?
I don't know. Well, we see criticality instrumentalized by everyone everywhere.
Even the critics themselves sometimes instrumentalizing their own critiques for gains in the attention economy. Nikita Devon talked about the narcissism of certain critiques from the West in her keynote in Bonn. How should the instrumentalization of critique affect the way we assess its value? Should we, when assessing critique, should we ask who might gain from it and how? Of course, now I'm talking about the critique of critique, and it's probably best to wait to address this subject until the future of critique Congress taking place next year with panels running through 2039.
One more thought on Emeka Ogbo's Vermis posters in Dresden, a project which points to another issue discussed in this Congress. Where and when does critique become marketing? And doesn't even matter if the two overlap? The strategy here in her posters, their posters, took a surprising turn of language addressing a physical public. And this reminds of a dynamic like, of an advertising campaign, like 1980 Saatchi and Saatchi. I have the sense, though, that if we're going to find the edges of criticism future, we need to be comfortable with these crossovers, insofar as they organically produce a public. It's a fine line between sensationalism and intelligent engagement, but Ogbo's project perhaps hits this sweet spot. As critics, we can become arbiters of attention hacking. Yesterday, a man who had been a critic many years ago, or for many years, noted that the job of an art reviewer was to assess whether the show or film or piece of theater is worth the viewer's time. Perhaps now critics can give, all of you, can help give your assessment of whether a work is theater or whatnot, is worth the viewer's engagement, or if instead it leads to some kind of needless amygdala stimulation. A critic might also help diagram cui bono, who benefits from a work that's being shown, and what labor is the viewer doing in validating it with attention. Like, these are the new terms of attention that I hope that we as critics can really spend time thinking about. These new economies are desperately underdefined, and as critics, it is something that we've been long trained to do. So maybe this is a way to reorient what criticism might do going forward in the future.
In the segment of her film, Julieta Aranda showed during her talk with John Miller, there was a quote that stuck with me. A world mediated by a faulty image of the world. We are more than ever thinking and communicating in this faulty image of the world. That is the cloud simulation of the world. Centurion Varantaraja, did I say that right, traced this all the way back to Plato's primacy of mind over body, the origin point of humanity's perilous journey into greater and greater abstraction. From this faulty image of the world can only come faulty critique, faulty debate, and faulty discourse. Jimmy Robert said critique must come from care. It is easy not to care within this faulty image of the world, where all others are abstracted others. In this faulty image of the world, critique is weaponized on an ideological digital battlefield. Weaponized critique cannot be critique from care unless one can weaponize care. Weaponized care does sound like the title of an interesting panel discussion, but for now, it will remain in the faulty image of my imagination.
I'm just noticing, though, that we have like 7 or 8
know,
minutes yet. So should we
we're
speed
so
read
bad
or
at the
should
time.
we? I know we're so
Go
bad.
for it. Oh, okay.
It is okay? Okay.
In the last panel, Verena Luken mentioned that without criticism, we will suffocate from mediocrity. But she also asked, who decides what is mediocre?
Kritik nur Mittelmäßigkeit gibt. Und dann hat sie auch gefragt, wer entscheidet denn, was mittelmäßig ist? In der Zeit der massenhaft verfügbaren Daten kann man das quantifizieren. Das ist der messbare Modus des Markts, also das, was von der größten Anzahl an Menschen gewollt wird, also eine andere mögliche Tyrannei, aber der Diktator ist kein Mensch. Netflix hat natürlich Mittelmäßigkeit auf ein massiges Ausmaß und zeigt auch oder versucht zu verstehen, was die meisten Leute sehen wollen. Es kann natürlich auch die Mittelmäßigkeit, man kann natürlich auch selbst fragen, wie kann denn ein Film überhaupt Mittelmäßigkeit erreichen, aber es stimmt natürlich, dass Kritik die Kunst nach vorne treibt. Abgesehen von diesen Fällen der Mittelmäßigkeit wäre das auch möglich auch im digitalen Raum. Ja, aber nur wenn es auch eben Peers, also Gleichgesinnte oder Kolleginnen und Kollegen gibt und nicht nur Fremde. Micklitz hat heute gesagt, dass ein Tweet auch ein tiefes Lesen beinhalten kann. Das stimmt, denn aber dieser Tweet würde trotzdem nicht skalierbar sein. Eine Krise der Kritik ist auch eine Krise der Skalierbarkeit. Es ist auch eine wirtschaftliche Kritik und die Kritik wird, der Wert der Kritik wird herabgesetzt. Das wurde auch während dieser Konferenz unterstrichen. Wir müssen hier vielleicht noch einmal zur einfachsten Frage zurückkehren. Das war hier immer im Schatten der Konferenz, aber wir müssen das vielleicht jetzt endlich mal fragen. Was ist Kritik? Wenn wir auch fragen, was Kritik nicht ist, kann das auch nützlich sein. Kritik ist zum Beispiel nicht Aktivismus oder Instruktion. Aber das heißt nicht, dass Aktivismus und Instruktion nicht auch wichtig ist. Aber vielleicht muss es ja einen Unterschied geben oder eine Unterscheidung geben.
Hoffentlich
werden wir in ein paar Minuten das Mikro an ein oder zwei Personen aus dem Publikum übergeben, aber diese Konferenz hat natürlich Komplexität zu der Frage der Zukunft der Kritik hinzugefügt. Wir haben nicht viele Wahrheiten und Antworten gegeben. Wir haben viel mehr Fragen jetzt als zu Beginn. Und nun werden wir euch einige Fragen stellen, und zwar welche, die wir am Anfang gefragt haben. Also wir wollen natürlich weiter hier mit dieser Schnelligkeit weitermachen. Also bitte halten Sie sich relativ kurz, damit so viele Menschen wie möglich auch die Möglichkeit haben, hier teilzunehmen. Mit welcher Frage sollen wir anfangen? Mit der großen Frage. Was ist denn eine funktionierende Definition von Kritik? Was ist die zukünftige funktionierende Definition von Kritik? Möchte das jemand versuchen? Vielleicht können wir ja jemanden kriegen oder ans Mikro kriegen, der Deutsch spricht und jemanden, der Englisch spricht. Das muss nicht sein, aber das wäre natürlich schön. Möchte jemand hier mutig sein und vorpreschen?
Ja? Cool.
I'm glad at least one person had an idea of what critique is at the Future of Critique Conference.
Ich bin jetzt froh, dass jemand, wenigstens eine Person, eine Ahnung davon hat, was die Zukunft der Kritik sein könnte. Auf dieser Konferenz zur Zukunft der Kritik.
First. Okay, but you have to keep this really short, so I would stand. Yeah, at the edge. Because you're going to be on for quick.
Yeah. That's it? So your question?
Yeah. You're going to give a definition of critique.
Yeah. Well, okay, then I got to add a little discourse and think about it. That something that you do must always be good.
Okay.
In English, that be the adjective wertvoll.
It has a value. Yeah.
Very valuable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So critique is valuable doing. And to become valuable, I'd say we must listen carefully, act in care, plus, well, yeah, participate.
Okay. Thank you for coming to this TED Talk.
Working definition of critique. Future critique, like future looking.
Yes. I'm starting with the first part that I will then modify, which would be evaluation grounded on reasons, which seemed to be implicit, especially when some rejected the term of critic for themselves because they were now working for a gallery or for a museum and didn't assume the role of evaluating art, at least with the potential of evaluating it negatively as well. Now, what I really kind of think the Congress added is, and that's how I modify the definition, is that it's caring, doubtful, impure, and vulnerable evaluation based on reasons, experiences, contexts, and forms.
I like that. It's very nice, yeah. It's like an actively recalibrating form of critique. It's not something that's fixed. It's something that just like everything, in the time of like algorithms being able to respond very quickly, criticism should also not be fixed or return to baseline understanding, but a fluid one.
Also mentioning vulnerability and being a bit unsure kind of discounts the more limbic the more limbic critique we see deployed on social media, the ones that are fun and exciting and sort of adrenalizing to create. I think those are generally not going to be good, and you can't trust them because they're fun.
True. Is there another? Or Kolja, would you even want to offer yours? Or Angela? Okay.
We could also ask another question.
We can also ask another question.
Or we can, it's 1 minute till 6, so.
Take the time, really. I love the format. Is that okay, Angela? I think no one will leave. No worries. Let's take 10 more minutes.
Okay.
Maybe can I give the question back to you, because you're doing critique ad hoc, right? So you are actually taking everything what has been said in the last panels and saying, well, actually the question, what critique is, has been missing. This is what this social and cultural literacy is asked for through the textual or the event, the critical event, such as here. So the premise to say what critique is a philosophical figure or a practice, a cultural practice that was first in the press and then atomized, as we can see it in your here in this JPEG. What is in the background? What is on the backside of this image? What do you think is critique? Because this was actually as given, and maybe as also Verena said, is placing something that is not there between the viewer and the object of art, the film, the music piece.
Is the question then like what's behind the definition of critique that this is contingent on?
Behind the backside of this image is maybe your definition of critique that you're missing in this context?
Sure. So I think, how to say it succinctly? I would come back to this idea of critical distance and just trying to understand how the machinations of value work. And it's been our experience in our lives and our careers in the past 10 years that those have changed dramatically. And so I guess we're trying to show the machine a bit, right? That would be our working definition of critique. It's not everybody's. But and it's interesting to hear so many different relationships to what criticism might be, some that are very theoretical, that really wouldn't have a lot of use for this diagram. It really would be a distraction. But our belief is that kind of thinking still exists within this infrastructure. So in order for it to have any kind of success or ability to transport or remain, it needs to be aware of the infrastructure.
I mean, sure, I'm not an academic, but I mean, I do approach critique also, though, as a form of a very scope-aware mapping or understanding flows of power, incentives, and also a way of both challenging the subject of your critique while challenging yourself, trying to extract as much as possible and really trace and build out the world as thoroughly as you can.
So should I ask one more question, or do you think, okay, Julian, which of these do you think? Should we either animate the future of Critique Congress, or should we ask, like, what's been meaningful in this debate?
Or what about the audience?
What audiences it produced? I think that maybe you like the most meaningful.
That's a good one.
Yeah?
No? Yeah. That's a good one?
Yeah. Should I translate to German maybe? So
yeah,
German speakers
you?
also feel invited.
Which audience is anticipated by this Congress?
What public has this Congress like anticipated, or has it produced? What does the person who comes to this Congress value? Why are you here at Saturday night? Answer that question.
Maybe your questions also work silently.
Yeah. It's true.
Like I hear many heads humming. Next question.
Well, I think one of the things this Congress has
Unfortunately, the speaker isn't really using the microphone, so I can't really hear him. So, asking the question briefly before the end of the Congress, well, of course you can ask the question. You should always be able to ask the question what the reason is of why we're all here. I don't know, but trying to drop a summary and trying to figure out what kind of audience this Congress has produced, I think is a bit absurd. In a friendly I understand his objection, but I would like to add that the audience that this Congress anticipates is also the one that it produced, an audience full of people who come from film critics, but they speak to journalists and people such as Carly and Julian that produce audience that some of you might not have heard before, but still have a certain power in the avant-garde and many other areas. It produces an audience that deals with international politics with regard to the Kurds and the German responsibility with regard to its own history and the military deployment in Afghanistan. So it's an extremely diverse audience. So as one of the organizers of this conference, that was a real benefit and added value. And I think that's also the reason why we had terms of criticism, of critique that are fluid and that allow for the fluidity that Klaus Speidel just mentioned. So, with Tito Steyer, we could maybe say critique and freefall.
I mean, I think it is true that there's diverse audiences for critique, and more so now than ever. Already we're speaking in 2 languages, right? But it is, I think, interesting to think about who the audience is for any critical action. And the Congress has done a great job trying to speak to many different publics at once, I think, during these past 6 days. So should we end it there then? Yes or no? Shall we keep going?
No.
Do you have a resume? I mean, feel free. If,
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
But we can also just ask about this future. This is sort of this other interesting question of like what the future would look like, right?
Let's risk it.
Yeah. Okay. So then what? Okay. So then if we have the question of what public are we producing, the other question is what does a sphere for critical discourse look like next year? In 7 years, in 25 years, what does that look like? What are the terms? Are we circulating print? Are we still using Web 2 media? In the next program, the final program, we'll speak a bit about this, so-called metaverse or Web 3 or other layers of like digital public spheres. So what do we imagine that public sphere to look like in, let's say 10 years, let's say 2030?
I could also maybe expand this a bit because obviously, I mean, if you imagine out to 2030 or 2050, materially, the conditions are going to be very different, which means not only might you imagine, what role critique will have in that future, but also it might frame what role you think it needs to play right now in anticipation of that future.
Does anyone want to paint a picture? Especially if there's anyone who's younger, who's really thinking about what role critique might play in your cultural career in the coming decades?
Well, I think one possible future is obviously there's a moment of what you could call post-critical ascendancy, which is this sense that instead of following this queer theorist Eve Sedgwick, instead of these paranoid readings, they're always seeking to find the hidden structure of domination or whatever within the cultural object that's being reviewed. You read reparatively, right? You read with an attitude that is charitable, that is open, that is receptive to the experience of the work. Now, this is very a la mode. This is very trendy, and it's against a kind of like Marx has this idea of the young Marx has this idea of critique as hand-to-hand combat. This kind of very macho, pugilistic destruction of the object, the brain of passion, not the passion of the brain, the other way around, passion of the brain, not the brain of passion. This seems to be entirely junked now, and I think we should ask about why something like this post-critical idea has, how this plays into what you were earlier referring to as the kind of physics of social media. So for instance, BuzzFeed a few years ago said, when they were advertising for their first kind of book reviews editor, they said, we will not have hatchet jobs, we're not inviting any haters. So the job description said no negative reviews. I mean, this is book reviewing. This is a profession which is like preeminently founded on the art of the hatchet job and of, negative criticism. And I think it's quite concerning that this, under a guise of radicality and because of course there is an idea of reparative criticism that is radical, but there's another one which is basically accommodating and advertorials, essentially, And I think this is definitely, it's gaining ascendancy in quarters where it's actually serving to just shore up an increasingly commercialized and corporate sphere of cultural production. So.
Yeah, thank you for that definition. That was great, or that future scope. That I think was a really important distinction between reparative.
Critique being instrumentalized.
Also.
As well, or yeah.
I mean, I think that also, though, BuzzFeed in, say, what did you say, 2012 or 15 or 2012, again, the mediascape was quite different in 2012 than it is in 2022. And we were still sort of imagining that space to be something of a public sphere in 2022. Whereas now, where we're all in Discords and DM groups and we're much more fractured, reparative critique also serves the purpose of like bridging communities, saying like we can have an alliance with you, and so okay, we agree on this. And I think there's sort of like, is this happening in ClearNet? In that case, it's like going towards this like PMC hegemonic culture. Is it happening in like dark forest, cozy web spaces? Then it's like maybe bridging two small groups within a shared politics. So I think we have to be judicious about like when we're applying a critique of repair or a critique of like, some kind of reveal or like a more masculine type of critique.
Yeah, I
Not
mean,
to code it that way, but.
There's this tendency towards essentializing or universalizing everything in the online space, the medias we engage with now. And of course, this conference has made clear that there is a diversity of critiques, of practices of critiques, of languages of critiques. And of course, handle with care.
Is that a good place to wrap up then? Or is there's another? Oh,
I would be trustful
Maybe
that Alex
quickly,
Sprinter
Alex.
has to add something of meaning over there. Last answer.
Make it good, Alex.
I mean, I didn't hear all the panels, but to me, one thing, especially with this question of like, where are we going to stand in 20, 30 years, is kind of like, the Bruno Latour and why has critique run out of steam? And his argument back then was like, because it gave the climate deniers the toolkit to resist these like brute facts that we will in the next 20 years be ever more kind of exposed to, and and in the context, I think it was after the Iraq War and that kind of thing. So I think for me, like that's also this question about what the future of critique is, when it came up a little bit in the discussion of museums and artworks and climate protesters in museums, but it's like what we do in our nice bubble of the sort of privileged positionality of the critic and of the world of critique, as in your romantic landscape behind you. It's like, that's, we're gonna have to like deal with climate grief, and then what the question is, how is, critique going to change in light of like these brute facts that are going to, put not quite an end, but I think they're going to kind of reframe it. That this period is going to be over, where we sort of sit together and talk about what is critique. So that's my fear of, or warning for what might happen in 20 years or whatever.
Well, maybe we leave it with that image, the image of us in 2030 or whatever, with all wearing our down parkas in the same room, addressing what critique could be under those circumstances.
Talking really loud, no microphone.
Right. All right. So thank you. We now have an excellent panel with Matt Dryhurst, Joshua Citarella, and Hito Styrel, if that is still the plan.
That is true. Thank you
so
so much, Carly. Thank you so much, Julian, for putting all the energy into this Congress, for opening it last week, for nearly closing it tonight, and your generous processing of all these diverse contributions. Thank you so much. So I have the honor to announce the last panel tonight. Where's the public in the metaverse? I expect many answers to the questions that Carly and Julian raised, or additional questions. There's one problem though with this panel, as with some other panels too. One person fell ill, short-termed. It's the flu season. What can we do? Niklas Mark really apologizes. He would have loved to be in this conversation. Niklas Mark, architecture critic of Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, cannot come. But Hito Styrel, I just saw, who likes to be introduced as a writer and filmmaker. But I would also like to add, you probably feel the same, that her essays like Wretched of the Screen or In Defense of the Poor Image, I think they are like 10 or 14 or 15 years old, but they are still being quoted because the work of Hito as an essayist and as a filmmaker and as an artist has really helped to understand how power in the digital sphere has changed and how it works and how it transmits through the circulation of media and images. I might remind you of the last exhibition in Berlin that I remember, Balancier at Neuer Berliner Kunstverein. 2020 in Düsseldorf in K21, I Will Survive. and most recently a Sea of Data in the National Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art in Seoul. Hito is also, since last year, member of the Sektion Bildende Kunst in the Akademie der Künste. Matt Dryhurst is a composer and developer, teaches at NYU, and together with his partner, Holly Herndon, has launched really formative projects around discourse in the digital sphere. The podcast Interdependence is a very influential platform for avant-garde discourse on Web3 and criticism also under conditions of digital circulation. They also launched the DAO, the Digital Autonomous Organization Holly Plus, last year, one of the few interesting projects in the booming NFT market of last year, and is also launching a new thing, a business model actually that he might be able to finally talk about tonight. Joshua Sottorella, whoever saw the first day in Bonn, saw Josh already on the panel, Memes versus Museums. Joshua is an artist who took the consequences of the weakening of institutions that he experienced exhibiting but also teaching, and is really like a model of an artist who takes the means of production into their own hands. With the research platform Do Not Research, and with many outputs on Twitch, on his own podcast. You could call Joshua maybe like a soul educator of Gen Z in the US, how to get out of the rabbit holes of political extremization and how to organize goods collectively. And you also use, for example, the model of the Guild in World of Warcraft in one of your talks to show that socialism actually works. I want to highlight the publication Politigram and the Post Left, which is a unique work that no other institution has done. Joshua really met up online with people who were gathering around most exotic, extreme political orientations and communicated by memes, and understood to do education by using memes also and nudging people back into conversation. What's also amazing about Joshua's work is that after all this work in decentralization, he's a strong defender of institutions like museums, and so I'm very grateful you took up the moderation for the last talk of this conference. And yeah, you may be reflecting the conditions of public goods and the public sphere after digitization. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you, Kolja. Thank you, that was a very generous introduction. Welcome to our panelists. It's my great pleasure to moderate this discussion tonight with Hito Sterl and Matt Dryhurst. Our panel asks, where is the public? In the last few years, we have seen tech platforms radically reshape creative economies, legacy media, cultural institutions, and society at large. Today, when we think of the public, we unavoidably and necessarily think of data. But does this data, as captured by our privately owned platforms, represent any real sense of society? Is there even a public without a commons? Do new forms of collective ownership offer solutions to the numerous crises facing us in the form of skyrocketing rents and education, austerity, informational chaos, and social disintegration? What role might institutions play in shaping this new society? Thinking about the topic of our panel, I was told by the artist Rachel Rawson that the metaverse as a term first appears in Snow Crash, the sci-fi dystopian novel of a narco-capitalist future. So one might imagine that there is very little of a public in the world forecasted by Snow Crash. Our program began in Bonn with a keynote address by New Models, Carly and Julian here, in which they described the implosion of legacy media and the rise of platforms. I wonder if we might start with a bit of background from each of your respective fields. And Matt, maybe I'll throw this question to you first. How has online distribution shifted creative practice? When did you have the feeling that something fundamentally changed?
Cool. Hey, everyone. Yeah, I think the feeling something fundamentally changed was toward the end of the aughts, kind of like the birth of poptimism. There was a lot of excitement around, you know, the experimental record being presented on the same stage as Beyonce. And of course that then soured when you realized that when judged on the same plane, everyone must become Beyonce. That was kind of like the double-edged sword. But with that kind of populism, yeah, ultimately this kind of expectation that I think New Models talked about where, you know, things are being judged by how much they're being engaged with. That fundamentally was the kind of logic that was slipped in. And you can describe this as a kind of philistinism of sorts, because ultimately then, you know, the things that are the most attention grabbing are the things that, you know, get the most attention. My concern with that is that, you know, institutionally speaking, the same tools that kind of push that economic logic start to challenge institutions, like institutions of journalism, publications. And so you've seen in the past decade or so, this kind of like slide toward attempting to appease a public that may or may not actually exist. You know, at least in music, the one kind of safe space from all that was the live music industry, because it was kind of determined by physics in a way that, although Carly and Julian would argue otherwise.
Is it sustained by ticket sales also?
Sustained by ticket sales, but slowly, I mean, we saw that kind of before the pandemic, slowly, you know, music from somewhere being displaced by music from nowhere, where you'd play large festivals and all of a sudden be encountering bands where I'm like, I don't actually know where you come from. But you do thrive very well in these kind of platform environments. And so, yeah, it's been kind of a slow slide over the past decade or so, I'd say.
And is there a specific year or an event that you would choose as a milestone?
Not really, to be honest. I'd say like 2008 to 2011 or something like that was the first time I would like pay attention
so
to it.
Before the decade even.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There's like a slow gradation, but maybe not a clear inflection point with a single event. Hito, how has online distribution shifted the field of art? It's a much more abstract question.
There's multiple ways, but actually I want to focus on basically the present and not the past 20 years, because, you know, we had an excellent summary of what happened the last 20 to 30 years by New Models, so I'm not going to repeat that. But I'm really fascinated by the present moment, because I think this, again, will shift the field of art and also art criticism in extension a lot. And what we're seeing now is, in the past weeks, unraveling and implosion of many of the paradigms we took for granted, namely some of the platforms of platform capitalism, which are imploding at a breathtaking speed. And I think this will have major consequences for everything we're talking about. I'm calling this the CCK collapse. C for crypto, C for corporate media. Unfortunately, until now, only Western corporate media. TikTok is not part of the equation. And K for Kanye West. And all the three of them imploded basically in a flurry of completely bizarre plot twists all over the place. And I think only one of them is going to come back and will not be Kanye West. So basically, if I can go into, maybe, okay, I'm taking that back. Maybe you will come back, who knows? Gosh. Okay. So if I can go a little more into detail with that, I mean, in the last weeks, we've seen a sort of major implosion again of the crypto market by way of bankruptcy of the crypto exchange called FTX, run by its CEO, Sam Bankman-Fried, who also was an follower of a very weird pseudo-philosophical neo-colonial cult called effective altruism. I will go into that later, because I think effective altruism has already had a quite big effect on art. I want to talk about this later. And I think, you know, I mean, this is not the beginning of the crypto collapse. It started happening earlier this year with Terra Luna, etc. All sorts of crypto institutions, if you may call it like that, have already imploded. And I think this is another major blow to the rhetorics of decentralization, removal of gatekeepership, providing of opportunities for people who do not have enough opportunities, and so on. And the second is, of course, second C for corporate media. I don't really need to go into that. I think everyone has noticed what happened at Twitter recently. It's maybe falling apart, but I think it's rather coming really into its own to be sort of an optimized platform for monetized toxicity, and that's what's happening now. It's really coming into its own, and this is also flanked by a much larger, set of layoffs across the tech sector at Metaverse, 11,000 workers fired, so the Metaverse is probably not going to happen anytime soon. We have layoffs at Amazon, also at machine learning companies, and so on and so on. So that does not mean that these Western corporate media are going to disappear anytime soon. I think they will still exist as silos. I mean, Facebook has been a silo for frustrated boomers for a while, and it will continue to be so, And I think they will just shrink and sort of trickle and wither away, as Marx said about the state, a century ago, or dissipate into, even smaller silos, dark forest, Telegram, and so on and so on. And this means that, the landscape of criticism that we have heard a lot about during the last days, very, very interestingly, is shifting again dramatically, because many of the material and informational conditions are, shifting a lot as we speak. And of course, this is not only intrinsic to text, this has a lot to do with the going down or seizing, basically, of quantitative easing, with the diminishing of excess liquidity, which could be invested in crypto, in NFTs, in art, etc., etc. And this happens, of course, in the context of pandemia, of energy wars, and so on and so on. And I think this for art and art criticism is not just bad news. We will see how this will work out, but I think many of the last year's big art debates were sort of characterized by something which I call toxic flow, right? And toxic flow is a term from crypto. It is when two bots trade against one another on a sort of crypto exchange by using high-frequency trading algorithms, so they try to destroy one another. That's toxic flow. And I think that was the dynamic that both legacy media and corporate social media developed with one another, in trying to maximize outrage and compress facts into things that were not really facts anymore because they were so compressed. They were maximizing polarization and egging one another on in the process. And I think if there's less toxic flow, that's not bad news, honestly. But on the other hand, there's also this massive fallout for art workers that have invested a lot of their time, attention, labor, energy, and so on, into building a voice and some influence and also income, maybe through the platforms. And for them, I think this must be a major rug pull, really. And it's kind of might be really tragic. On the other hand, there is no way to sort of try to dissuade people, to invest their labor and attention and so on into corporate social media, because also there's no other real option. If there is no decent paying job, then you're not going to berate someone for buying a lottery ticket, because it's a very rational choice, to buy a lottery ticket, because if there is no paying job, you're better off buying a lottery ticket. And that's basically the position of many people in precarious position towards investing in social media, their own times, lives, and so on. But on the other hand, I see that many people are leaving right now. they are leaving corporate media, social media in droves, because I see them arriving on Mastodon. Really, it's like the survivors of the plane crash or something, you know, completely mentally disheveled, trying, where's my followers, what's going on here, I don't know, and being, you know, in a vile mood and entirely, you know, agitated and trying to figure out what's going on. And I see that a lot of the energy of the debates is now shifting into the Fediverse, which I think is ambivalent, because the Fediverse has many of the problems that corporate social media have as well, in relation to representation, in relation to remuneration, content moderation, and so on and so on. But for the first time, really, since Web 1, and I was already alive, I have to confess, during Web 1. I saw it. I'm a sort of historical witness of that period. For the first time, it is happening in an area which is non-profit or not primarily for profit. And that's really good news. And I think basically this energy should be engaged with, and that this is right now, right in this moment as we speak, and things are really like all over the place right now, the place where the important debates, which also, you know, we had during the time of DAOs and even before, etc., which are the questions of, you know, representation, visibility and invisibility, of power structures, of infrastructures, of fair pay. You know, those questions are now being discussed over there, and that's something I think that institutions should support.
Could I intervene?
Sure, sure.
With all respect, I disagree with so much of what you just said. I mean, first off, this is actually in the grander scheme of this debate about critique. One of my frustrations listening to the previous discussion is at what point we as a community intervene, at what stage in production do we intervene in terms of critique. It's abstract to me, even to be on Twitter right now, to see people all of a sudden embracing the Fediverse, which in my mind, you can go back to 2010, people experimenting with the Fediverse. The Fediverse is a disaster for numerous reasons, privacy being one of them. Do not join a Mastodon server with anybody that you know who you don't feel comfortable them reading your DMs, for example. A lot of the original builders behind crypto, which, by the way, sorry, like the idea that FTX is some kind of a proves anything about the original principles of crypto is incorrect. FTX, as with Terra, as with Luna, like these are centralized organizations. Ethereum network is running just fine. Uniswap is running just fine. And actually many of the principles of privacy that are baked into these early crypto networks were there because of the failures of the Fediverse. A lot of those original developers eventually migrated into the Ethereum ecosystem, for example, for that reason. And so I have to say, like, we can have a conversation about, you know, quite whether Twitter goes away. I don't think it does. Quite whether Kanye goes away, who just announced his presidential push, right? But like this idea that, you know, somehow kind of moving off into the utopian space of the Fediverse is not good advice. No, it's just not good advice.
Yeah, but this is not what I said.
Sure.
This is not what I said.
Sure.
I pointed out all these problems with
Sure.
Mastodon and the Fediverse, and there are multiple and many. But what the Mastodon is not doing, it's not privatizing your content. It's not their intellectual property.
Well, as a result, it will also fail.
I mean, we
like
will see about that, but it is not for now a corporate silo where basically whatever you do in there is already being expropriated by the platform.
Up until recently, Mastodon ran on less than $1 million budget a year. The idea that that will compete with whatever Twitter has planned or whatever the Ethereum network puts forward is not realistic.
But I think this is, you know.
Sorry,
okay, Matt,
push back. I just have to disagree.
Matt, yeah, no, I know you disagree. It's fine, but let's not get into the toxic flow, right?
Sure.
Because I think this is also a reason. No, I'm sorry. You know, it's not against you, not at all.
Sure, yeah.
Because these debates are set up for maximum polarization. I think this is also the reason why so many people fell ill or pulled out.
Totally.
Is they don't want to be, you know, in this kind of Colosseum situation.
100%.
But you know, I think we have to address the obvious problems and shortcomings that the cryptosphere has had in the last weeks and months, for sure.
Absolutely.
And we need to, I'm not, I was very cautious with my, mention even of Mastodon, because the problems are really, really obvious, right? But I think it's also, speaking of a public sphere, for the first time in 30 years almost, an example that is not entirely commodified and privatized from the get-go.
Sure. Yep, sure. I mean, yeah. And I apologize if I'm coming across...
No, it's fine.
My frustration, in a sense, is the conflation. And this speaks to the question of this conference just generally. We're talking about critique, and I was sitting there thinking about it, and I'm like, okay, like, my issue, in a sense, is that we're so used to receiving things that happen in the technical world way later, almost as if they were products from the 20th century, right? Someone spent a year working on an album, and then it's finally done, and we go out and do this. Like, my challenge is that we are still not, as a broader artistic community, at a point of fluency or sophistication in our understanding of things like crypto networks, that quite commonly conflations will happen between whatever the scammer Sam Bankman-Fried is doing and whatever is being developed at Uniswap or Optimism or something along these lines.
Okay, I think we could go into detail now, technical detail. I don't think it's really that divorced from one another, but let's just agree.
Totally.
Let's just agree.
Excuse my enthusiasm.
Yeah.
I'm just, at the moment, I'm definitely in this position where I'm like, I really want to be able to create a spectrum of perspectives on these things, because fundamentally my bigger question is, let's say Twitter does die, right? Let's say crypto was a bad idea.
Eventually. I mean, of course, it's just a matter of time.
Sure. But then what replaces it? And as you said, and to give you a lot of credit, you're then saying, look, people buy lottery tickets, right? Like, there is a general sense of precarity. But then what do we offer people that's actually realistic? And so from a pragmatic position, I have to defend some of these networks and not so easily dismiss them, because I don't see anything else coming to replace them, if that makes sense.
Yes, but as I said, I think there is now a shift from this financialized network, which I completely get, because there is no, I read this interview with one of the people who got scammed by FTX, and he said, you know what, that's just crypto, and I don't have a job, I'm not going to be able to buy a house, I'm not going to be able to get on the property letter, what else do you want me to do? I mean, that's fairly rational, honestly.
Rational gambling, right.
But we cannot really, because there is no other alternative, remain being stuck in the silo of basically expropriation of labor, attention, data, resources, etc., by platforms, and also including many crypto platforms, right? And I think that looking for a, let's say, non-profit alternative is a good idea.
I would agree. I mean, I think the non-profit part may present challenges in terms of actual viability, right? But I can agree, when we talk about like fair remuneration, fair acknowledgement of labor, there's where we completely agree. Yes. I just feel like crypto gets somewhat of it's an easy target. When that was many of the principles that stuff was built on, right? That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's also an easy target because it's such a sitting duck, I have to say.
Totally. Well,
I mean, just think about what effective altruism is. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's a sort of neo-colonial philosophical front for...
I am not advocating for
scamming. I mean, come on.
I'm not advocating for effective altruism, and I think those are two separate issues. But
okay.
But I'll say, actually, I think a lot of early crypto people joined the space from places like the Fediverse, concerned with things that you are concerned with, is all I'm saying. And I'll leave it at that. I don't want to hijack this,
but
I
share a piece
was
of
like,
good news from the younger generation, maybe, that will tie up some of these questions. So in my observation, extensive interviews with young people who are very politicized all over the spectrum, especially young emerging artists that now find themselves in our communities. People seem to be opting out of these giant platforms like Twitter, like Instagram, and so on and so forth, and then they're spending more quality time in spaces that are private but have very low barriers to entry, right? So I think there's a hazard of like over-indexing how impactful, how meaningful a platform like Twitter is, where we see like there's 20% of the population that's even on it, it's overwhelmingly dominated by journalists, and 1% of the users produce 90% of the content. Don't quote me on that, but I mean, we know it's massively asymmetrical. So I think that I don't want to forecast the end of Twitter, but there's certainly a lot of young people who just find it not worth their time, period, and they are choosing to opt into other networks. And so that allows like all sorts of conversations to open up about what is an equitable distribution of the resources in these spaces, whether they are nonprofit or for-profit, if there's a way to have ownership or a stake in that community. Those are things that maybe on the Web3 side of this, if that ever does happen, we can get back some of the good quality things from Web 1, because I think broadly we are all disappointed with things like
can even
YouTube.
continue doing some of the things that were really interesting in the Web3 discussion, right? But not with Web3, minus Web3, so to speak, you know, because I'm not sure whether that's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I think just to conclude this questions arc about Web 2, I do want to share one slide that Carly and Julian had shown from the keynote that if people have not yet seen it, I think it plots from 1970 to 2010 just about, the devaluation of where, I'm gesturing towards an image that's not behind us right now actually. It's a chart plotting the devaluation of rate per word for journalists in this space, where in the 1970s you would get roughly $10 a word, and in 2020 you're getting 25 cents a word. So pretty extreme devaluation there. I'm going to steer us into another question here, because part of this has been accelerated by platforms, but we are in an arts institution. We are not subject to the competitive dynamics of the discourse and the platforms. We can take our time and dig into these questions further, but I would like to pose this question to Hito. The title of our conference is The Future of Critique. It seems implicit in this framing that there's an anxiety within the institutions that they may be losing influence, and that the future of critique is somehow uncertain. So on this question of stakeholders, who are the stakeholders in this space? Who are the institutions losing influence to? Have they been, to some degree, complicit in this hollowing out of the public sphere?
Yes, I mean, definitely they have been complicit in the hollowing out of the public sphere, but maybe the future of what? I mean, it seems as if we're taking for granted that there is a future of critique, there is a future of art, there is a future of the internet. There was this excellent input yesterday by Sarah Nabil, who said, you know, you're talking about art criticism, but what art? We are not able to do art in Afghanistan. There's no art, you know. And I think in a similar way, we have to question many things we are taking for granted. I mean, criticism, institutions, but also internet, you know. The new internet may be no internet, and it is already no internet in many cases. I'm having a collaboration with a colleague in Kiev, and you know, many days there is just no internet. It's the new normal, right? That you don't have access. You cannot take it for granted. As we speak, there is the Kurdish Air Force bombing, you know, places in North Syria, because they adopted the playbook of the energy wars, taking out infrastructure, heating, but also communication, right? So basically, internet is nothing we can take anymore for granted, and going into that, and I'm sorry, I hope it will not trigger you again, but we can cordially make up later, okay? I was learning this because during this whole NFT period, I was doing a research with my two colleagues, three colleagues actually, the third one is sitting over there, Trakilovic, Gagoshice, and Madison, about crypto-colonialism, about the way crypto mining, etc., is implicated in power networks, energy networks from Kosovo to Kazakhstan to North Korea, etc., etc. And we learned about, you know, power riots and basically mining political instability in order to produce crypto. And this is when it became really clear to me that in talking about anything related to the internet or digital or data, or even crypto, etc., it's just a sub-chapter of a more general question of extractivism, right? Energy extractivism, data extractivism, fossil extractivism, extractivism of labor and attention, and so on, and so on. And I think this really needs to be factored into the question or the thinking about the question, what can institutions do? You know, how can they engage with this extractivism, energy, etc., on many levels? And I think, you know, I haven't listened to the whole conference, but some of it, at least online, and you know, it's clear to me that we cannot go back, you know, to this legacy criticism model, because it, I mean, clearly has been elitist and exclusionary, and especially in Germany has never really dealt with its historical foundations. I mean, Werner Haftmann is a prime example when it comes to that. So that's nothing one could go back to, but also, as I said, you know, relying on the platforms of platform capitalism is not really an option going forward. So I think, but Matt, do you wanna? I don't wanna bang on forever, just interrupt me.
I actually don't have anything to say on that point.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
If I can play devil's advocate
yeah.
here for a moment, because I agree with you, all of these criticisms of legacy institutions and the history of cultural institutions leading up to platforms, where now we'll say platforms devalued creative production in all sorts of different fields, in music and journalism and so on, and video making for sure, art it's a little bit less clear. But I think that there's a real competing force with the institutional structure of cultural production. And so to defend the importance of institutions now is not meant to valorize all of their historical baggage, but it is to forecast how dystopian culture will truly be when the institutions themselves are eliminated and we are left with only just the pure liquidity and cap dystopia of navigating platforms to find meaningful culture. So I think, I guess my contention is that we stand a better chance as people with left political dedications to wage those conversations, those struggles within the framework of institutions than we do within the platforms, specifically because of their extractive nature. So I'm wondering, like, do you have a vision of what art institutions are supposed to do in this context? If to maintain within that framework, understanding that platforms are the largest competing force, that when the institutions wither, the platforms will immediately move in and take their place. So I understand it's a compromised framework, but I think we stand a better chance within that context.
I mean, maybe I could speak to that a little bit. My concern fundamentally with critical institutions is relevancy. It's one of relevancy. I think everyone's been put in a very precarious, unusual position where on the one hand you want to be appeasing a public that's attention is looking elsewhere, and then you also want to be continuing a legacy of being, you know, of playing a role. My maybe provocation in this is that I feel that, you know, so for example, we've been doing a lot of work in machine learning at the moment. There's a very you know, to speak to this idea of a potential decay of one era of platforms, you know, OpenAI is currently training GPT-4 on 100 trillion parameters. The idea of maybe protocol capitalism or whatnot disappearing seems unlikely to me in that scenario, right? This is a new substrate that may appear in all forms of media going forward. Let's see. Let's see. The idea, for example, that it's very difficult to go to public institutions or newspapers, for example, and speak to anyone to any degree of fluency about this while this process is while this is in process, is to me kind of a challenge, right? And it speaks to a little bit of this idea of, you know, critique being something you do after something happens, you know. And I think with faster cycles, all these challenges, we might all agree actually on the challenges inherent to them, the idea of fairness, the idea of not exploiting people, for example, we would likely agree there. My frustration with many institutions and many of the habits that we have is that we're not intervening early enough in the process, right? And I believe that if institutions were to begin to intervene earlier in the process, which would, you know, I mean, you've done a lot of work in the past kind of advocating for or bringing up the idea of didacticism or these kind of third rails, right? Like, which it tasks itself to actually intervene when things are being built. I think that could bring with it a new kind of era of relevancy for institutions. There's plenty of work to be done.
Is this a suggestion that institutions should be diagrammatically the designers or have some type of input on the platforms for cultural distribution?
For sure. There are just emergent fields, as I said, you know, having more experience, let's say, in the crypto or the machine learning fields. These were open public debates for many, many years, right? Nobody really cared until NFTs came along or until some kind of blow-up comes along. Right now, yesterday I was in a Discord with hundreds of thousands of people debating Stable Diffusion's policy of what they're going to be training their next model on. These discussions are happening. It's just art institutions are in some ways disincentivized from even participating, right? And so you can be involved in those conversations and saying, hey, guys, like actually there's a train crash coming, or maybe there's some stuff to be excited about, but we actually need to intervene here. But nobody cares until there's something to critique years later, right? And so my suggestion here with institutions more broadly is that we maybe need to recalibrate to the speed at which things are happening. That's it.
Yeah, I would love to have a discussion about Stable Diffusion, but maybe at a later point. But I do have two comments toward these questions of institution. One is more productive and the other maybe less. But let's start with the more productive one. I was talking about everything being a function of extractivism. And institutions are partly, at least as long as it concerns their own internal economy, able to reverse this kind of extractivism. What do I mean by that? There was this suggestion by my colleague Paul Feigelfeld, which I found really fascinating. It's not really physically functional, but a great idea that you need to basically retrieve all the energy that's stuck in NFTs and memes and shitcoins, and then you can solve the energy crisis with the sort of energy that's sort of wasted and frozen within this kind of so-called assets, right? And I think that's a great idea, and I would love to transfer this power to Kobane and to Kharkiv and to Kiev and to Kamishlo and to all these other places where this energy would really be needed. But on the other hand, I think it's not physically possible, but you can take basically the structure of this model to try to reverse extractivism within an institution, which means that institutions, art institutions, take unpaid labor and attention and contribution for granted from many of their constituencies, which are mainly artists and art workers and content providers and mediators and also critics, right? But they contribute a lot for free to digital corporate platforms. They contribute a lot to the art washing and reputation washing of dubious sponsors, etc., etc., and they do so for free. So basically, I think one can just really reverse the flow and invest and infuse resources into those people who have been extracted from for the past at least 15 years, right? And try to really build or infuse resources into these constituencies and take away from the platforms, corporate platforms, by not providing, free content and not providing reputation washing, etc., for oligarchs and sponsors. I think that's one very, very reasonable and pragmatic suggestion. On the other hand, I mean, just a little remark that makes me also skeptical of the power of institutions to do this. This morning I was listening to one of the talks online, and the person, Robert Kudielka, he was sort of mentioning that he was standing in a sort of dark corner and pointed to this statue over there, and at first I didn't really realize what he was talking about. It sounded as if it was a sort of zombie corner, and then of course it occurred to me, this is our großer Kurfürst who has personally traded and sold between 10 and 30,000 slaves in the 17th century. So we are seeing a slaveholder guy here, and it seems completely normal, that this is part of the furniture that is patronizingly and benevolently looking upon all these discussions of critique and criticism, and no one apparently questions the presence of this statue. So, as long as institutions are not able to deal with this sort of very, very blatant situation, then I'm also not sure whether how much of a positive, impact they are going to have on other aspects of art criticism.
I have just a brief anecdote to share on this question that, I'm from the States, so I'm already living in Snow Crash. The rates for young, let's say art critics, but young artists, people who are trying to enter into these fields, they're extremely, extremely low, often unpaid, as you mentioned. When I graduated in 2010, 2008 is in the middle of my college career, it was very normal to do 2 years of an unpaid internship, assume $250,000 of debt in the States to get your education, and then go into a job that maybe paid you $35,000 a year. And so what you find is when you set up those extreme barriers to entry, those extreme financial barriers, is that the only people who can afford to do this job are those who have access to intergenerational wealth. And that skews very, very clearly, and then we wonder why there's a lack of representation in the art world, because it's only the wealthy people who can afford to do it. That's, we end up, discovering these things in a very rude way through the process. I want to throw in a point of contention here, and I'm not sure, I think I have conflicting feelings about this. But my friends starting out these conversations about platforms, about the role of institutions, Matt brought up this question of relevance. And what I would often hear from my friends on the left, the stodgy, orthodox Marxist left, is that institutions move slow for a reason. That we would hate to see if Baby Yoda got exhibition space devoted to it, right? There are things that are not relevant, and then there's things that are cultural commentary, but that can be better left to the magazines and other trends. So there's this important sorting the signal to noise ratio that has to happen. Is there a benefit to the slow pace of institutions in some instances?
Yeah, in some instances for sure. I think there's two sides to this, right? I'm actually an institutionalist too, in the sense that I mean, part of the reason I feel so critical of them is I actually hold them in high esteem, right? I want them to be doing the job. I mean, in the context of critique, the question that always comes to my mind is effective critique. There's a question of saying, is critique just something we do? Is that just something that happens? Is it its own kind of industry, right? You go to school for it, and then you continue doing it, and we still have these 20th century kind of industrial habits and 20th century kind of educational habits that haven't really modulated over time. And then there's this kind of question of effective critique of saying, well, if we're going to get people in a room together or publish stuff to actually properly dive into things and investigate them, what do you do with that? Because if the product of that is to say, well, actually, I think it should be this way, right? That's when the speed factor comes in. Because in my mind, 7 years after the fact, you can come to the perfect conclusion, but that's not really that much good to anyone unless you're kind of doing something about it. And so this is not a vote to say that, the Tate or the painting museum should all of a sudden be concerning itself with stable diffusion or whatnot, where there's no expertise, but more to say that there's a vacuum and a gulf of institutions occupying that role, where in my limited experience, admittedly, I can say that if someone were to occupy that role, I think there's actually a lot more flexibility and a lot more opportunities to find common ground and actually do good than one might suspect. For me, it's mostly a latency issue and a fluency issue. And let's admit, I mean, we all went to art school. Nobody taught me any of this stuff in an art school environment generally, right? It's stuff that you can kind of only learn. And my concern with the latency is that I'm seeing the latency kind of expand, and the cycles upon which decisions are being made contract. Where in this, for example, AI conversation, if you miss it for 3 weeks, you're catching up because something changed. And so I think that's the vacuum there, not to be confused with a desire for me, for example, to start seeing institutions reflecting the latest TikTok memes or something along these lines. Your TikTok memes are great, Josh, but you know what I'm saying. It's not a populist play. It's more saying that we have a latency issue.
I mean, in terms of stable diffusion, let's just keep it. I agree. It will be really important going forward, but there is also in this sector massive layoffs now. We are not only in a crypto winter, we are also at the same time heading for AI winter and a sort of general tech winter. So it's that just a note of caution. And to the topic of institutions. Sometimes institutions do not wait. If they smell money, they can be really quick. I mean, look at the show that MoMA is having now in the middle of all this crypto crash. They have, you know, a huge NFT show where they create basically a secondary market for their own proprietary data to be repackaged as NFTs, with probably the last artist that is still represented by Johann König. I think you could probably, you know, say that institution could sometimes go a little slower, right? And there is a reason why there is no such exhibition in relation to stable diffusion right now, because the money is just not there. And the museum, the institutions smell the potential influx of excess liquidity, and then they act very, very quickly.
Yeah, we had discussed a little bit earlier that there are such low fees for especially young people entering into this space, and then we looked at social media, and there's a divergence where I think there's, you know, let's say a talented young person who's 19 or 20 years old, and they're looking down the barrel of an art career, which is, we're now like a generation older than them, and they see that we are not living very luxurious lives, and they think, you know, I don't know anybody who's made it in this field. Maybe I'll try YouTube, maybe I'll try something else, where even though it's grinding, you can at least meet your overhead, or you have a chance for success against all the odds. It's very difficult stakes. On top of that, we've also seen a shift in institutional priorities where they become increasingly reliant on private donors as state funding dries up. Being in the States, I'm living in a few years in the future. This is unfortunately being rolled out across Europe, as I hear from all of my friends that have to stake out an artistic career here. And then, although the museums are ostensibly holding these works in the public trust and they are making exhibitions for a public, they are ever so slightly, incrementally, increasingly beholden to the interest, to the whims, to the taste of these collectors. That presents a difficult terrain to try and navigate. I spoke with, I'm going to try and not reveal the source for this. As a good podcaster, I will not reveal my sources. But in some of these, some of them are Web3, some of them are just, you get to hold shares of a modernist painting, like a great Picasso or something like this. And when crunching the big scale analytics for that, one might, previously a lay of the land survey of the terrain would reveal that this piece realizes this value in the market, it's then put into an institution, when it's later brought up for auction, the price is increased, that there's a value creation by having the work in the context of the institution that is later realized through the market. They're finding that's no longer true. This is the very concerning thing, right? Because even from the most impoverished position to say that criticism or institutional prestige is the value add to the rising asset price of an artwork, I mean, I hope it does a whole bunch of other things as an art evangelist, but the bare minimum definition is that it does that. If we're seeing even that wane, it seems to be that it's forecasting, like, again, some type of like snow crash, complete market liquidity in which like institutions are now considered a distortion of price signals, right? This is like the libertarian rhetoric that underpins a lot of these big tech platforms is now working its way into the institution, and it is being, through the coercive laws of competition, driven towards the asset price, and they're finding that they're really not that impactful. So, Not really a question. I'm just, that conversation on its own has really made me rethink a lot of like what these conversations can even contribute to. And I think, I mean, what I hope to accomplish through them is that we can address the experience of young people who are entering these fields into what seems to be decaying at a rate that is so rapid that we can't even do the panel discussions as fast as the damage is happening. Kind of what Matt had said, that some of these decisions, especially in the field of AI, if it goes for 3 weeks and you miss it, that could have been an incredibly important decision that then determines the creative paths of a whole generation of people. And I don't know, I was busy listening to a podcast on another topic. I can't possibly keep up with all of it. So what impact can institutions, can art discourse, if we're increasingly irrelevant, how do you hit the brakes on this thing? How do you grab hold of it?
That's nice. Being irrelevant sounds good, no?
Sure.
Well, less toxic
sounds
flow.
blissful. Yeah, I mean, not to cut you off, but for me, I mean, it is really difficult. I'd spent a lot of time teaching older teenagers. You never want to be that kind of cliche of the professor or whatnot saying, oh, well, you know, only a few of you are going to make it and the world is terrible or whatnot. Of course not. But I do think there's a real challenge. I mean, I look at it in some ways like there is this kind of impossible burden where a lot of the narratives that we tell ourselves about how the world works, about how creative economies work, the priors haven't really been updated. And so it becomes more and more difficult to talk to younger people with a straight face saying, well, this is the right way to do things, even though there might not actually be a career in it for you if that's what you're looking for. I mean, of course, I don't think art school was ever designed to necessarily facilitate a career for people, but it's become increasingly that's increasingly part of the conversation. And so, yeah, so I mean, I end up like having to be like unfashionably kind of optimistic about things in the sense that at the same time, in those contexts, the students know a great deal more about their particular scenario. And yeah, and I think that, you know, there are plenty of ways to intervene in things that are happening currently, and it might well mean that, you know, a future art market will look quite different to the one you read about in books. But that's okay, you know.
I think really keeping a few things in mind. First, do not take art for granted and do not take infrastructure for granted and energy for granted or anything for granted. Right now is probably the only approach one can take, right? Because all of these certainties, these data points and data sets of the past are not going to go straight into the future. I mean, that's almost certain, right?
Is there a crash in the art market? Because I guess what we see is that there are crashes in other markets, and then the polarization that results from it is often quite good for art, right? Because art is a way to store your value in anticipation of this collapse. But one of the things you had brought up earlier is that when the internet goes down, museums are quite resilient in the face of collapse, and that you have the physical structure, you have discursive networks, and so on.
I think the art market now finally will start to feel basically the crisis that's been ongoing since 2008, and for some sort of miraculous reason, which is called quantitative easing, it hasn't gone down. But I think really with I mean, this sounds like crazy to talk about interest rates in this kind of discussion, but I think it's really a factor. If interest rates rise, there is less excess liquidity, which can be, you know, invested in these so-called luxury goods. And I think, yes, it will be felt, definitely.
Yeah, it reminds me of, there's a great meme doing the rounds where someone was like, I only just realized that all my interests were due to low interest rates. And there's something true to it. It's true, just like the world slows down overnight and you're like, oh, okay, there's something more to this.
I think New Models calls it ZERP culture, 0% interest rates. Yeah.
That's wonderful, yes.
Yeah, okay, but I think the consequences of this being over for now, we don't know them yet, but they will be massive, and especially in the field of art, culture, etc., which will also translate into even less funding and so on.
If I can summarize a few of the topics that we've talked about thus far. So 0% interest rates, maybe not the most fascinating topic in the world, but very impactful on the art market. This shapes discourse, institutional priorities. There's also, we discussed prioritizing institutional funding, that it can be allotted to different places compared to where it is now. There's this other platform question that maybe it's not Web3, but there's going to be some new experiments with social organization that happens online. Matt, I'm wondering if you can tell us about spawning AI, and I wonder if we can sketch out what would be the desirable traits or a design framework in which to, if we can't immediately here solve the other two questions, maybe we can have some like very clear claims about what a preferable model for some of these digital platforms could be.
Sure, yeah, I mean, I'm a broken record because for about 10 years, my probably OCD obsession is on being able to set permissions on your work. It turns out over time that we kind of had with the crypto moment more tools, more robust tools to be able to do that, for better or worse. In the context of machine learning, obviously this topic has become relevant because you're now finding that a lot of artists, I mean, pretty much all the artists are in some ways contributing to systems that they have no say in. It's quite difficult to actually unpack quite how much living artist work contributes to final outputs, but let's just say that it contributes something significant. And so, yeah, the goal of the organization really is to build tools to give artists agency over their work in those ecosystems. And so what that means in practice is, in the short term, we've built tools to opt out your work. We've received commitments from Stability and Lion and a few others coming to honor those requests. And then the longer term ambition is actually to think more deeply about the idea of owning your identity in whatever this ecosystem is. And so there are terms that might not be familiar to many people here, but I think are worth looking at, things like embeddings. The idea that you, as your presence in this space, you can have images spawned in your likeness, images spawned from the kind of works that you do. Fundamentally, I think on principle, it's important that you have as much agency over that work as you might do in physical life, right? I'm certainly not a metaverse kind of freak or something like this, I kind of roll my eyes about a lot of it. But I do think that there are enough signals to suggest that actually taking ownership of your data and understanding that data will actually play a consequential role it is a part of you in these ecosystems. It's going to be really important to build for that. But as I said, so far the fortunate thing is that in putting forward that narrative of saying, look, on the base level, we need consenting systems. So far, the response has actually been pretty good.
Yeah, I heard a talk by the guy, one of the authors of Stable Diffusion. He mentioned it in his talk.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm going to send you the link. But let's not talk about Stable Diffusion.
No, sure. Yeah.
But I think...
If people are not aware what Stable Diffusion is, just very briefly, you can plug in a prompt for an AI-generated image, and then it'll spit out, you've probably seen it in memes, you can have a scene and a character, and it automatically generates an image for you. It's one of the more advanced ones.
And just to add to what Matt said, and maybe add another dimension, I think in all of these debates, the question of retaining some control over your own intellectual property, but also the question of letting go of it and letting it be part of a commons or a common historical repository. I think this balance is going to be crucial. No, not only the question of, I'm owning this, I'm owning my work, etc., but also of sharing it and making it part of a commons and finding, different institutional formats for facilitating this and so on and so on.
I couldn't agree more, and actually I think that's one of the things that I'm actually most fascinated about by this space is how, in essence, it kind of challenges a lot of these more, maybe let's say, cozy ideological positions that we developed over the 20th century. So for example, when you talk about sampling, collaging, the idea of a digital commons, the idea of open source code, which are great principles, don't get me wrong, a lot of that stuff's being challenged now, right? Because you're learning...
it's being privatized.
Well, exactly. And so actually finding some compromise in between that, I think, is most likely the best place to be, right? You don't want to live in a world where, we were joking about this, where, you go to an exhibition, no cameras are allowed, and then they Men in Black you at the end, so you don't retain an image of it. Because any piece of media can be used to train a derivative work, and that is now the reality, which is that much more consequential than the debates around sampling ever were. Right?
They should do that at the end of TikTok.
Yeah, we'll do it now at the end, Whole conference erased.
But it's interesting for that reason, right? It's a new opportunity to kind of to rethink things because it's sticky and new. There's not. Yeah.
In my experience in photography, I've seen a lot of my early images taken up by advertisers, and I would certainly appreciate, it's very easy to lift in terms of photography, illustration, mediums like this. Yeah, and perhaps just a fraction of those earnings could support artists that are really struggling, especially through the lean years and increasingly precarious circumstances. Some of the belief systems that have cropped up around creative production to a degree in the States, but certainly here in Europe, is that I feel like people approach these conversations with a hesitancy that they don't want to commodify their work. They're afraid to, by engaging in the financial questions, they don't want to commodify their work or consider it as something that's traded back and forth. It muddies this pure space of art. And being on the receiving end of that, it seems like we are doing unpaid R&D for advertising, where much more famous photographers then recreate your images, don't provide attribution or remuneration. And we've seen this was the story of my peer group coming up, is that something would be on Tumblr and then would go to SNL. And it was like, well, should someone else be paid for this? Because it seems, one-to-one kind of what they recreated through this meme format, and now it's being, utilized by a pop star instead. Yeah, in a way, we are all working downstream of pop stars, or upstream perhaps, where it's being appropriated upwards. Okay, so my next question here just reads, help. Because I'm an artist who's trying to start an institution, and I don't have enormous access to resources. And unfortunately, the students that I'm trying to educate and whose careers I'm trying to cultivate do not have access to the New Deal realities or the social democratic realities where they're facing this extreme precarity. So for new institutional structures, new publishing formats, what are the types of equity and remuneration that you would like to see go into artist collaborations?
You mean the US?
Sorry?
You mean the situation in the US?
In the US, but I think these things also, I kind of imagine they'll show up everywhere. I think that in the face of increasingly pessimist prospects, that people tend to gather together and to co-publish and to cooperate. So if it's not yet here in Europe, it will very soon be here, I suspect.
I've seen a couple of things that I feel quite good about. I think that it's undeniable. I mean, my read, for example, of crypto arrangements, crypto is a big term that means a lot of things to a lot of people, is more to look at it as sequentially kind of like establishing habits. So, for example, with the crazy ICO boom, which was mostly fraudulent activity, still the habit of a lot of people being able to quickly kind of ingest funds and distribute equity. There are many cases, Ethereum itself, where that actually worked out, right? I mean, if people might criticize Ethereum, whatnot, but you can say with some certainty that they kind of they did what they intended to do, right? That they did it in good faith. Another habit that kind of was seeded was this idea of saying, let's say, perpetual royalties, right? Like saying, okay, well, if an artist sells a work, you're going to want a perpetual royalty. Quite how enforceable that is a big question. But I've heard recently, for example, of galleries starting, saying, okay, well, what if we were to take some of those principles and apply that actually to a stable of artists, where, for example, we could do novel economic arrangements where most people know this from a gallery or a label or something like this. There's usually a big seller and then everybody else, right? What if there was a royalty built in where all sales would contribute to the group in some way, right? So just the simple idea of saying, like, we can build new, like, let's make economic systems somewhat plastic, right? Quite whether any of these work, we'll see over time, and I'm sure they'll bring with them their own complications. But I can say that coming from, let's say, 10 years ago, a scenario in which very few options seem to be available, it does seem to me that a lot more people are entertaining these ideas of building bespoke economic systems for what they're doing. And I'm sure there'll be just as many car crashes as there will be successes, but I welcome the successes from a period of low activity, let's say like five or 6 years ago.
In the States, we like to say that there's painting and then there's everything else in terms of how the market allocates resources. And unfortunately, in the case of performance artists, it's extremely austere, and that the rates that are paid, especially from institutions, are just flat out criminal, that it's so difficult to get compensated. People have to sell ephemera from performances, and there are very few chances for remuneration. But I think these, when we talk about a gallery roster and then doing breakdowns from different sales that 5% could go back, these are actually questions of from the left of like worker cooperatives, right? And so these are old conversations that we have some experience in of like what is the preferred method of ownership, what is the inappropriate distribution in wages. If one person has to be the manager, should that be 10 to 1? Should it be 5 to 1? CEO pay in the States, this number is even outdated, is 500 to 1. This is extremely exploitative. So there are ways and models that we can look to get a sense of like what is a functional, durable, sustainable system, right? Because right now we have these extreme boom and busts. But Hito, do you have ideas about this or prescriptions for these new cooperative structures that you'd like to see?
No, I mean, historically there have been a lot, and also forgotten and unfairly forgotten workers' self-management in Yugoslavia was an extremely interesting model built on a market economy, actually. So basically talking about these models and how they function in society could be very interesting, especially in a time where I'm really afraid we will have to adapt much more than, just tweak a smart contract, adapt much more to energy shortages, to the very real possibilities of blackouts, when there is, no way to have any smart contract work, etc., etc. So I think the adaptation has to be much more radical. And for a while, I love technology. I've been working for technology for decades, right? But I think we need to subtract it now from being a precondition for finding a solution. Whatever is developed also needs to be viable offline with a minimum viable configuration of technology. Otherwise, we will prepare for something that either is not in our hands because it works at a gigantic corporate scale, or for a situation which is going to be very different from that expected, trajectory that we came to expect from the 2010s, essentially.
I'd agree.
We're getting near to our time here, so I think I'll pose the last question to the two of you. And this maybe encapsulates some of the insights from this conversation. You are both educators. What is it that you tell your students, young people who are now entering this field, right? It covers a lot of the ground that we went to, but what kind of advice can you give your students who are just now entering creative life? Save the easy one for last.
They wouldn't listen to me anyway. If I told them do this, they would do the opposite. It's just not good pedagogy to try to tell students anything. Yeah.
I'd say the same. I don't do it anymore. It was a very nourishing thing, but fundamentally there, I think again you go back to like the original kind of liberal education principles of being like, whatever you're interested in, just encouraging people to think it through properly is probably the best you can do from a pedagogical aspect, right? So it's like I don't relate to or understand the economy that a lot of 19-year-olds were raised in and have to deal with. And so it's just simply encouraging people to, obsession is good.
Iterate before drop, period.
I think some of the topics that we've laid out point to a few of the things that need to be changed to create opportunity for young people that are coming into the space, which will also ensure the future of critique, which we are gathered to discuss today. But yeah, maybe that's an appropriate place to end it. Do you want to share any final remarks, any final insights before we hand it back to Kolja? Okay, then that seems like a great place to thank you for attending our program tonight. I'll let Kolja and Angela give the outro.
Thank you so much, Josh, Hito, and Matt. As you probably have guessed by now, the future of critique is just a code name for the future of the public. Because that was what was basically talked about, I feel, in the past 6 years, the conditions for the possibilities of convening and relating to shared subjects at all. And I would like to maybe try like a short defense of critique, because I haven't heard it in that way so far, and being a critic myself, it's visceral. And it also builds on many things that have been said. I feel like criticism, I mean, historically, of course, like we had that, like critical judgment was the prerequisite for a distribution of power in the first place and allowed for the public sphere. Critique is necessary to have any perspective on anything, and also shared perspectives on anything. And that's also why I think criticism is also relevant in any place, also in Afghanistan. And it's also a prerequisite for art to exist safely and for artists to exist safely. Criticism extrapolates from single cases, from details, shared horizons, shared criteria that can be discussed. And they allow to hold other details and single cases against these shared horizons. And this maximum zoom in on every detail, on every single case, in combination with the maximum zoom out to shared questions and shared stakes, I think is a prerequisite to change flows of knowledge production, of power mechanisms, of anything. I wonder though, and this is not very like versöhnlich or like calming, after your conversation, I really wonder how this is possible in the speed that you had just laid out, of how quickly things change with automated data.
Is that a question?
I think we agreed on not having audience questions in the last panel. So that would be the moment to ask the organizer of this Berlin part on stage, Angela. And thank you three so much.
Thank you.
Und ganz herzlichen Dank an Sie alle.
Thank you very much to all of you for sticking it out. Thank you very much to everyone who wasn't on a panel, but to still listen to the different types of speaking and sharing, and everyone who also developed these and supported us. Critique also is the need for ending something, for kind of putting a full stop on 1 or 2 or 3, and maybe we can do that now. So thank you very much to all of you, and we hope that we can do something with everything that we've heard here, and you will be able to see all of the things that we had if you weren't able to attend online, and all of this will be processed and then be available on the website of the Akademie der Künste and the Bundeskunsthalle. And because it took place from the 18th of November until today, I would now like to thank our colleagues in Bonn: Christine Walter, Miriam Trenner-Brücke, Sabine Schumacher, Michaela Gottschalk, Leon Jonas, Fabian Marcello, Björn Taubach, Jakob Kemken, Frank Buchholz, Annalisa Mikuli, Ben Dum, Oliver Heyer, Andreas Pfeiffer, Axel Thiele, Sven Bergmann, Angelika Franke, to only name those who are actually employed by the Bundeskunsthalle, and everyone else received fair payment. Thank you very much, Angela.